151, Chapter 147 The Name Apocalypse, Nautilus. 2. The nuclear industry is being actively developed, and soon they will be able to build the first generation of nuclear reactors. In time, I will absorb the energy and make myself stronger. Sebastian, brimming with confidence, exclaimed, I believe that even Superman couldn't withstand the terrifying power of an atomic explosion. Namor frowned, still not relaxed. He asked reluctantly, is there nothing we can do about Superman? The Golden Trident, the symbol of Atlantis kingship, is still in his hands, and if we can't get it back, sooner or later, more rebels will come forward. There are other means to do this. Sebastian pondered for a moment, hesitantly said, legend has it that the first mutant in history was named Apocalypse. His physical strength was so strong that he was once regarded as a deity. As the long years were too boring, Apocalypse fell into a deep sleep. If I can find his whereabouts and get the way to reach the end of the evolutionary path from the hand of this great god and break the restrictions of the mutant species, I may be able to defeat Superman. Sebastian said vaguely, he didn't want to wake up the legendary mutant god. No one wanted to have a boss sitting on top of them. He just relayed the information on Apocalypse, only to temporarily calm Namor's agitated emotions. Apocalypse. Namor's eyes lit up slightly as if he had a plan. SHIELD. Headquarters Building, Washington, D.C. Howard was busy in lab number 1. A chicken's nest-like messy hair and heavy dark circles under his eyes indicate that he hasn't been getting enough sleep. So, is this what you got? Luke said with his arms over his chest, looking at the model in front of him and frowning, a smaller version of a nuclear reactor. That's right. Although the Tesseract doesn't respond to my various stimulation methods, just like a goddess who stands high above me, never paying attention to the various ordinary pursuers, I am not without any gains. Howard looked tired but excited. He spoke in a fierce tone, I wanted to use the magnetic constraint to realize nuclear fusion, to release the massive energy from the nuclear fusion reaction of the protium and deuterium contained in seawater under specific environmental and ultra-high temperature conditions. This is the inspiration given to me by the Tesseract. But I soon discovered that the magnetic field that binds the plasma, although not afraid of high temperatures, is very unstable. And plasma loses energy during the heating process. Howard paused, as if thirsty, and poured himself a glass of water. I'm the only one who can't understand what he's saying. Taking advantage of this gap, Captain America, who was standing on the sidelines, spoke up. He was so overwhelmed that he couldn't participate in Howard's endless ramble. What nuclear fusion, magnetic confinement, plasma? It was all a big headache. Luke grimaced and laughed, I've specifically studied it, so I can probably understand what Howard meant. There are two main types of research on controlled thermonuclear fusion. Inertial confinement fusion and magnetic confinement fusion. The former uses a high-intensity laser to irradiate deuterium and tritium targets quickly to achieve fusion. The latter uses a strong magnetic field to restrain charged particles, confining deuterium and tritium gas in a special magnetic container and heating it to hundreds of millions of Celsius to realize fusion reaction. Howard's main direction of attack is the second one. His design is somewhat similar to the tokamak device that would appear a few years into the future. It was an experimental program proposed by a Soviet scientist in the 1950s. After decades of work, the feasibility has been proven. He had to give it to him, Iron Man's father's vision and mind are ahead of the times. When did you show up, Rogers? Sorry, I didn't notice you at all just now. Howard waved his hand, completely ignoring the tall, strong pecs of Captain America. When doing research seriously, let alone Rogers' two big chest muscles, he wouldn't divert his attention even if a young girl was standing naked in front of him. The most he would say is, don't disturb my research for truth. Where were we? Oh, yes, the controlled fusion project is so massive that we won't be able to get an answer for a while. So, I decided to take the next best thing and do something easier and more challenging. Howard picked up where he left off and continued, and then, there you have it, the first-generation nuclear reactor. Putting it on a submarine would perfectly satisfy Ross Gunn's idea of atomic energy driving the machinery first to propel the ship. You fixed the most critical core of a nuclear submarine in a few days. Luke patted Howard's shoulder and said with emotion, although you must have heard this many times before, I still have to say, Howard, you are a well-deserved genius. Hearing this compliment from Superman's mouth honestly satisfied my vanity like never before. Howard laughed, then hugged a pile of design drawings and a large stack of draft calculations to Rogers and said, let the mediocre scientists on the Atomic Energy Commission do their research, they can only look up to the glow of knowledge radiating from Howard Stark and I'm going to sleep. Wait, as the first nuclear submarine, don't you want to give it a name? You're perfectly qualified to do so. Luke remembered. Good idea. Let's call it the Nautilus. I like Verne's 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, and I like Captain Nemo even more. Howard paused and answered. Then he walked into the lounge and slammed the door shut. Before long, the two men standing outside heard snoring. The guy is exhausted. Luke smiled and looked at the model of the nuclear reactor. He couldn't help thinking of Iron Man's arc reactor. It doesn't look too far away. Weekly mass release. Every 300 power stones equals 1 extra chapter tomorrow. Take it to number 1 power rank, and you will have 2 more extra chapters. Though I am sure you will fail miserably. LMAO. 152, Chapter 148 Silver Fox and White Queen, a pair of beautiful sisters. Don't join Patreon. It's the end of the month. Extra chapter coming after half hour. Howard ran to sleep and refreshed himself. Luke packaged and sent the model of the nuclear reactor, as well as the design drawings and calculation drafts, to the Atomic Energy Commission. The guys at the Navy Department will be thrilled when they receive it. Admiral Hyman Rickover of the Bureau of Ships has long proposed that nuclear reactors be placed in submarines. In this way, the huge defect of poor endurance caused by electric propulsion could be avoided. The submarine can also be used as a missile launching pad, making it a deterrent weapon with an extremely important strategic role. The only problem is that there were various technical problems. As a result, this idea could only remain on paper for the time being. Luke knew very well that in 2 years, Admiral Rickover would get consent from the Atomic Energy Commission and the Navy Department. Appointed as the head of the Nuclear Power Department of the Bureau of Ships and the Chief Engineer of Nuclear Submarine Engineering to start constructing nuclear submarines. The appearance of Atlantis, and the presence of Howard, only accelerated this period of history. I hope that Admiral Rickover will make a breakthrough sooner rather than later. Luke thought silently. By developing the technology to build the nuclear submarine, they had the leverage to negotiate with Atlantis. He did have a deliberate intention to indulge in this impending skirmish. The original intention was to increase the significance of SHIELD's voice and its status by taking advantage of Namor's threat and Atlantis' presence. Otherwise, if we want to get rid of the constraints of the Pentagon, we can only wait for the massive invasion of the fleet led by the Kree and the establishment of the World Security Council. That's too slow. Luke thought so. Even the President and the Pentagon treat Superman politely. But being in the center of power, the rules that bind an individual are always objective. Therefore, Luke wanted to take advantage of the emergence of Atlantis, regard this marine civilization as external pressure, and force those who are wary of him to take the initiative to open the heavy shackles on SHIELD. And by the way, let politicians know the necessity of Superman's existence. The next problem to be solved is only the 2 unstable factors, Namor and Sebastian. Luke thought as he took Rogers into the elevator. Steve, we're fighting side by side this time. The first task is to solve Atlantis. Captain America put on the familiar stars and stripes uniform, carrying the vibranium shield that rarely leaves his hand. Luke found that both heroes and villains have strange fetishism. For example, Thor is particularly fond of swinging the hammer, and even though he later had the Stormbreaker, he still loved Mjolnir. Namor, the Sea King, is even more obsessed with the stolen golden trident. Like these people above, even after Captain America entered semi-retirement, the vibranium shield was cleaned every day and placed on the bedside while sleeping. When he wakes up early in the morning, he opens his eyes, and just by looking at it, Rogers would feel full of energy and motivation. Atlantis? Their king is no match for you. We have the advantage in terms of strength. Rogers sat in the wide-cushioned chair in the director's office and adjusted his posture a bit uncomfortably. This is much more comfortable than the sofa in my own home. Namor Mackenzie is no match for me. Luke nodded and admitted frankly. When you think about it carefully, it seems that Superman had beaten the Sea King in any studio. Even without himself, the big event of the Secret War, Namor will be killed by the other version of Superman, Hyperion, and the Squadron Supreme would destroy the whole country. Compared to now, only to be deprived of the beloved Golden Trident was much better. In the next studio, Superman has made an amazing move of moving Atlantis to the Sahara Desert. If Luke did the same, those blueskins living under the sea would have to go and accompany the Wakanda people. 2 countries with the most developed scientific and technological strength, backward systems, and old ideas will one day become neighbors, and some interesting stories should happen. However, this is war. Luke collected his thoughts and said seriously. Namor won't be stupid enough to find me for fighting one-on-one. He has experienced a painful defeat. I believe he has calmed down and stopped holding on to the foolish idea that Atlantis is the first in the world and mutants are invincible. Rogers scratched his head and thought it was reasonable. Atlantis is not Berlin. If Superman directly flew over and hung Namor on a street lamp to end the war, killing a king will only arouse the hatred of the people at the bottom of the sea, thus expanding the scale of the war. Then what are we going to do? Rogers asked. You will know soon. Luke smiled meaningfully. He prepared a big gift for Sebastian Shaw. Boston Harbor. Silver Fox, wearing a black leather jacket and a pair of short boots, got out of the taxi. She is now a member of Task Force X under the jurisdiction of SHIELD. During this period, the team led by Wolverine and Sabretooth has been running around the world like firefighters. For example, go to Africa to collect a particular kind of metal minerals. Or remove the remnants of Hydra. In a word, Task Force X became S.H.I.E.L.D.S Sharp Blade. And the results were outstanding, much to the satisfaction of the Pentagon generals. You haven't seen me. Now, go back along the same road. After getting out of the car, Silver Fox patted the driver on the shoulder and said so. The middle-aged man with a beer belly suddenly had a blank look in his eyes, as if he was lost in thought. After a few seconds of hesitation, he nodded his head forcefully. After repeating Silver Fox's words, he drove away in his car. He didn't even ask for the fare. Warehouse 4. Silver Fox, who had been manipulating the cab driver's mind, took out a note from her pocket. She followed the address and found the meeting place. You are late. A graceful figure was standing there waiting. Sis, I heard that you became a lackey for humans? It is in your nature to betray your side in exchange for a stable life. Silver Fox frowned and spoke in an unfriendly manner. Emma, you sent me a message to meet me. Is it just to argue? If that's the case, then I can only say that you are still as naive as ever. The graceful figure in the Boston Harbor was none other than the White Queen of the Hellfire Club. She was wrapped in a black waterproof suit, carrying an odd helmet that served as a breathing apparatus, and her hair was wet as if she had just finished swimming or surfing. Haha, I thought you would be more excited and happy to see your sister that you haven't seen in years. The White Queen hugged her arms around her chest. Her voice went cold. 153, Chapter 149 Scheming, Nasty Heart. Do not join Pat Rayon. This is the end of the month. Also, we have a bad news. We'll be sharing with your guys soon. Here's the promised extra chapter. Emma, the White Queen, and Silver Fox, her sister, were born in a wealthy family in Boston and grew up with a silver spoon. However, being a young lady of a rich family wouldn't always lead to happiness, at least the White Queen didn't think so. Her father was a ruthless capitalist who never showed much affection for his family. As far as she remembers, the White Queen never went to an amusement park as a child and never received a single compliment. Moreover, the relationship between the parents wasn't good. There were often fights and arguments. Blame each other, find fault with each other, curse each other, it all filled the empty and cold luxury apartment. As we all know, family education will affect a person's character. Emma was rather withdrawn as a child, did not like to talk to others, and had very few friends. If there's one thing worse than having an incompetent father, it has an alcoholic, drug-addicted, cheating mother. Such a bad environment, living in it will only feel depressing. Therefore, Emma, whose heart was closed, awakened her mutant ability very early. Like Professor Baldheaded, she could read the thoughts of people around her, feel their emotions, guide and control them. Moreover, she can also shift into diamond form, making herself dazzling and surprisingly resistant. This was only discovered later. With her telepathy, Emma soon became one of the most popular girls in school. Because everyone who talks to her is amazed at how well she understands them as if they were friends from a lifetime ago. Even the little secrets and hobbies were clear. For Emma, this was a very pleasant and relaxing time. She had more and more friends at school and was deeply loved by teachers and classmates. Her grades were getting better and better, relying on mental ability to cheat. Gradually, Emma created a perfect girl image with excellent academic results. If the story goes on like this, the life of the White Queen would probably become a Mary Sue romance book. Unfortunately, happiness was often short-lived, followed by bad luck. Soon, Emma lost control. A large number of thoughts and emotions poured into her mind, causing her great distress. In addition, the occasional reading of other people's thoughts and entering the consciousness without mastering the strength lead to the target's unconsciousness or disordered thinking, resulting in impairment. With guilt and remorse tormenting her fragile heart, it didn't take long for Emma's life to turn into a mess. After a series of shocks and changes, she chose to leave her family in Boston and started to wander alone. Then, Sebastian Shaw found her and invited her to join the Hellfire Club. I heard you left that cold place afterward, too. The corners of the White Queen's mouth tilted up with a slight smile and said, Tell me, dear sister, how did you feel when you discovered that you could sense the fluctuations of other people's thoughts and read those complex and changing emotions? Silver Fox was silent for a moment and whispered, Honestly, it was a terrible experience. It would make you lose faith in human beings, both men and women. I never knew before that Jenny, who often played with me, secretly envied me for having a rich dad, called me a little bitch, and spread rumors that I was having an affair with many boys. I didn't even know that Johnny, who looked so polite and refined, only wanted to get me into bed sooner, full of dirty and disgusting images, and to brag to others that he succeeded. Speaking of the past, Silver Fox looked at her sister, who had left home long ago, and said sincerely, Emma, I finally understand what you did before. You can tell me. Before becoming a mutant, did you understand the pain? The White Queen interrupted without courtesy and a cold expression on her face. Silver Fox is much better than her. It was difficult to control her abilities before. Once she masters them, it would cause big problems. The opponent's ability to tamper with consciousness through contact and psychological suggestion doesn't risk losing control. This is the end of today's episode of Nostalgia. After taking a few deep breaths and getting back to normal, the White Queen turned her head and said, I invited you here today to inform you to leave SHIELD as soon as possible. In a week at most, Atlantis will launch a full-scale attack, starting with landing on the Atlantic coast. Superman is really powerful, but he can't stop Atlantis by himself. Those blue-skinned people on the seafloor, with advanced scientific and technological strength, have assembled a terrible army. Anyway, you should quit SHIELD. With a mutant identity, you won't be in any trouble even if Atlantis wins. The young White Queen warned with a serious face. Silver Fox thought about it for a long time and shook her head. The original intention to persuade her sister to give up the darkness and turn to the light had already disappeared. After all, both sides hold different opinions about who was in the right. Then you're on your own. When the White Queen saw her sister hesitating and didn't answer, she left with these words. She was disappointed and angry with Kayla. Silver Fox, who was a mutant, but she couldn't see the way forward. If Atlantis and mutants join forces, why would it matter if Superman was strong? A single person wouldn't be able to resist a big tide. 40 minutes later, clicking heels sounded as Carter pushed open the door of the director's office. Silver Fox met her sister. The female agent threw a thick envelope on the table, and a stack of photos slipped out. Although some were vague, you could still see the figure and appearance of two people. Bingo! Luke, leaning back in his seat, snapped his fingers, looked at Rogers, and said, This is the surprise I was preparing for. Write a confidential report on today's meeting, and then accidentally leak it out. Remember to add photos. Carter nodded. When she knew that Kayla, the Silver Fox, and the White Queen were sisters, she asked someone to spy on her. She was prepared to search for the whereabouts of the Hellfire Club, but she didn't expect things to change so quickly. The current situation had risen from the contradiction between human beings and mutants to the small-scale war between the land world and marine civilization. Would Sebastian Shaw believe it? The White Queen, Emma Frost, is an important club member, second only to him. Carter asked hesitantly. What's more, a few photos can't prove anything. It's enough to plant a seed of doubt. Sebastian Shaw's desire for power is extremely strong, and such ambitious people are often very paranoid. Luke tapped the table with his fingers and smiled, as long as he shows suspicion, he will naturally disagree with the White Queen. Through Kayla's persuasion, it may not be impossible to pull the other side into our camp when the time comes. As for whether it would work in the end, it doesn't matter. As long as it could disturb Sebastian Shaw. Carter thought for a moment, seemed to think it made sense, nodded, and said, I'll do it right now. But what would be a more realistic way of leaking? From the list of spies in the FBI, find some Soviet people who have been exposed but haven't been arrested. Since Leviathan and Red Room, both of whom are in contact with Hydra, I believe that they would also keep in touch with Sebastian Shaw. Luke replied without thinking much. The management of SHIELD should be left to you. Carter smiled. It seems that the Major General was quite proficient in playing with this intelligence counter-tactic. Steve, is there something on my face? Why are you staring? When Carter left the office, Luke found Rogers looking straight at him. Perhaps after losing Bucky, Captain America pinned his feelings on himself. Suddenly, various images kept surfacing in his mind, causing a chill to creep up on Luke's back. You're playing dirty. Rogers lamented. He was as pure as a blank sheet of paper compared to Luke. 154, Chapter 150 White Queen's Thoughts. After having a rather unpleasant conversation with her sister Silver Fox, the White Queen set off for Poseidonia, the capital of Atlantis. As a member of the Hellfire Club, a compatriot of King Namor, she was given a shuttle submarine that only robed nobles could ride and travel freely under the deep sea. As Shaw said, the situation is very tense. When Atlantis and the land world are officially at war and exhaust each other, the mutants will be able to reap the benefits. The shuttle trailed a stream of waves around the dark and complex terrain underwater and arrived at the royal city of Poseidonia over 2 hours later. The White Queen slowed down and was inspected by patrol guards. Through the semicircular window of the cockpit, she saw a large number of marine life gathering to form an orderly and strange team. The King of Atlantis was nominally the ruler of the 4 oceans and the master of the 7 seas. It isn't an exaggeration to say that millions or tens of millions of troops could be assembled with a single command. The land world wasn't united, as an open palm, but Atlantis was like a clenched fist, with all its strength concentrated in one place. The White Queen remembered Sebastian Shaw's words with some deep thoughts. This blue planet, where life is nurtured, has far more oceans than land. The vast bodies of water, which covered about 70% of the Earth's surface area, are home to an untold number of marine life. After Atlantis sank and fell, the population dropped by 2/3, and only after 10,000 years of development did it return to its normal level. Their army wasn't big, and the so-called numerical advantage relied more on harnessing marine life. Living in the deep sea all year allowed Atlanteans to develop the ability to breathe underwater and to see at night. They have a natural affinity to sea creatures and carry an aura of 10 charisma. Those who are gifted will be able to communicate with them, ride with them, become sea knights and join the King's Guard of Poseidonia. Not only that, but the White Queen also learned that the collapse of Atlantis had left many of the original kingdoms scattered, forming tribal settlements. Such as killer whales, seahorses, and hammerhead sharks, to name a few. These marine tribes, after several battles, now recognize the laws of Atlantis and obey the king's orders. Can one man stand up to a massive attack by a nation's army? The White Queen shook her head. It was because she couldn't see the possibility of the land world winning that she ventured to contact her sister in S.H.I.E.L.D, hoping that the other party would leave the center of the storm. Sebastian Shaw has recently been rallying fellow members of the Hellfire Club, growing at an unprecedented rate. The other side also tried to feed the young mutants, who joined the group, a rather extreme racial narrative. It was almost as if he only changed a few keywords of the Third Reich's theory, then spat them back out. This made the White Queen feel a little worried, as she had disagreed with the extremist acts of racial extermination and genocide. I hope it doesn't come to that. Arriving at the ramp in the western part of Poseidonia, the White Queen put on a strange helmet equipped with a breathing apparatus, opened the hatch, and stepped down. Shaw wants to see you. A young man with dyed red hair whistled as he walked by, wearing a waterproof suit and a breathing apparatus needed by land people. Pyro, a young mutant who can control flames. The White Queen glanced at the other and frowned slightly. Intuition told her that there seemed to be something wrong with the atmosphere. Normally, when they see her, these newcomers would have a respectful attitude. In the Hellfire Club, the core members were named after chess pieces. For example, she is the queen, and Sebastian Shaw is the king. A brat like Pyro isn't even qualified to be a pawn. How dare he talk to her in that frivolous tone? What is it? The White Queen asked rhetorically. I was out for a spin, I'm a little tired. If it's not something important, we'll talk about it later. I don't know. Shaw asked you to go there as soon as possible, don't keep him waiting. The red-haired kid rookie grinned playfully. The other party's answer made the White Queen even more suspicious. She doesn't have the moral integrity of the bald professor and doesn't mind reading other people's minds and invading their consciousness. Where did Emma go? Everyone stays in Atlantis during this time. Don't run around, avoid exposing our position. Pyro, you go to the ramp to watch. When Emma comes back, tell her to come and see me. Humph. She's too reckless sometimes. The White Queen looked back and withdrew from Pyro's mental world. Her intuition told her that there might be an even more serious problem. But by reading through Pyro's thoughts, nothing was found. Forget it, just see Shaw. The White Queen didn't bother to think much about her superior position in the Hellfire Club. Except for Sebastian Shaw, who relied on a metal helmet that shields him from mental attacks and is immune to her powers. Most of the other mutants wouldn't be opponents of her psychic ability. Pyro said you wanted to see me. The White Queen strode into a magnificent and spacious chamber. Namer's trust in Sebastian Shaw grew, and he treated him like a mentor. This made many of the senior leaders of Atlantis unhappy, believing that the king had betrayed his kin and thrown himself into the arms of mutants. 155, Chapter 151 There is a traitor among us. Where have you been? Sebastian frowned, his tone was a little gloomy. War is just around the corner, so it's better to stay put. If Superman discovers Atlantis' location, who knows if he would come for a surprise attack. I went out for a spin. It's so depressing here. Wearing this thing all day long, I can't even breathe easily. The White Queen knocked the breathing helmet on her head and replied as if nothing had happened. At an early age, she learned how to lie. Pay attention next time. The closer we are to success, the more we should be cautious. Sebastian's attitude eased, and he continued, by the way, I heard that you have a sister who's also a mutant. The Hellfire Club welcomes any compatriot. You can invite her in. Later, the land world wouldn't be very safe and would soon fall into a series of battles. I will. The White Queen's eyes flashed for a moment. She felt that Sebastian was aware of something. However, she didn't tell anyone about the meeting today. Emma, we are all your family. Sebastian's voice was gentle and friendly. We may not be related by blood, but we have a deeper bond, the same identity, the same genes. This is what is engraved in our bodies and can't be erased. The White Queen seemed to be moved. Her beautiful eyes gleamed as if she was tearing up. I've always been very grateful to you, Shaw. It was you who brought me out of my ordinary life and allowed me to enjoy a better scenery. Sebastian was quite satisfied with this answer. The White Queen was a mutant he valued very much. Without the other party, he would lose the means to control Namor. 10 minutes later, the two ended the conversation. The White Queen left the bedchamber with a stern look in her eyes. Reading words and speculating on thoughts is instinctive for those with psychic abilities. She could see that Sebastian Shaw was playing the emotional card. As to why he would do this, he probably wanted to stabilize her. Even if he knows that I have a sister in S.H.I.E.L.D., he might not be able to prove anything. Does my loyalty to the Hellfire Club need to be questioned? The White Queen was deeply puzzled. She knew Sebastian Shaw very well. Another party was the same kind of person as her father. Selfish, good at calculation, and never give up valuable chess pieces easily. Just like before, he would rather sacrifice Riptide to save Namor. It's not that Sebastian Shaw had any hidden deep attachment to Namor. It is only because the party is still useful and couldn't be discarded for the time being. It's a simple multiple choice question, and everything is based on interests. I hope Shaw doesn't let me down. The White Queen thought so. Women, they can't be trusted. Sebastian Shaw paced alone in the bedroom with a sneer on his mouth. If I hadn't cooperated with Hydra, how would I have known that there was a traitor in the Hellfire Club? S.H.I.E.L.D. was very efficient. The Soviet spies quickly leaked the photo of the White Queen meeting her sister Silver Fox and the confidential documents. Then, from the spy's hand, it was passed to the agent in Leviathan and Red Room, and finally, it was found by Hydra and given to Sebastian Shaw as a gift. As the saying goes, no one under the sun hides from Hydra. Even within S.H.I.E.L.D., there must be some spies buried. After all, the previous Operation Paperclip, the US side absorbed many Nazi scientists, including many experts in rocket technology and senior researchers. SHIELD has also recruited many remnants of Hydra into its ranks. There must have been a lot of spies infiltrating. Luke knew this, but he didn't thoroughly check it out and deliberately let it go. Anyway, they were all leaks. It would save time and effort to harvest them when they grow better. This time, thanks to them, Sebastian Shaw was able to receive the news faster. I can't move her yet, so I'll wait. Sebastian put his hands behind his back and looked at the world map hanging on the wall. He has incredible ambition, and Atlantis was only the first stepping stone. Hydra, Red Skull, the Third Reich. They all failed. Sebastian looked up and smiled, but I won't. Operation Paperclip. Rogers, in the director's office, closed the thick folder in his hand. That is to say, the president secretly deported a group of German scientists, and S.H.I.E.L.D. also absorbed part of Hydra's power. But wouldn't this let the enemy infiltrate, thus posing a threat to national security? Captain America showed a somewhat puzzled look. As an intelligence agency, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s primary concern should be to ensure its confidentiality. Taking the initiative to recruit Hydra was tantamount to creating latent opportunities for spies. Inevitably, it increases certain risks. At that time, what should S.H.I.E.L.D. do when it becomes the new Hydra? The military started the plan. They took a fancy to the new technology of V-1 and V-2 rockets and ballistic missiles of the Third Reich and wanted to get their hands on it. Luke shrugged and said lightly. The scariest thing in the 20th century is talent, and the new president understands this, which is why he approved of Operation Paperclip. During World War II, the Third Reich's military industry was extremely advanced, and various high-tech products proliferated, making it a well-deserved first in terms of strength. It's normal for the White House and the Pentagon to look at them greedily. It is in their nature to take advantage of the situation and put profit first. At first, many people opposed this plan, because according to regulations, American troops belonging to the Allied side were prohibited from directly dealing with war criminals. Luke paused and said with a smile at the corner of his mouth. The irony is that almost all of the German scientists and engineers and other technical personnel who are eligible for recruitment and extradition are basically closely associated with the Nazis' elite, and some even meet the criteria of being war criminals. Binge. Okay, so, voting Power Stone will give 1 point in the top fans, so does commenting and replying to any of the comments. Every comment/reply equals 1 point. Also, I have seen that review gives 5 points. Well, top 3 weekly top fans will receive a huge thanks through a shout out. Special thanks to Nix_00, Jamie_Lafer, GON1234 being the top fans of the week. Let's see if we will have new top 3 fans or these super readers will be able to keep their positions. 156, Chapter 152. Sorry, I want to join Hydra. Binge_translations is now Binge FICS. Also, you can read 40 privileged chapters on Patreon with a release rate of 2ch/d. Visit patreon.com/binge-translations. Discord, discord.link/binge-translations. Rogers had a shocked look of strange knowledge has increased. despite knowing that the country's image may not be as glamorous as it seems due to the entanglement of various interests. However, it was still difficult for him to accept the recruitment of war criminals to government departments. Those people should be tried. Rogers whispered. Seeing Captain America depressed, Luke continued to talk about the dark history of the federal government. That's just your personal opinion, but the president and generals don't think so. To ensure the strategic interests, they bypassed these rules and sent over 700 intelligence personnel to vigorously collect workers related to fighter aircraft, missiles, and rocket programs. Among them was Arthur L. Rudolph, who had managed an arsenal and was an expert in rocket manufacturing. However, he was also a notorious war criminal, committing brutal crimes like hanging slave laborers, killing and abusing prisoners of war. Wernher von Braun, the designer of the V-2 missile, is also a senior engineer with the Army's Directorate of Equipment Design and Research. He killed thousands of people in Britain and was a militant Third Reich activist. Luke was very detailed, and every word was like a sledgehammer, hitting Rogers in the heart. Steve, there is no absolute justice in this world. The country you are defending, or rather, the very spirit you are upholding, is not really that great. Luke, who is obviously the director of SHIELD and a major general in the army, is unashamedly ridiculing the capitalist country that is packaged as a beacon of freedom. But then again, Operation Paperclip did have a great influence on America during its development. For example, the one who was a war criminal, Wernher von Braun. This man has an impressive resume and entered the Technical University of Berlin in 1930. 4 years later, he received his PhD in physics from Humboldt University, where his thesis was graded at the very top of the scale. In just 2 years, the V-2 missile was designed. It was the first ballistic missile put into actual combat in the world. Later, he came to the United States and developed the Saturn V, which successfully achieved the moon's amazing feat. He can be said to be another Howard Stark in the rocket manufacturing and aerospace industry. What about SHIELD? Are we the same? Rogers had some trouble accepting it and looked over at Luke, leaning back in his seat. Almost. Like Dr. Arnim Zola, he used to manufacture energy weapons for Red Skull, and now he works for SHIELD. Therefore, we let bygones be bygones for his previous crimes. Luke nodded, not hiding anything. SHIELD has also benefited from Operation Paperclip. From a nameless intelligence agency, it has rapidly developed into a massive organization above the Pentagon. Apart from Superman's special status, all kinds of amazing acts of asking for funds and expanding powers and responsibilities. In a small part, it was also thanks to the generous help from Hydra. This old rival made the reorganized Strategic Science Reserve quickly complete the initial build-up. Don't be too obsessed with righteousness, kindness, and moral conscience, Steve. You can pursue those beautiful things, but you can't use them as the standard to measure everything in the world. Luke started to brew his poisonous pep talk as usual, playing the role of a mentor. Speaking of, reforming the unshakable Captain America seemed interesting. I never thought about Howard's weapons business, how many people have been killed by the weapons he made and sold. Even less, Arnim Zola was once a loyal fan of the Third Reich, once working for Hydra and Red Skull. His hands were covered with the blood of Allied soldiers. Because it's meaningless. It's of no use except to plunge oneself into the contradiction between moral conscience and cruel reality. Rogers' lips quivered as if he wanted to say something. The education he received from childhood and the concept he formed was to be a good person. To adhere to the bottom line and don't hurt others so easily. But Luke's words were like bullets that shattered Captain America's sturdy defenses and left him shaken. But. Rogers looked up as if he had some doubts about life. There is no but, separate the reason from reality. I am Superman, a war hero, and the object of public admiration. Luke smiled and whispered, but I am also the commander of S.H.I.E.L.D., an army general, a man in power, and a leader in every sense of the word. I need to protect my interests and stick to my position. To this end, we even have to do some unethical bad things. These two identities together don't contradict each other. Rogers is very confused as if subjected to a 10,000-point mental attack. He looked down at the vibranium shield in his hand and the stars and stripes printed on his chest. For a while, he was at a loss for words. Maybe I'm not fit to be a captain. After a while, Rogers laughed at himself. I'm glad you're here, Luke. In this way, I just have to be a soldier and rush forward with my head down. Luke, who had given Captain America several things to think about deeply, stood up and patted his opponent on the shoulder, saying, "Let's have dinner at my place tonight, Malena's cooking is quite good." A few minutes later, the conversation ended. Watching Rogers leave, he walked over to the wine cabinet and poured a glass of Lafite 82 well, the 1882 vintage. "Dr. Zola, you've heard it all." Luke shook his glass of red wine and said towards the office cubicle, "I know exactly what Hydra is planning to do. You're relying on Operation Paperclip to infiltrate SHIELD, and you're planning to make a comeback and start over. The most dangerous places are often the safest. After the collapse of the Red Skull, Hydra's power was divided into three. SHIELD recruited one part was taken away by Baron Trask, and one part hid and secretly infiltrated the federal government. The pudgy Dr. Zola pushed the door and came out with small steps. He stayed in the office's cubicle very early and heard the countermeasures against the Hellfire Club and all kinds of information about Operation Paperclip. Major General sir, I have turned my back on it. Hydra is doomed to have no future. S.H.I.E.L.D. is the future. Dr. Zola said sincerely. Luke handed a glass of red wine and shook his head. You are wrong, Dr. Zola. I'm very optimistic about Hydra. Their organization is tight, their penetration ability is outstanding, and their intelligence networks are everywhere, which is much better than SHIELD. Dr. Zola trembled and took the glass. He didn't know what the Major General was trying to say. Could it be that he wanted to settle the old account for him being a Hydra member? Dr. Zola, I want to join you. Luke's smile grew stronger. He sincerely said, do you think I could be a qualified Hydra member? 157, Chapter 153. The director took the lead in the rebellion. Please support this work by reading 40 chapters ahead on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/binge-translations. Join Hydra? Dr. Zola stood still. He didn't know how to answer. If it were someone else, he would probably still be half-heartedly seeking proof and prepared to observe secretly for a period to test issues such as loyalty and personal ability. Finding good prospects for the organization was a good thing. But these words come out of Luke's mouth. It was as if the president himself wore a red armband and volunteered to join. It looks extraordinarily ridiculous and lacks the slightest credibility. Not everyone is like Trump, willing to endure humiliation, secretly sneaking into the White House to bring down the US empire, taking it as his mission. Such people with lofty ideals are in the minority after all. Ha 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 ha. Dr. Zola gave a fake laugh and said, Major General is really funny. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s director said he would join Hydra. It would look like a king leading the rebellion against himself. The Allied Superman, who personally crushed Red Skull and defeated Hydra, the legendary hero who flew to Berlin to end World War II, and an army major general is leading S.H.I.E.L.D. against Atlantis. Dr. Zola counted the long list of dazzling titles, as well as the familiar legends, and then looked at Luke, who took a sip of his Lafite 82. His face showed an awkward smile without losing politeness. If you look at the above remarks as a joke, this Major General has a sense of humor similar to that of the Eskimos who live in the Arctic. I'm not a member of Hydra anymore. Dr. Zola stood up and said, I did work for Red Skull before, but I was forced to do so out of necessity. Deep down, I am a devout and committed pacifist. I hate war and hate killing. Since the Allied powers, under the leadership of Major General, sent the axis of evil to hell, I have finally found my true calling and don't have to live in guilt. Joining SHIELD has redeemed my soul. I tell myself every day to get rid of my past sins and become a new person. What's more, everyone in S.H.I.E.L.D. is talented. Mr. Howard Stark is a good person to talk to. Compared to the present life, the time in Hydra was simply hell, it was so torturous. Luke couldn't help putting down his wine glass after listening to this sincere heartfelt remark. It was worthy of the old Hydra that has lived for almost a century. His ability to bootlick could compete with the politicians in the White House. Dr. Zola, don't be nervous. When I said I wanted to join Hydra, I meant it from the bottom of my heart. Luke showed his signature affectionate smile and turned on his fooling people mode. You heard all those things I said to Steve just now. I am not on the side of the White House and the Pentagon, just as Hydra is not fully committed to helping the Third Reich rule the world. S.H.I.E.L.D. has been seeking ways to get rid of the constraints from the country, the war with Atlantis is one of them. Are you a traitor? Dr. Zola held the wine glass with both hands. His eyes looked horrified. S.H.I.E.L.D. director is starting a coup. No one would believe it if word got out. Dr. Zola frowned. This Major General is not really thinking of joining Hydra, is he? Red Skull's philosophy is too traditional, purely for the sake of power and ambition. But he has a saying I appreciate, there is no flag in the future. Luke patted Dr. Zola on the shoulder and whispered, the interests of the country are firmly tied to the politicians in the White House and the capitalist groups behind the scenes. I don't have to work for these people, nor do I want to be a tool or a weapon. That's why I'm going to join Hydra. I value the future of humankind more than wearing the stars and stripes. For a long time, you have used Operation Paperclip to infiltrate SHIELD covertly, isn't that why you changed your face and resurfaced with a new image? So, think about it, what could be more effective than developing SHIELD into Hydra? Dr. Zola blinked and tried to sober up. However, in the face of Luke's persuasion, he felt it was justifiable and flawless. To this, the eloquent Major General wasn't surprised. Because he redeemed Ra's al Ghul's skill card weaving logic. Use crude language, rudimentary reasoning, and impose logic upon a normal person to make them agree with you. The success rate depends on the target. The League of Assassins, led by Ra's al Ghul, is a villainous organization that sees humans as rotting muscles and necrotic veins that need to be cleaned periodically. Anyone with a bit of intelligence and some ability to think critically wouldn't consider such behavior reasonable. Except for Batman, Ra's al Ghul has successfully brainwashed many people. For example, Bane, daughter Talia, grandson Damian, and so on. Ra's al Ghul's every appearance was laced with words such as, forest fires burn plants and animals, they will grow better next year. This ridiculous statement would force his logic on other people. I know that within the Hydra, there is a distant legend about the inhuman gods. But, do you really want to welcome back a monster from thousands of years ago and worship him as a god? Instead of believing in the so-called alien, worship me. Superman. Wouldn't a powerful being who can fly into the sky, flatten mountains, and crush steel with his hands and feet fit the definition of God than an alien that no one even knows what he looks like? Besides, I don't mind at all if you kneel at my feet and worship me. Dr. Zola continued to remain silent, but his mind was in a state of shock. He had heard Red Skull mention about the inhuman god inadvertently. In theory, this is highly classified information within Hydra. Is there a mole in the organization? Almost immediately, the idea popped into Dr. Zola's head. Immediately afterward, the former chief scientist of Hydra somehow felt that Luke's words seemed to make sense. Judging from Superman's ability, it was no exaggeration to say that he is a god on Earth. If it were in the Mayan period when the Inhumans appeared, he might have been regarded as a god. Major General, sir. Dr. Zola still wanted to continue to show his contribution and get rid of the suspicion of being a member of Hydra. Luke waved his hand and interrupted, Doctor, if you're not Hydra, then, I hope you are. If you are a member of Hydra, then even better. You can be my introduction to the organization. Red Skull doesn't necessarily want to bring back the inhuman god, he cares more about the Tesseract. As for the other leaders, they all have their plans. After thousands of years of secret development, Hydra has long lost its original appearance. Although its name has not changed, its core is different. Including you, Dr. Zola. What is your purpose in entering Hydra? It can't be to worship a god that you have never heard of. At this point, the short, pudgy Dr. Zola sighed and stopped pretending. He held up his glasses that had slipped down and smiled bitterly, the beautiful promise of immortality. Red Skull said that the inhuman god could give everyone eternal life. I am a scientist who knows that physical decay is the law of nature and impossible to stop, but I yearn for spiritual immortality. 158, Chapter 154 The Birth of Aegis Shield, the First Director. Read 40 privileged chapters and more perks like 2ch/d only at Patreon. Support me, patreon.com/binge translations. Eternal life? Getting rid of the fragile flesh and gaining immortality. Luke paused, his eyes flashing. It is no wonder that Dr. Zola later chose to upload his consciousness to computer storage and became a ghostly being in a digitized life form. So, there was an agenda. Think of the 200,000 feet long database in the basement that is Dr. Zola's body nearly a century later. Honestly, as a scientist, you shouldn't believe in such false promises. Eternal life, such a fool's fantasy. The Major General laughed scornfully and didn't believe this. Any religion gives a false layer of hope that only looks beautiful. For example, the soul enters the kingdom of heaven and receives the illumination of the holy light. Or a river full of milk and honey, 72 beautiful virgin maidens. Hydra is no exception. Immortality? Who has ever lived forever? Luke smiled and asked in return. If he had to say the possible existence of immortals on Earth, it was probably himself. Luke clearly remembered Superman's independent story, in which the other person lived until the universe died and then started a new cycle again. There were many similar examples. For example, in DC 1 million, Superman stayed in the sun for 1,500 years and became Golden Superman. And in Of Tomorrow, Superman visited the Earth 5 billion years later to witness the end's coming. Time and life for a Kryptonian who continues to grow and constantly break through, maybe a series of numbers, no big deal. If he could visualize it, Luke thought his head would be throbbing with one every second. At that time, I was blind, enthusiastic about the Third Reich's great plan to conquer Europe, and I firmly believed in Hydra. Dr. Zola took a sip of red wine to hide his embarrassment. Any mortal has had the beautiful fantasy of immortality. Compared to power and money, an endless and long life is worth the madness. Believe me, the legendary inhuman god won't give you what you want in return. Luke shrugged his shoulders and poked at Dr. Zola's beautiful dream. The Inhumans are only experimental products of the Kree and are still far from being true gods. As for immortality, a complete lie. This is something that even their creator couldn't achieve. As one of the three great empires, the Kree people imitated the gods and used the gene fragments of primitive human beings to carry out bioengineering experiments, creating a group of powerful fighters. This is where the Inhumans came from. The so-called Inhuman God is the first successful experiment. There are so many smart people in Hydra, why would they believe such a poor lie? Luke couldn't help wondering. In theory, schemers should remain skeptical of everything. We have a plan. Dr. Zola hesitated. If he continued, he would reveal the organization's secrets. Project Distant Star, right? Luke answered casually. It was as if he dropped a bombshell. Dr. Zola choked and tried to hide his shock. You even know this? Has Hydra been infiltrated by S.H.I.E.L.D? There is a mole in the top ranks. Who could it be? Baron Strucker? Madam Viper? Whitehall, who is responsible for welcoming back the Inhuman God? A series of names flashed through his mind, but he couldn't be sure. Whichever one it is, it would be a huge blow to Hydra. They have always been known for their ability to spy undercover and infiltrate the enemy's intelligence resources, but now, someone quietly put a spy in their side. With this in mind, Dr. Zola was sweating like a pig. Luke looked down, the other party's crazy brain gymnastics look really made him want to laugh. Was I wrong? He continued to ask. No, no. Dr. Zola shook his head hard and continued, the Inhuman God, he was exiled to a distant planet. Although we can't be sure of the exact location, to welcome him back to Earth, we were able to send items through a portal in regular intervals. Sometimes it's a living person, sometimes it's some animal. What is certain is that God is still alive. Thousands of years have passed since the Mayan period, and he is still alive. Therefore, many people firmly believe that the Inhuman God could live forever and grant the ability to his most faithful followers. Luke listened and curled his lips, thinking, I could also live until the sun died out, or the Big Bang. He would recommend that all Hydra members should change their faith and set up a sect to worship Superman. Well, let's go back to the original topic. The rhythmic tapping of the Major General's fingers on the table created a kind of psychological pressure on Dr. Zola. Believe me, Doctor. I can create the perfect Hydra and lead you to a better future. I can help you achieve all the great things that Red Skull couldn't achieve and couldn't do. A large Hydra empire, a tightly knit commonwealth of human lives, a center of power that rules the world. Luke was like the devil who tricked mortals into trading their souls. Dr. Zola's face turned red. He was quite emotional. Weaving logic has completely assaulted him, and his mindset and logic have taken on Luke's intent. What's the cost? Dr. Zola restrained his inner desire. There is a common saying in the East, to eliminate external disputes, we must eliminate internal problems. Luke narrowed his eyes and smiled gently, before ruling the world, we should concentrate Hydra's power in one place. I'm going to talk to Hydra's leaders, like Baron Strucker and Madam Viper, to discuss cooperation. Hydra doesn't have to have so many leaders, right? A basin of cold water instantly extinguished Dr. Zola's passion. He looked up at Luke and said with a trembling voice, Major General Sir, are you going to be the only leader of Hydra? What's wrong with that? It's like a business. I brought SHIELD into Hydra and should be elected as the largest shareholder and the CEO. Luke looked puzzled and asked, do you have a better candidate than me? S.H.I.E.L.D is above the Pentagon's intelligence agency. Does this gift not carry enough weight? Dr. Zola was speechless, and his logic was in another mess. Hydra has more than one leader, like Red Skull. Like the hidden Baron Strucker. Madam Viper is active in Japan. Whitehall in Southeast Asia. And so on. There are 9 people in all. Even Red Skull, who had the Third Reich at his disposal, wasn't the only Hydra leader at best, he was a spokesperson on the table. As a newcomer, Luke's demands were a bit too much and completely outside the realm of acceptable negotiation. If the other side can S.H.I.E.L.D, as Hydra's incubation site, becoming one of the central figures is no problem. As for the only leader, obviously impossible. If, as Major General said, would Hydra remain the same? Dr. Zola smiled bitterly. I'm afraid that SHIELD will just swallow it up. Luke thought seriously for a few seconds and continued with his forced logic, no organization can remain the same. Only by boldly embracing change can we be reborn. As for the question of who is the lead between Hydra and SHIELD, I don't think it's necessary to make such a clear distinction. Why don't we just call it Aegis Shield? I don't mind being the first director. 159, Chapter 155 Go and ask Major General Cavill. Get privilege access to 40 advanced chapters on Patreon with a release rate of guaranteed 2ch/d. Visit patreon.com/binge translations. Luke's personal proposal on developing the S.H.I.E.L.D and Hydra family to build a human destiny community has been shelved for the time being. Dr. Zola didn't make such an important decision, the leaders who hide in the dark must not agree. He was originally a faction belonging to Red Skull, and the remnants had already been divided up for S.H.I.E.L.D and Hydra, so basically, nothing remained. As Dr. Zola said before, I quit the organization, turned my back on the dark, and now I just want to be a good person. To some extent, it was also true. After all, the leader ran away to outer space, and the Third Reich almost died. There weren't many minions who were obedient to him. Life was already miserable to this point. What else is there to do in Hydra? Following S.H.I.E.L.D. honestly and hugging Superman's thigh was the better way. General Cavill, I don't have any opinion on the formation of Aegis. Aegis Shield. Dr. Zola, who understood Luke's thoughts, turned his head and nodded decisively, I also believe that you are definitely a better leader than Red Skull. If S.H.I.E.L.D. needs it, I can immediately provide the location of Baron Strucker, who's also one of the leaders of Hydra. Other leaders, such as Madame Viper, are far away in Japan. Whitehall's whereabouts are always hidden. It's difficult to find them for now, I may not be able to help you. Besides, Baron Strucker contacted me not long ago. This person has secret contacts with Atlantis and the Hellfire Club. Most likely, he's also one of the forces behind this war. Dr. Zola is worthy of being an old Hydra member who would sell out his teammates without hesitation. Anyway, they weren't in the same faction and had no friendship with each other. I will take time to go to Moscow in the future. If I meet Baron Strucker, I will talk to him properly and discuss the merger plan for Aegis Shield. Luke smiled kindly. He didn't think the other party would refuse his request. The Baron is a wise man. I believe he's willing to make his due contribution to building a better future for humankind. Dr. Zola quickly chimed in. It wasn't without reason that this pudgy scientist could stay beside Red Skull for so long and sit at the top. At least, his skill of observing and reading the situation was no worse than Luke's former #1 bootlicker, Alessandro Casa. Dr. Zola, today's conversation. Luke got up and picked up the glass of red wine on the table. Major General Cavill asked me to come here, only to discuss the Woden's blood transformation project. There's nothing other than that. Dr. Zola was smiling and looked like he was on his way. Well then, cheers. Luke nodded with satisfaction. SHIELD has taken the first step in the great plan to form the Aegis Shield Bureau by successfully acquiring a stake in Hydra. With Dr. Zola as a referral, he believes that the seed that originally belonged to Red Skull will soon grow out. Yes, cheers. Dr. Zola raised his glass and said so. He had subconsciously wanted to shout Hail Hydra. Considering that he was turning his back on the dark and whitewashed himself, he forcibly swallowed it back. Hail Hydra! We will be on the same side in the future. Luke seemed to have seen through Dr. Zola's heart and directly said this famous line. The latter paused and quickly shouted, Hail Hydra! In S.H.I.E.L.D.'s office, the two of them clinked their glasses together. The scarlet wine sloshes out a bit. Side quests, arrival of a new era, the rebirth of Hydra. Requirements, be the only leader. Reward, unlock Kryptonian spaceship. Glancing at the updated quest list, Luke smiled. A week later. There are many cities along the Atlantic coastline. For example, Boston, Philadelphia, Miami, and New York were attacked by the Atlantis fleet. This is a sign of war. The assembled blue-skinned aquatic people, either riding large sea creatures or piloting shuttle-shaped flying ships, began to head towards land. Major General Cavill, what's your plan? In the Oval Office of the White House, the president couldn't bear the public opinion outside and the pressure to go to war, so he had to ask Luke for help. Other than Major General Cavill, who had accomplished countless miracles, he didn't know who else to trust. During this time, the Navy Department attempted to contact Atlantis forces, and several minor conflicts broke out between the two sides. Each time, it ended in a loss. As it turns out, it was nearly impossible for a carrier fleet to defeat Atlantis in the Atlantic Ocean. Even if the bombers were deployed to suppress the explosive force, it wasn't very effective. Atlanteans were able to dive rapidly when they saw something was wrong. Their high-pressure water cannons were incredibly powerful, and the fortresses they had built had their defensive water barriers, which even torpedoes couldn't break. Unless the White House can make up its mind to drop another atomic bomb. Otherwise, the situation of the next war didn't look optimistic. Mr. President, we shouldn't be dismayed. Luke was the first to speak out and reassure. The president, who had been in office for less than a year, looked much more haggard after just a few days. The National Guard has been evacuating and removing residents from cities near the Atlantic coastline to reduce casualties. This has caused a lot of discontents. The pressure of public opinion from the outside world was like boiling water. The Americans, who had just experienced a war, had no idea that they were going into another battle, so they naturally complained. Members of Congress were in an uproar, and the pro-war faction and the pro-peace faction met every day to ask if the other side's families were okay, as a matter of courtesy and cynical remark. As for the Pentagon, some people have suggested dropping a few atomic bombs to clean up the site. This shows that the impending war created a lot of pressure on the bald eagle, who liked to use its military dominance to coerce other countries in the future. Major General Cavill, I can't stay calm. As Admiral Nimitz said, if he knew where those blue-skinned guys were hiding, he'd drop a bunch of atomic bombs on them right now. The president smiled bitterly, indicating that he couldn't calm down. He felt that he hadn't slept for days. When he closed his eyes, the Atlanteans had entered the White Horse and hanged him on a pole in the streets. That seems to be a French tradition. With all due respect, I'm afraid atomic bombs won't solve the problem. Luke punctured the president's last delusion and said in a deep voice, Atlantis Royal City, Poseidonia, is probably tens of thousands of meters below the trench, and the shock wave formed by the explosion wouldn't hurt them. Such great news! He took off his glasses and pinched his nose in silence. If even the atomic bomb wouldn't work, how likely was it that America would win? SHIELD hasn't been idle these days. We have hundreds of agents active in Boston and Philadelphia, gathering information on Atlantis. Seeing that the president was about to explode, Luke said promptly, the tactics of the Marine people should be to prepare to build forts along the coastline to form a solid defensive front and attack bases. The Atlantic people can't adapt to life on land. They could breathe underwater, but they can't stay in human cities for too long. Every once in a while, their troops will return to the coastal fortresses to replenish their weapons and hydrate. 160, Chapter 156 Enemy at the Gates, before the decisive battle. Binge. Snake Shield will now be Aegis Shield. Read 40 advanced chapters with release rate 2ch/d only on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/binge translations. Doesn't this mean that Atlanteans can't go inland? Recently, the president, who was so anxious that his hairline started to move up, eyes lit up. He wondered whether it would be safer to move the White House to Chicago or San Antonio. There is no shame in a strategic relocation to preserve one's strength. Before the war starts, you're ready to move the capital and run. This move seems a bit familiar. Luke, who specially observed the facial expression of the president, was speechless for a while. All politicians under the sun were the same. Atlanteans must have a solution to this problem. They could take the coastline as a starting point, constantly build strong fortresses as a transit station, and steadily advance the front line. Once again, Luke ruthlessly bursts the president's bubble. Rather than expecting to be out of Atlantis' reach and difficult to access inland, it was better to seriously think about how to organize forces and carry out a defense. I forgot for a moment. Indeed, they could adopt such tactics. The president, whose dream was shattered and experienced the ups and downs of life in a few moments, was a little annoyed. What's even more annoying was, he can't get mad at Luke. Because, as things stand, the only chance to save the country and win the war lies with this Major General. Superman is humankind's last hope. Those strong fortresses built along the coastline with defensive water barriers are certainly able to supply the Atlanteans, but they are also obvious targets. Luke calmly analyzed the situation and continued, it's entirely possible to send bombers to provide fire coverage while using carrier formations for small-scale disruptions. Before, S.H.I.E.L.D. seized several submarines from Hydra's hand. After thorough transformation, with the nuclear reactor designed by Howard Stark, they could be launched and put into service quickly. The winning percentage against Atlantis offense isn't as low as you might think. Hearing Luke say this, the president's heart settled down. The young Major General sitting across from him had a slight twinkle in his eye. Luke has a lot of cards in his hand. Apart from Superman's own fighting power, the Golden Trident taken from Namor could change the weather and create a tsunami. Dealing with Atlantis' army was simple enough. He only needed to create a huge tsunami and destroy all those fortresses on the Atlantic coastline. This belongs to the lose-lose type of tactic. Kill 1,000 enemies while losing 800 of your own. There is no need to use it until the moment of crisis. He didn't tell the White House and the Pentagon about this to keep the tension of this war fermenting and create a favorable situation for SHIELD. As for a series of problems, such as the president not sleeping well, anxiety, hair loss, and baldness are beyond Luke's consideration. I think we can let the Navy Department's carrier group draw the attention of the Atlanteans from the side, while SHIELD's task force and the invasion group attack from the surface. Luke said methodically. This calm, confidently poised and steady bearing seemed to inject a shot in the president's arm, and his anxiety slowly calmed down. In contrast, the many legislators on Capitol Hill, who are constantly arguing and disagreeing with each other, looked a bit ridiculous. The result for the Pentagon was even more disappointing. So many days have passed since Atlantis appeared. Neither the Navy Department nor the Army Department could develop a realistic plan excluding the dumb idea of abandoning the coastline and retreating to the inland cities. With this in mind, the president's eyes became even more eager as he looked at Luke. It was as if the drowning man had finally grabbed a lifeline. Major General Cavill is the pillar of the country. A true savior. He thought like this. Major General, feel free to ask for anything you need. The president was happy for a moment and got carried away. If he had been thinking straight, he would have remembered how the young general sitting in front of him had sent the budget committee into a frenzy and the Pentagon into a tailspin. Want benefits, offer conditions, apply for funds, in these things. Luke can be said to be highly proficient. It's my honor to make a modest contribution to this war. The young general, with a gentle smile, had no intention of taking credit for anything. Such an attitude brought tears to the president's eyes, he was so moved that he couldn't speak. But the president, whose hair was thinning, wasn't moved for long when Luke changed his tune and said, "Since you've said that, I'll have to accept this kindness and make a small request." A small one. A sense of foreboding arose in the president's mind. The next moment, Luke fished out a thick folder of probably hundreds of pages. This. The president's throat rolled twice, he silently prayed for Luke not to ask for money again. The budget committee has been emptied. He trembled and opened it, and the first thing that struck his eyes was the planning and specific regulations of the World Security Council. 3 days later. Harbor, Boston. The cargo ships that usually anchor here have all disappeared. In its place, a large triangular-shaped fortress has risen from the sea. Standing on the shore, you can see a group of tall and strong Atlantean guards. They wear fishbowl-like headgear on their heads for proper breathing. Everyone is wearing the exoskeleton-like power armor uniform, giving off a sense of strength when walking. Over the past few days, the Navy had made several attempts to chase them away, but all had failed. There was a gap in firepower between the two sides, coupled with the fact that Atlantis is very familiar with the sea and can take full advantage of it. The Navy Department's various tactics were hardly as effective as they could have been. Generally speaking, Atlantis and the country with the same name from the studio next door were similar in science and technology. After the end of World War II, it was well ahead of its time in the current world. Unless the Bald Eagle could get the Allies together to fight another war against Atlantis and defend the citizens of the land world. Otherwise, the best thing to do is abandon the coastal cities and shrink the defensive front inward. So, it isn't unreasonable to say that many surrenderists, negotiators, and peacemakers in the White House and the Pentagon. There is indeed a big gap between the land world and the marine civilization. Tell the Navy Department's Nimitz to bring in the carrier fleet, the Atlanteans are getting ready to land. Luke dropped to the ground, withdrew his eyes, and spoke to the liaison officer. Through his supervision and superhearing, he can easily learn what is being discussed in the fortress. The next step is the invasion group. Luke looked to the fully armed Rogers and said quietly, "You're going to lead the Army Department's mechanized forces, along with the National Guard as support, to stop the Atlanteans from landing." Most of the citizens of Boston were evacuated and relocated ahead of time. Only the US troops were left waiting to fight in this city, and the Atlanteans were about to land. "I'll make sure it's done." Captain America tightened the vibranium shield in his hand and nodded vigorously. This was his first time in a command role, and he was a little nervous inside. "Steve, all you have to do is buy time for Howard to succeed in the final step," Luke advised. He didn't doubt Captain America's strength. The battleship-class soldier, who had gone through 24 times of Woden's blood transformations, was able to fight against the Atlantis army without any problems. Excluding the mutants of the Hellfire Club and Namor himself, these blue-skinned undersea people could hardly go against him. Weekly mass release. Every 250 votes today equals 1 extra chapter tomorrow. Vote. 161, Chapter 157 Mirror Dimension, Body Double. The black sedan pulled slowly into the center of Greenwich Village and stopped in front of a 3-story building. "Here we are." The young driver, dressed in a straight military uniform, respectfully pulled open the car door. Luke, who was leaning in the back seat, nodded and stepped out of the car. His eyes fell on the door sign, then, he tilted his head to look at the round window at the top. "This is it." Luke smiled at the corners of his mouth as he made sure he didn't find the wrong place. The house in front of him is the New York Sanctum. This is one of the 3 time and space points that have been created around the world. Many masters on the North American continent are unaware of the existence of the Sanctum. "Will you stop avoiding me this time?" Luke's eyes flashed as he thought to himself. A month after his arrival in this world, he tried to find the New York Sanctum. At that time, the plug-in wasn't activated yet, and when he learned that he was in a Marvel set, he was filled with a sense of insecurity. As a traveler, in a sense, a space-time stowaway, Luke took the risk of approaching a secret sanctum in New York's Greenwich Village. Thinking that he might be gifted, Sorcerer Supreme might take him in and accept him as a disciple. From then on, the life path of becoming a legendary master begins. Unfortunately, Luke went to Bleecker Street in Greenwich Village for more than a month without finding the house with the number 177A. Obviously, the Sorcerer Supreme didn't take a fancy to him. This cruel fact also depressed Luke for quite a while. New York Sanctum is a magical building, and its location wouldn't change. But whether he could find it or not depended on fate. For example, the future of Doctor Strange. After just a quick trip to Kathmandu, he was brought to the peak of his life by Mordo, a disciple of the Sorcerer Supreme, who brought him to Karmitage. Luke insisted on going to Bleecker Street every day to sign in like clockwork, but he got nothing. His abnormal behavior even made Rogers and Bucky suspicious. His best friends thought he had ended his life as a single dog behind their backs and fell into the warm and charming embrace of a young girl. The Ancient One has been waiting inside. The moment Luke got out of the car, the closed doors of the New York sanctum suddenly opened. Space appeared like a folded and interlaced mirror, presenting a mysterious and complex scene of wonder. A dark-skinned, vintage-robed master came out with a placid smile. "Major General, sir, please come in." He was quite friendly and invited with a slight bow. Luke gently nodded his head without the slightest hesitation and stepped directly into the door. After the last long talk with the Sorcerer Supreme, the two reached a preliminary consensus on cooperation. The only thing lacking was probably Kong the Conqueror, who hadn't emerged yet. "Major General, sir, I hope you don't mind." The Ancient One said she didn't want outsiders to enter the sanctum. Luke stood at the door and looked along the Black Master's line of sight. The young driver who wanted to keep up with him seemed to be caught in a cycle of time. He kept repeating the actions of closing the door and stepping on the steps. It was as if someone had intercepted a period and plunged him into it. "I understand." Luke glanced away. The Sorcerer Supreme was a true master at playing with time. The scene presented to the young driver was much more complicated than a temporal suspension. The facts that have occurred are intercepted and extracted from the stream of time. As long as you are caught within it, you can't get out. As long as you were below the level of the Alphather, you might not even notice it. Luke wasn't surprised. The first Sorcerer Supreme, Agamotto, held the Time Stone for a long time and sealed it in a special vessel, applying countless spells for protection and acting as a magic weapon. Since then, the Ancient One, who had taken over the position, had the Eye of Agamotto and often played around with it. Manipulating time branches and conducting temporal suspension were trivial to her. Even if Sorcerer Supreme has the mirror dimension, dealing with my speed and anti-magic substitute, it wouldn't be easy. Luke entered the main door while playfully and silently and surveyed the interior layout of the sanctum. On the first floor were a living room and library. Several masters dressed in vintage robes, holding several heavy books, hurried past. They either look down and contemplate or frown. Thud. A loud noise. A few grey-headed and strong figures walked out. Each was clad in armor and carried heavy weapons such as axes and shackles. "Is this also a master?" Luke asked, tilting his head sideways. Recently, the Hell Dimension hasn't been very peaceful. They are all members of the Order of the Holy Knights, specializing in the destruction of inferior demons that have infiltrated the main universe. The Black Master explained. Karmitage has a long-standing relationship with both secular hermitages and religious institutions. Luke showed a look of understanding. To put it more bluntly, they treat the knights and the church as tools. He followed the Black Masters up to the second floor, the living area with many guest rooms. It is worth mentioning that the walls are covered with gateway windows to the rest of the world. They show different scenes such as dense forests, mountains, and the sea, and there was also a brightly lit rotating mechanism next to them. Continuing on. The third floor is the most important area of the sanctum. It is used for placing and arranging magical items and meditation. Luke followed the Black Master and entered. It was reasonable to say that he, an outsider, wasn't qualified to step in. It's just that the Ancient One always didn't care about the small things, a stark contrast to the old-fashioned, strict Agamotto. Along the way, Luke saw many magic weapons that he thought were familiar. The most conspicuous thing is the cloak of levitation displayed in the glass cabinet. Doctor Strange's signature gear. They are all here waiting for their preordained master. The Ancient One, dressed in a new look, wearing white robes, was standing in a circular window. "Then it looks like I'm not the one they're waiting for," Luke said with some regret. He also wanted to go along with some magic items. S.H.I.E.L.D's invasion team only had Superman and Captain America right now. Perhaps Howard can be made into a master of the mystic arts and upgrade his path to imitate the unborn Doctor Doom, who was directly involved in the practice of science and magic. Master of the mystic arts. Output meat shield. Helpful for attracting hateful attention. Major General, shouldn't you be in the front line when the war between Atlantis and the land world is about to start? The Ancient One smiled faintly. As you can see, the New York sanctum is of little help. The Hell Dimension is invading, and we must focus on maintaining the temporal nodes. Luke shook his head. It never occurred to him that he should ask the Sorcerer Supreme to step in, to stop the crisis. Shout out to Nix_00, GON123 for being the top 3 top fans. NK40S_Sovereign for supporting with PS from day one. 162, Chapter 158 A Unique Magical Genius. Extra Chapter. The position of Kamar-Taj and the Sorcerer Supreme had been clear from the beginning. Unless Atlantis intended to blow up the Earth, expecting the Ancient One to take the initiative to help was a pipe dream. They have never considered the human world. If not for that, the Chitauri fleet wouldn't have invaded New York at all. The moment the portal opens, the Sorcerer Supreme could have sent the first wave of troops away easily. As for Loki's schemes and tricks, in front of the Ancient One, who has seen the official spoilers, it simply looked like a flawed and clumsy magic show. Ancient One, I visited the Sanctum today, just to show you how a large, well-prepared organization can cope with a serious crisis. Luke walked to the round window and said confidently. In the Sanctum, there were a series of protective measures to ensure internal security. For example, magic spells and magic traps were especially used to guard against possible intruders. In addition, the building has an ultimate barrier, the circular window with 4 streamlines in front of Luke. It's called Window of the Worlds, and it is a powerful seal imposed by the Vishanti. It's very strong and can protect the Sanctum from the ravages of supernatural forces and dark creatures. Therefore, the Sorcerer Supreme often stood here and observed the changes of the world. Major General, you still want to convince me to prove that as long as you are prepared in advance, you can nip all the crises in the bud. The Ancient One shook her head and smiled, clearly not thinking that Luke could do it. In addition to having a strong body, a master must also have a firm will. Otherwise, the cost of casting spells and the attraction of the dark dimension would drag them into the infinite abyss sooner or later. As the strongest among masters, how can the Ancient One be easily persuaded to change her mind? I have held the Eye of Agamotto for so many years, and I have witnessed the changes of the world, traveled in the long river of time and space, and experienced countless terrible wars. She said flatly, but in her tone, she showed great confidence. Tens of thousands of years ago, Asgard and the Dark Elves competed for the throne of the 9 realms. Thousands of years ago, Odin and his daughter Hela blew the horn of war and jointly led the Valkyrie Legion to open up territory and conquer the world. Looking back, the decisive battle between Asgardians and the Frost Giants started in Tunsberg, Norway. The Ancient One, standing in front of the Window of the Worlds, looked at Luke, who kept his smile unchanged, and whispered, "This is why I was indifferent to the World War in Atlantis. A long time will wear away one's inner feelings. For me, life is like an endless, limitless cage that locks me in." The Ancient One sighed, and her words revealed a sense of worldly weariness. Like an old social worker who works overtime all the time and desperately wants to retire. It was no wonder that later, she quickly transferred the seat of the Sorcerer Supreme to Doctor Strange. Then he left Earth by astral projection and ran to one of the 5 gods, the Eternal Big Guy. The rich experience that exists deep in my memory has taught me that it is impossible to nip all dangers in the bud before they occur. When you eliminate a variable, it's likely to cause an even worse backlash. The Ancient One concluded. She disagreed with Luke's theory. And she thought of the other's real thoughts. If he can unite with Kamar-Taj, he can deepen his connection with the world. Even further, let Temple of the Three cooperate with S.H.I.E.L.D, led by Luke. Then the young general's position will be strengthened again. To put it bluntly, Luke wanted to seize power and tie the masters of the art camp firmly to his boat. The Ancient One, who is accustomed to the big storm, didn't reject this practice. But she won't accept it without good reason. There is no absolute truth. Luke wasn't annoyed at the denial from the Sorcerer Supreme but smiled. "I would like to invite Ancient One to see a wonderful performance to test my theory." "This war about Atlantis?" The Ancient One frowned and asked. "Don't you intend to participate? Without Superman, the land world will have little chance of winning against the gradual landing of Atlantis. At least I won't be needed until the show is over." Luke replied meaningfully. He had prepared everything. "Major General, you seem confident." "I have to admit that it aroused my interest in the direction of this war." The Ancient One's eyes raised a bit of doubt. Since Luke created many branches of time, the world has become strange and novel to her. But even if it were difficult to look into the future changes, when you think about it, if Superman didn't come out, Atlantis would have won without a doubt. "So, want to make a bet?" Luke's mouth turned up like a dealer in a casino, and he spoke with an enchanting tone. "I promise I won't make a move until Namor is pissed off and ready to die together." "What's the bet?" The Ancient One asked with great interest. "The opportunity to learn." Luke said with a sincere face, "In fact, I have always had a dream of becoming a master of the arts in my heart." The Ancient One smiled in dismay as she took 2 steps back and looked at her opponent several times. "Only from the physical point of view, you have the basic qualities of a master." Upon hearing this sentence, Luke felt a strong desire to spit. Why is the basic quality of a master judged by whether his physique was strong enough? Is it really full of berserkers? As for the affinity of natural elements and the talent of magic. The Ancient One paused, showing a strange expression. "I didn't take the initiative to see you when you were wandering around at the entrance of the New York Sanctum because you were a blank sheet of paper at that time. Your absorption of natural energy and magic elements was almost zero. To put it bluntly, you were totally unfit to be a master. However, I have seen many geniuses, including talented people like Merlin. And now you could undoubtedly become one of them. Frankly speaking, if I didn't have a better candidate, I might choose you as the successor of the next Sorcerer Supreme. Luke was a little surprised. Super Demon's template that strong? Directly from rookie to magic genius? But to replace the Sorcerer Supreme, forget it. He knew that every once in a while, the Vishanti Trinity would hold a Sorcerer Supreme battle. In layman's terms, a battle royale. All participants are locked in a small space, competing with each other with intelligence and personal strength, with no restrictions on the use of items and contracts. The person who could persist until the end and wasn't eliminated could win the honorary title of Sorcerer Supreme. This was a multi-dimensional and lively event. Later, the Ancient One continued to be the winner of the Sorcerer Supreme contest for 22 consecutive years, causing the devils and demons of the Hell Dimension not even to bother to take the time to place their bets. As time went by, this multi-dimensional World Cup cooled down. Luke knew very well that there was a price to pay for the casting spells in the Marvel world, and Sorcerer Supreme is bound to pay it as usual. What good can come from borrowing from loan sharks? He doesn't want to be chased by a gang of dimensional demons on his doorstep every day. Why is Doctor Strange called the Kidney Deficiency Master in Asia? Because he always loses his strength. When he's strong, he could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Ancient One. When he was weak, he couldn't even beat the devil. Moreover, the long-term use of magic caused Strange to suffer from severe gastric ulcers, kidney calculi, and other diseases. Even though he is an excellent doctor, there is still nothing he can do about the stubborn disease caused by magic. Haha, how can I take on this great responsibility? Luke politely indicated that he didn't want the job and let the dedicated Doctor Strange take up his post. Well, if you really have no interest in being the Sorcerer Supreme. The Ancient One had some regrets. If the young Major General had less desire for power and less pursuit of strength, he would definitely become a qualified Sorcerer Supreme. Alas, it seems that her retirement should be postponed. If you want to enter Kamar-Taj to learn, no problem. The magic door is always open, and no one would be turned away. The Ancient One nodded her head and said so. Now, Major General, what kind of a show are you going to let me enjoy? Get access to 40 privileged chapters only on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/binge-translations. 163, Chapter 159. A super soldier passing by. Ancient One, let's focus on Boston first. Luke made an enigmatic and mysterious face, like a magician who sets the show's mood before going on stage. Instead of directly performing a magic trick, the audience's curiosity was aroused through words. Only when their attention was fully attracted would he use a quick hand technique to accomplish his purpose, thus achieving visual deception. Major General Cavill, you're really an interesting person. The Ancient One mouth hooked up into a smile. Even a cunning and ever-changing devil like Mephisto could have a hard time deceiving her eyes. In that case, I'll wait and see. Without any special movements from the Sorcerer Supreme, the round window with 4 streamlines glowed brightly within a few moments. The Window of the Worlds, seal of the Vishanti, is extracting the enormous energy of the dimensional space with impunity, spinning like a whirlpool. After a few seconds, a realistic and clear picture is projected from it. Boom! In the scene, a Sherman medium tank was hit by Atlantis high-pressure water cannon and was instantly destroyed. The blazing fire and deafening explosion made people feel like they had returned to World War II. The landing party from Atlantis has broken through the port and is approaching the streets of the city. Is this the show you wanted to see, Major General? The Ancient One frowned slightly and stared at the image of the battlefield projected from the Window of the Worlds. The mechanized troops sent by the U.S. Army collide with Atlantis Orca Corps in the city streets. Like two raging torrents, they collided with each other. Tanks, armored vehicles, bombers against marine knights, high-pressure water cannon, moving fortress. The human army of the land world, and the Atlanteans of the underwater civilization. Gunfire roared and shook the earth. On the human side, things don't look good. After watching quietly for a while, the Ancient One made her judgment. The Orca Corps of Atlantis were a primitive tribe riding on sea creatures and carrying cold weapons. Behind them, small movable fortresses are lined up, with powerful high-pressure water cannons firing intensely, like a rain of lasers, intertwining into a great net of death. In the face of such a fierce attack, the tanks rumbling along the streets were constantly losing troops, and the defensive line was gradually moving back. Air bombers whizzed past and dropped bombs, but they only played a role of interference to a certain extent and couldn't stop each other from advancing. Those small movable fortresses, which move slowly, were equipped with a thin water film-like barrier that could resist the shock waves from the explosion. The Orca Corps, like medieval knights, rose to charge, fully demonstrating how to use cold weapons to crush hot weapons. Large marine creatures trample on the hard ground, directly knocking down troops that were scattered in combat. The Atlantean sitting on top, holding a long, sharp lance, stabbed straight through the chest of a soldier, ignoring his body's bulletproof vest made of aluminum alloy and high-density nylon. When hitting the other side's metal armor, the bullets from the Thompson submachine gun only spattered a few stars but couldn't even break the defense. Less than 10 minutes after landing, Atlantis showed overwhelming absolute superiority. Unless the US military could drive out the initial fleet that had landed, they could only leave this leak unplugged and drown them later. Otherwise, it's basically impossible to resist these blue-skinned undersea people. I don't think so. Master Ancient One might as well be more patient. Luke's smile remained unchanged, and his eyes were fixed on the tiny figure stepping into the battlefield. Captain America has just entered the game. Captain, where's Superman? When Rogers appeared, a senior officer sitting in an armored vehicle and giving orders with a field communicator asked loudly. To them, Superman is an invincible legendary hero. It was said that even the King of Atlantis suffered a disastrous defeat. The battle in the Atlantic waters and the photos of him pushing carriers had long been circulated. As long as Superman arrived, these blue-skinned underwater people would definitely be beaten and flee. Not only Boston, New York, and Philadelphia are also facing an uphill battle. Rogers held his metal shield and whispered, Luke won't show up. He has more important things to do. That's why I will take over the battlefield. Captain America paid no attention to the skeptical looks from the officer. He promised Luke that he would hold off Atlantis landing party and buy enough time for Howard. We don't have much time to chat now. Colonel, gather all the troops. I'll open a path for you. Rogers glanced at his opponent's shoulder patch and spoke commandingly. Follow me. We can win. Captain America's determined eyes and stoic attitude seemed to have infected the colonel as well. He gave a military salute, then rushed into the armored car, gripped his communicator, and shouted, Concentrate your forces around the second block at the harbor. We're going to launch a counterattack. Led by Captain America. Rogers nodded in satisfaction, sank his legs slightly, and leaped up with force, like a long-stored cannonball, smashing into the middle of the battlefield. After following Luke for so long, the only thing he learned was to act as a banner in times of war. As long as he didn't fall, retreat, or surrender, the soldiers would come forward one after another. That's Captain America. I bought his comics. I know. He's Superman's war buddy. Fuck these underwater people. Seeing Rogers enter the center of the battlefield in such a high-profile manner, the morale of the American side was boosted. Land dwellers. Let me send you off to see the god of the sea. An orca warrior riding on a sea creature launched a furious charge and pierced the air with the spear he held in his right hand. There was contempt in his eyes, and he was confident that he could smash the others' heads in. Dong! The lance, which is strong enough to pierce steel, hit the round shield that Rogers had raised. This Orca Corps soldier was confused. He was obviously aiming toward the other party's head. Before he could react, the quick charge was interrupted. Even if the sea creature was large, it couldn't break through as if it encountered a brick wall. Unable to stop under the strong momentum, the four-legged sea creature stumbled and toppled over on its side. Boom! It slammed to the ground. Cracks bloomed. Dust went flying. I'm sorry, but let me send you to the god of the sea. Rogers learned his lesson from that day in Paris and put away some of his unnecessary kindness on the battlefield. With one hand, he carried the Orca soldier, who was over 2 meters high, and threw him as if he was a discus. Snap! The metal armor blocking the bullets was dented, and a large amount of blue liquid was dripping out of it. I will protect this city. Rogers strode forward, his eyes glowing with light. Boom, boom, boom. The whole street seemed to be filled with gunpowder barrels. There were explosions. The steadily advancing small movable fortress was shot straight through its barrier. Like those abandoned tanks, they became a mass of steel wreckage. Seemingly sensing the pressure from Captain America, heavy rain of high-pressure water cannons came down on him. However, relying on the vibranium shield, no matter how fierce the firepower, they weren't deadly threats to Rogers. He knocked down an Orca Corps soldier and grabbed a sharp pike that fell to the ground. Boom! The air was filled with a dull burst. Like lightning, the pike skewered the few warriors who came charging in like crayfish. Land-dwelled, who are you? The stronger, darker-skinned leader asked in horror. They never knew that there were such strong people among the land-dwellers who were weak and technologically backward. I'm just a super soldier passing by. Rogers threw his shield and knocked him down. In both eyes, a ball of lightning once again glowed. Get access to 40 privileged chapters only on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/bingetranslations. Weekly mass release 2. Every 400 votes today equals 1 extra chapter tomorrow. Current count, 1068. 164, chapter 160. Oh, my stupid brother, don't trust women. Frankly speaking, Steve Rogers shouldn't be that strong. The Ancient One looked at the image projected by the window of the worlds and couldn't help showing a curious look. More specifically, he shouldn't even be in Boston and shouldn't be active at this point. You have changed Captain America's future, Major General. In countless timelines, Captain America, Steve Rogers, would be frozen and sleep for 70 years. This was a thing that was destined to happen and couldn't be changed. Luke pretended to be ignorant and asked, how should Rogers live his original life? Just having a good long sleep. But he didn't say the second part of the sentence out loud. Compared with the rest of the influence you bring, Major General, a single Captain America is nothing much. The Ancient One didn't bother to poke at the other's poor acting, speaking casually, and continued to look at the battlefield in Boston. The end was no longer uncertain. Like a human battleship, the transformed Captain American rammed through with the vibranium shield and carved out a passage. The high-pressure water cannon and the Orca Corps couldn't stop him. Captain America, who has been quietly following Superman's lead and whose light has been overshadowed, finally got a chance to do his part. The US military, which fell into a disadvantage, closed its ranks and launched a counterattack. Tanks, armored vehicles, and bombers went into battle, taking turns to start pumping out their firepower. In the meantime, they defeated Atlantis Orca Corps. If nothing happened, the landing would probably end in the defeat of the marine civilization. Atlantis' strength is more than that. Namor and the Hellfire Club haven't made a move yet. The Ancient One looked away and seemed to remind him, there aren't many troops attacking Boston, only one Orca regiment. New York is their main battlefield. A great show is always divided into several acts, and the first one has just ended. Luke shrugged his shoulders, indicating that the Sorcerer Supreme didn't have to worry. Let's focus on Philadelphia and see how the situation is over there. The Ancient One nodded, anticipating the kind of answer her opponent would deliver. She had to say, this Major General always gave people unexpected extra surprises. The window of the worlds radiated light as the projected image gradually changed. Before long, the situation on another battlefield came into view. Boom. It's like a stunt at the beginning of a movie. Luke's eyes followed a bomb dropped by a bomber. The lump of iron fell violently from a high altitude, trailing a long, shrill sound. A bang burst out in a blinding fire. The air billowed, and shrapnel flew. The one attacking Philadelphia was the Seahorse Corps from Atlantis. They weren't as tall and strong as the Orca tribe, and they were all about the same size as normal humans. What's stranger was that these people had no feet, couldn't walk upright on land, and could only stay inside shuttle boats. The Seahorse tribe is one of the more devolved lineages in Atlantis. Due to years of living under the sea, they have reverted to the ancestral phenomenon, with their legs degenerating into dorsal and caudal fins, in exchange for a more flexible body and the gift of communicating with sea animals. As the strongest among masters, the Ancient One wasn't only powerful but also knowledgeable. Her knowledge of Atlantis' past is no less than Luke's. In terms of details, it may even win. If I'm not mistaken, you should be planning to put mutants into this battlefield. The Ancient One said softly after she pondered for a moment. However, they may not be able to deal with the Seahorse soldiers hiding in the flying boat. Unlike the Orca Corps, they don't rely on primitive cold weapons to fight. In the face of heavy firepower and fleet volley, what could the mutants do? Luke glanced at the Sorcerer Supreme, who had planted the red flag in advance, and smiled without saying anything. Jimmy. Let's play a killing game, shall we? Let's see who gets the most kills. Sabretooth, who got off the helicopter, said with great interest, I heard that Atlanteans bleed blue. I can't wait to see for myself. He retained the brutal nature of a fierce beast in his bones and was eager to fight and slaughter. Although, when Luke subdued him and reached an agreement, his temperament became much more docile. But as long as he set foot on the battlefield and participated in the battle, the ruthless and tyrannical emotions would still surge up and engulf his mind. Not interested. Wolverine indifferently rejected his older brother. With a thick cigar in his mouth, his eyes glanced back from time to time, glancing in the direction of Kayla, the silver fox. Sabretooth discovered this and was rather annoyed, muttering, women are just playthings to vent desires. Jimmy, don't get emotionally involved, it will make you weak. Only us brothers could trust each other. Only I would accompany you to the end of your life. Sabretooth, the grumpy older brother, actually had a brother complex in his heart and always wanted to be with his brother. However, Wolverine ignored these words. All he could think about was getting rid of the idea of being single. Silver Fox, who was in the same team, was very good. The person is gentle and always calms him, unlike any woman he had ever met before. That's right. Wolverine, with heavy eyebrows and a rough appearance, was actually a ladies' man. It can be said that he had slept with more girls than he could count. Fortunately, the hit rate was relatively low. Otherwise, the great dream of sowing seeds all over the world would be realized. Ladies and gentlemen, we've worked together so many times, so let's skip the superfluous nonsense. Stryker, who was wearing sunglasses, had been waiting in Philadelphia for a long time. He had been spending his time at the dam base at Lake Alkali. After Atlantis chose to go to war, he was transferred to the front lines by SHIELD. This time, the task isn't easy, you have to deal with not the dictatorial warlords in Africa nor the agents and spies of Hydra. They are a bunch of blue-skinned freaks living on the bottom of the sea. Stryker warned. He hoped the mutant team could realize the seriousness and not let their guard down. Sabretooth chuckled twice and said unabashedly, honestly, I'm looking forward to a seafood feast. After saying that, he even stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. Victor, be careful, those Atlanteans might have bacteria. The big blob said. Personally, I recommend deep frying at high temperatures and don't eat sashimi. It's safer. John, the dark-skinned ghost, laughed. The mutant team, after several missions, greatly deepened the tacit understanding between them. There was no strange feeling as before. Of course, Luke tamed the beast, Sabretooth. In the past, Victor never cared about team spirit or following orders. Everyone, let's put the small talk behind us. Stryker tried to imitate Luke's tone in an attempt to gain more respect. He said faintly, this is a war between humankind and Atlantis. You are on S.H.I.E.L.D's side, so don't be soft when you see the enemy. The Seahorse Corps is a huge fleet of ships on land, the shuttles they ride on are like tanks that could shoot high-pressure water cannons. And they are highly mobile. In the same conditions, the tank divisions of the War Department were no match at all. That's tough, my claws can't tear open a tank. Sabretooth interjected. Major General Cavill didn't intend to let you confront the Seahorse Corps. It was the Pentagon's orders. Stryker mercilessly stared at the others and spoke in an unpleasant tone. These guys also have weaknesses. They can communicate with sea creatures, an innate ability, just like mutants. Based on the flexibility and cooperation of the fleet after the battle, we are sure that the Seahorse Corps has applied this ability on the battlefield. They can carry out numerous spiritual connections. That is to say, this Corps has an overview of the overall situation, giving directions to the main brain. Kayla, your task is to control the leader of the Corps who is hiding in the fortress, while the rest of you are responsible for helping Kayla to finish the job. Stryker scanned everyone and emphasized, this is an order from Major General Cavill. Binge. Get access to 40 privileged chapters only on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/binge-translations. 165, Chapter 162 The Continental Shelf Oscillator, Namor miserably robbed of his home, 400 meters below the Atlantic Ocean, the ubiquitous darkness and gloom surround the nuclear submarine named Nautilus. Should be here. Howard stayed in the command module, where he was uncomfortable in the confined space. He felt it was a little difficult to breathe, and he couldn't catch his breath. Had it not been for Luke's request and his strong impulse to operate the Nautilus himself, Howard would certainly not have participated in such a dangerous operation. He turned his head and covered his chest, and said, "Hey, kid, the next step is all up to you." A thin black boy nodded vigorously and assured, "I have been able to fully adapt to the high intensity of the water pressure while still having the ability to breathe like a fish." He is a mutant, nicknamed Darwin, with the rare gift of automatically mutating his powers to suit the external environment. As early as a few months ago, S.H.I.E.L.D. recruited the other party. Originally, he was designated as a special talent and was temporarily housed and nurtured. They didn't expect him to come in handy so soon. Luke said that Atlantis is a huge island, hidden deep in the trench, and can be found only by following those glowing deep-sea creatures. Howard put on Darwin's diving suit and told him, "Find the exact position, float back to the submarine, and then your task will be completed." Understood. Without fear, the boy grinned, "I don't want to be ruled by a bunch of blue-skinned underwater people. Thanks to Hydra and Red Skull." After dropping Darwin out, Howard temporarily left the command module and went to the bow section. This was the torpedo room, which contained 4 Valkyrie missiles. Luke successfully stopped Red Skull's plan to destroy the world and brought back the plane to New York. The dozens of Valkyrie missiles on board were, naturally, confiscated by the Strategic Science Reserve. Later, it was reorganized into SHIELD. These powerful killers weren't handed over to the military. Surprise delivery for Atlantis. Luke is such a crazy guy. Howard covered his chest and took a deep breath. "Major General, you know how to use all the resources at your disposal." Looking at the Atlantic Ocean and seeing the Nautilus and Howard, the Ancient One guessed what would happen next. As the most important weapon in Red Skull's plan to destroy the world, the Valkyrie missiles were so powerful that they could erase half a city in an instant. Its core came from the infinite energy extracted from the Tesseract, enough to break Atlantis barriers. The Ancient One felt that everything was in Luke's plan. When both sides had the means to destroy a base camp directly, the war would change from military tactics to pulling back and forth at the negotiating table. Even if Namor was crazy, he had to consider the lives of the many Atlanteans. The title of king is meaningless without the people who accepted his rule. "Major General, if you do this and drop 4 Valkyrie missiles, Namor will be angry. As a result, Atlantis and the land world will have an insoluble blood feud from now on." More seriously, the violent explosion will release light and heat radiation, heating the surrounding seawater and destroying the ecosystem of the seafloor, which will result in countless casualties. The resulting shock wave will directly trigger an underwater earthquake and set off a huge tsunami, endangering coastal cities. The Ancient One's eyes looked gloomy, and her arms crossed together. The eye of Agamotto hanging on her chest opened quietly, emitting a bright green light. The elusive flow of time resembles a woven emerald ring. Luke's furrowed brow, then relaxed. The Sorcerer Supreme wasn't hostile, she just wanted to see for herself the serious consequences that could result from dropping the Valkyrie missiles. Like being dragged into the long river of time, countless future branches extend before her. The chaotic picture was like a fleeting glimpse of light. I just want Namor to sit at the negotiating table calmly, that's all. Master Ancient One, you don't have to go to so much trouble. Luke looked at the Sorcerer Supreme, who brought out the Time Stone, and smiled. Sometimes the power of words is rather thin, so to gain the respect of others, you must first show your powerful strength. The Ancient One frowned slightly and whispered, actions are more convincing than words, and fists are more calming than reason. But intuition tells me that you might do that, Major General, if Namor succeeds in angering you. Luke looked serious and said, how is that possible? I'm not a crazy bastard who resents humanity. The Sorcerer Supreme doubted this. Namor lost his mind and wanted to conquer the land. The young Major General standing in front of her definitely wouldn't mind dropping a few Valkyrie missiles down, allowing Atlantis to experience the horrors and trauma of the Japanese. Never measure one's own heroic standards for others. There would be a high probability that one would be disappointed. Get advance access to 40 privileged chapters on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/binge-translations. 166, Chapter 163. The Continental Shelf Oscillator, Namor miserably robbed of his home, 2. Long Island Sound, New York. The fortified forts of Atlantis were spread out side by side, with the royal guards of the royal city of Poseidonia in formation and protected by legions of hammerhead sharks on either side. The Atlantic fleet, which had retreated to the mainland, was confronted. The two sides were separated by the strait, looking at each other from a distance. The atmosphere was quite tense. On a huge stronghold like a fortress, within the chamber. The landings in Boston and Philadelphia were blocked one after another. Hearing the news from the other two battlefields, Namor couldn't hold back his irritable temper and jerked up from his seat. Did Superman do it? He asked. The Orca Corps and the Seahorse Corps, two powerful tribes that served at the behest of Atlantis, could easily crush the land world. Unless Luke Cavill came in person, it was impossible to stop the fierce attack. No. We don't know Superman's whereabouts yet. Afterward, the liaison officer was frightened. After slaughtering the council of elders formed by the robed nobles, Namor was approaching the status of a tyrant. The Orca Corps in Boston was beaten by a land dweller named Steve Rogers and returned to the sea. The Seahorse Corps that attacked Philadelphia lost control and killed each other, causing heavy losses. After listening to the report, Namor was even angrier. Looking at Sebastian next to him, he asked aloud, Mr. Shaw, what do you think? In addition to the leaders of several tribes, there were some members of the Hellfire Club in the chamber. Compared with the same race, Namor trusted mutants more. This was the psychological suggestion implanted by the White Queen. After this period, all kinds of negative emotions had been magnified and nourished, they had taken root in his heart. The failure of the landing battles in Boston and Philadelphia means that the first step into the land world has suffered a major setback. Sebastian cleared his throat and whispered, worse yet, Superman hasn't made a move. So if we continue to attack New York, we're likely to be blocked by the other side. The loss of the Golden Trident, which can manipulate the weather and create a tsunami, has made it impossible to effectively transform New York into a major battlefield suitable for Atlantis, and for the time being there's no way to solve the Superman problem. All these shifted the development of the conquest into a terrible direction. When Namor heard this, he looked solemn and missed his beloved Golden Trident even more. If the weapon was in hand, would he still be so passive? Is there no other way? The incompetent and furious Namor has preoccupied with his anger again, taking over his sensible thinking. He originally wanted to say that, as a man, he should face Superman in a serious fight. But considering the last fiasco, this sentence was suppressed. I have a bold idea. Sebastian's eyes flickered, pretending to hesitate. I heard your majesty mention that Atlantis kept an ultimate weapon left by an ancient god. At this point, we can activate it and effectively destroy the surface world. The ultimate weapon? You mean the Continental Shelf Oscillator? Hiss. Namor sucked in a mouthful of seawater and was horrified by the terror that rose inside him. The Continental Shelf Oscillator. It was the ultimate weapon that the kings of Atlantis regarded as taboo and could never be used easily. Once opened, the whole North American continent would sink and then cause a global tsunami, active volcano eruption, and other natural disasters. At that time, like the end of days, the world will be destroyed, everything will be reduced to nothing. In those days, the Lemurian civilization composed of deviants was destroyed by the gods who used the continental shelf oscillator to move the continental plates and sink them directly. Atlantis was the survivor of that great cataclysm, and since then, successive kings have imposed a strict ban on contact with land. This isn't necessary, is it? His throat rolled a few times. Namor, who calmed his mind, waved his hand quickly and decisively rejected the proposal. He's a Chinabu, but still a little further from being a deranged lunatic. If the mass destruction device is activated, Atlantis itself will also be affected. That's a terrible idea, Mr. Shaw. Namor shook his head and thought that Sebastian Shaw's idea was a little crazy. I'm just making suggestions. But, after all, only by destroying what is already there could we start the reconstruction work. Sebastian's smile remained the same. However, when he learned that Atlantis had such a terrible weapon that could end the world, his heart couldn't help but stir. The continental shelf oscillator is more of a deterrent than the atomic bomb. The nations of the world must bend to their will as long as they own it. Your Majesty, the latest news. The liaison officer, who had exited the chamber, soon returned. The city of Poseidonia was attacked. The land world issued a notice warning Atlantis forces to retreat immediately or face a strong reprimand and a heavier strike. Get access to 40 privileged chapters only on Patreon. And 2 daily chapters. Visit patreon.com/binge-translations. 167, Chapter 164 Sorcerer Supreme with a fetish for voyeurism, the split between the king and the queen. Just a few torpedoes made Namor angry? I haven't detonated the Valkyrie missiles and made him a fallen king yet. Luke withdrew his eyes and lamented, young people nowadays are impatient. The corners of the Ancient One's lips tugged for a moment, resisting the desire to groan inwardly, which would damage the mysterious image of the Sorcerer Supreme. After all, Namor, the Sea King, was older than this unusually young Major General. Do you think Atlantis would be willing to compromise and sit at the negotiating table? The Ancient One, who watched the window of the worlds, reminded, for a long time, they always regarded themselves as a high-level civilization, and regarded the land world as a backward, savage and barren land. It isn't easy to force a person to leave his pride behind, sit at a table with people that are barbarians in their eyes, and admit failure. Luke was deeply impressed and nodded approvingly. Many countries that have been closed off for a long time have similar problems. Just like blind and stupid people who are immersed in their world. There's a saying, you can never wake up people who are pretending to sleep. Since Atlantis is unwilling to accept the cruel fact that they aren't noble and the land world isn't as backward as they imagined, I can help them. Luke had a cold look in his eyes. The Valkyrie missiles were the last resort to make sure Namor quieted down. Before doing so, he was prepared to give a modest verbal warning. For example, a few minutes ago, Howard symbolically fired several torpedoes. The target wasn't the city of Poseidonia but a hill above the trench. If we can level a whole mountain, we could bury the city of Atlantis. It's worth considering. This would avoid spreading to coastal cities and also teach a lesson to the people under the sea. Luke ponders the feasibility of this plan. The royal city of Poseidonia is located on a small basalt island above a dark and narrow trench crevice. If fixed-point blasting were implemented, the mountain would collapse, and the city would be buried alive. Wonderful. The Major General nodded his head and began to plan to fly to the Atlantic Ocean and completely blow up Namor's castle and win the war. Then again, is the continental shelf oscillator mentioned by Sebastian Shaw that powerful? Through the window of the worlds, he and the Sorcerer Supreme clearly heard the conversation between Namor and Shaw. The ultimate weapon mentioned by the latter caught Luke's attention. It was a planetary weapon left behind by the ancient gods, which caused a high-intensity resonance phenomenon by releasing energy fields, disintegrating the structure of the continental shelf and causing natural disasters. The Ancient One took out a sandalwood fan out of thin air, shook it gently, and continued, according to Kamar-Taj's books, it destroyed Lemuria and Atlantis 10,000 years ago. I have never seen it myself, but I have heard about the existence of such a terrible weapon from my teacher Agamotto. Luke raised an eyebrow, a touch of alarm rising within. There were quite a few star-rated weapons in Marvel. For example, the Rainbow Bridge in Asgard, the Casket of Ancient Winters of the Frost Giants, etc. The former wasn't just a bridge for space transport, it could also achieve ultra-long-range strikes across space. Once, it nearly smashed Jotunheim, leaving the Frost Giants homeless. The latter's power shouldn't be underestimated. Thousands of years ago on Earth, the Frost Giant King used it to start the Ice Age when fighting the Asgardians. Therefore, Luke wasn't surprised that Atlantis had the continental shelf oscillator. He was just wondering how to borrow that thing, to take a good look at it. After all, the future duty of S.H.I.E.L.D. was to maintain world peace and ensure the safety of the Earth. This kind of doomsday weapon must be handed over to its official custody to secure it. If Namor is crazy enough to use the continental shelf oscillator to destroy the North American continent and trigger the end of the world, will the Temple of the Three get involved? Luke's eyes flickered like a blind monk discovering a beauty. He looked at the calm and collected Sorcerer Supreme. The latter frowned and pondered. Then, after a long time, she nodded and said, "If Atlantis does anything dangerous to destroy the world, I will certainly choose to stop it." Although the Kamar-Taj's main enemy was the Dimension Demon Gods, he rarely intervenes in mundane struggles. However, the Temple of the Three, built at the node of time and space, needed to rely on the present world to keep its existence. It didn't matter that a world war was in full swing because it was their own problem in which human beings consumed and fought with each other. However, suppose Atlantis intended to sink the North American continent, causing a global tsunami and volcanic eruptions. In that case, the Sorcerer Supreme couldn't continue to sit idly by and stay in the bystanders' neutral camp. It was like two people quarreling and fighting in school, and it doesn't matter if they beat their heads. But it mustn't damage any public facilities, flowers, and plants. Otherwise, the Sorcerer Supreme was sure to catch you, bring you to Kamar-Taj, and seriously educate you. My heart goes out to Namor, who probably still doesn't know what he's about to get himself into. Luke's eyes showed a hint of sympathy. In his opinion, Sebastian Shaw was full of joy and wanted to make a big splash. Together with Namor, who is irritable and idiotic. These two people were a perfect combination. One brainless, one cheerless. Originally, Atlantis and the Hellfire Club only had to face Superman. Now, they had dragged the Sorcerer Supreme into it and forced her into being an enemy. This was simply the model villain. By the way, Master Ancient One. I heard that the Temple of the Three has a Window of the Worlds, which is used to ensure that the Dark Dimension won't attack it. Luke seemed to think of something, turned to the Sorcerer Supreme with suspicious eyes, and asked, "You don't usually use it to look around, do you?" Binge. Weekly mass release. Mission, vote Power Stones. Every 250 votes, one extra chapter. 168, Chapter 165 Sorcerer Supreme with a fetish for voyeurism, the split between the King and the Queen, 2. As a powerful instrument sealed by the Vishanti, Window of the Worlds can spy from a distance and detect abnormal changes worldwide. But in a way, it is also a voyeuristic tool. Namor and Sebastian Shaw were hiding inside the fortress, but they couldn't escape the invisible peeping eye of the Sorcerer Supreme. Moreover, they didn't even notice it. Hiss. Luke gasped, thinking deeply. "Major General, I'm not interested in your private life. There is no way I can use my magic instruments to do such a frivolous thing as the Sorcerer Supreme." The Ancient One coughed twice and spoke seriously. She expressed that she is a decent person and does not have the nasty hobby of peeping on others idly. Moreover, the Sorcerer Supreme maintained the safety of the Earth and ensured that the outside intrusion didn't invade the main universe. Even if she broke some rules occasionally, it was normal. "Master Ancient One, don't get excited. I'm just asking." Luke laughed a few times to lighten the mood. He silently thought that when he went to Kamar-Taj to study magic, he must seriously learn anti-detection spells. Otherwise, it will leave a psychological shadow when he does some kind of multi-person exercises in the future. Fortress, Council Chamber. Hearing that the castle has been stolen, Namor looked shocked and prepared to return to the city. "Your Majesty, if you return to the royal city at this time, Superman may be waiting for you halfway." Sebastian suppressed his inner delight and discouraged. "He holds the golden trident, he can easily separate the water waves and kill us all." Namor, who was full of anxiety, calmed down and sat back in his chair. "Your Majesty, the current situation isn't promising, from all aspects. The two landings failed, and the Orca Corps and the Seahorse Corps suffered heavy losses. Therefore, it will take a lot of time to regroup the army and make a comeback." In the chamber, a blue-skinned shark-headed captain stepped forward. He is the Hammerhead Shark Corps leader, and his tribe didn't live in the Imperial City. There was no sense of tension about the fall of the rear base camp. The shark-headed leader glanced coldly at Sebastian Shaw and said in a deep voice, "War is about efficiency and speed. Our previous battle plan was to launch separate landings from the coastal cities to take out the landers' defensive line from multiple targets in one fell swoop and then to assemble on a large scale in Washington, D.C. to build portable forts, for hydration and reassembly. But now the development has long gone beyond the original plan. The landing battle has failed, and the royal city has been raided. We are the ones at a disadvantage. At this point, I think it's important to acknowledge the cold reality that this war is coming to an end before it even breaks out on a large scale." Namor was dissatisfied. His deep pride and arrogance made him unable to accept this ending. "Are you trying to convince me to negotiate, compromise and even surrender on behalf of Atlantis with those land dwellers? That's impossible." The young king still didn't see the situation. Perhaps too many negative emotions blinded his eyes and occupied the high ground of his wisdom. "We have a chance, Captain. Attacking New York and destroying the city as quickly as possible will prove Atlantis' strength and our determination to reject the threat." The shark-headed leader was speechless. The blue skin flushed green and black as if poisoned. It was difficult for him to explain clearly to Namor in a simple and easy to understand language. Changing tactics wasn't good for Atlantis at all. Occupying New York is useless, it's... Your Majesty. The shark-headed leader swallowed the word stupid when he thought of what had happened to the robed nobles. Atlanteans aren't adapted to the environment of the land, and they don't need to plunder the resources on the land. So, the war was a mistake from the beginning. We expended a lot of troops and got nothing. The false honor of expanding territory is meaningless to the people of Atlantis. The Hammerhead Shark's captain's long speech made Namor freeze for a moment. The sober consciousness that had been disconnected for a long time suddenly came up, suppressing the anger inside. He couldn't help but think seriously about what his reasons for starting the war were. Your Majesty, I think the captain is wrong. Sebastian interrupted Namor's thoughts with a timely statement. Atlantis and the land world are essentially in a struggle between two civilizations. The latter has developed at an astonishing rate, evolving from monkeys who learned to use tools to the nominal masters of the planet. They won't be satisfied with the exploitation and plundering of land resources. Sooner or later, they will pay attention to the deeper and richer ocean. Since Atlantis would be discovered sooner or later, why can't we choose to take the initiative in the face of hostile and coveting eyes of the land world? His Majesty didn't start the war for the sake of momentary honor, but because he saw the future in the longer term. Sebastian's blow, like a beautiful punch, instantly sunk Namor's intellect. The latter couldn't help but show an expression of approval and increasingly pictured himself in the role of a wise king. Mr. Shaw, you are always quick to understand my intentions. Namor was moved to say. As a wise ruler, I always look deeper into things, while they can only see the surface. Only you, Mr. Shaw. Only you could think on a deeper level, like me. The corners of Sebastian's lips twitched, but he could only nod concurringly and vaguely say, it is common for any genius who transcends the times to be misunderstood. The shark-headed captain looked at the two men echoing each other and almost vomited blood. However, he didn't look back and strode away from the chamber. Mr. Shaw, I wonder what you can do to turn the situation around. Namor didn't pay any attention to the not-so-savvy corps captain and said in a deep voice, if the Hellfire Club and I join forces, we may not be Superman's opponents. Sebastian waved his hand quickly and dissuaded him, Your Majesty, don't be impulsive for the time being. It's okay to speak lies without even blinking, but telling him to send his head over was impossible. This Black King of the Hellfire Club once again turned on the fooling mode, I think there's a better way. The fact that the land world did not destroy the royal city of Poseidonia in the first place, but chose to give a verbal warning, proves that they don't want to be enemies with Atlantis. If we return to the negotiating table, then the ultimate weapon that could destroy the North American continent will come in handy. Namor was a little hesitant and whispered, no king has ever really used the continental shelf oscillator. That's a forbidden thing that has long been sealed up. Your Majesty doesn't have to use it. Simply using it as a deterrent weapon of strategic importance is enough. Sebastian stepped forward and smiled, at that time, the continental shelf oscillator will allow Superman to return the Golden Trident and temporarily establish a non-aggression pact between the two civilizations on land and sea. Thinking of his beloved Golden Trident, Namor couldn't help but waver. Let me think about it. After a long while, he said so. It was neither a refusal nor a promise. Shaw, you don't want to sink the entire North American continent with the continental shelf oscillator, do you? The Hellfire Club left the council chambers and dispersed, except for the White Queen, who blocked Sebastian's path. That will kill a lot of people. It's not just humans in there, it's our brothers and sisters. Emma, have you ever heard the story of God destroying the world with floods and creating a new world? Sebastian spoke with his head held high in a firm voice, God said that he would wipe man, animals, insects and birds from the face of the earth. For the world was full of sin, and only after a baptism of destruction could a new life be brought forth. The opportunity was presented to us to flatten the old home and build a brand new high-rise from the rubble. So why not? The White Queen felt a chill down her back as if seeing the apocalypse. The earth shattered, volcanic eruptions and tsunamis swallowed cities. I feel sick. She shrank her neck, trying to stay away from Sebastian. Looking at the White Queen, who left in a hurry, the Black King of the Hellfire Club shook his head and softly said, that's a shame. 169, Chapter 166 Moses divided the sea, God in the human world. Extra chapter. It's been a tough day. The president in the Oval Office was on pins and needles. The chief of staff advised him to hide in the underground air raid shelter to avoid the worst. After that, it was too late to escape. Mr. President, we can't put all our hopes on Major General Cavill. He said. What else can we do? Do we ask the British for help, or do we go to the Red Bear of Siberia? This isn't World War III, there are no allies. They'll just say perfunctory diplomatic rhetoric while quietly waiting for the United States to collapse and fall. The president took off his glasses and rubbed the bridge of his nose, where it was red. At this moment, he even kind of wanted to imitate the dead Führer, cursing motherfucker. I can only believe in Superman, making miracles happen again. At least Boston and Philadelphia haven't fallen yet, and millions of New Yorkers are waiting for news of victory. The president's voice sounded exhausted, and he seriously said, at this time, if it's reported that the president left the White House and hid in an underground shelter, what would the people of New York think? The people may not notice a fleeing soldier, but they will surely spit on a fleeing leader. The chief of staff had nothing to say and kept silent. Since the 2 atomic bombs were dropped and detonated, the Japanese trauma was serious, but the Soviet Union was actively engaged in the nuclear industry. The Bald Eagle's side wasn't subtle either, as the military had long established a secret unit of helicopter pilots and ground crews at Olmsted Air Force Base in Pennsylvania. They were on standby for the important task, rescuing the president and members of the cabinet in the event of a nuclear attack on their soil. As long as the White House sent an emergency rescue signal, this unit would arrive immediately to escort the president to the underground shelter in Mount Weiser. God willing. The president looked out of the window. The green lawn was empty. The air defense alarm had already sounded, reminding ordinary people in Washington, D.C., not to go out. All this seemed to bring people back to World War II. Maybe it's worse than a world war. The president smiled bitterly. At least World War II didn't spread the homeland in America, it was all fighting on somebody else's turf. But now, Atlantis Army might soon appear in Washington, D.C. The time passed slowly, minute by minute, and the sound of the minute hand and second hand moving in the room was particularly clear. The chief of staff sat back on the sofa with a solemn and stirring expression, as if he was going to die for him soon. Ring. Ring. The phone on the big desk suddenly made a sharp noise. The president's arm, which was propped up on the table, visibly trembled. He took a deep breath and picked up the vibrating receiver. The chief of staff carefully observed the president's expression, expecting to see a glimmer of victory on the tired, wrinkled face. The voice on the other end of the line spoke so fast and furiously that he couldn't hear the exact words. Admiral Nimitz. The president, with a steady face, emphasized, please convey my sincere thanks to Major General Cavill, who once again ended a war. He is a national hero. It was a rather short sentence, but it contained a great deal of emotion. After putting down the receiver, the president supported himself on the table with both hands. His chest heaving, panting heavily. After waiting for several minutes, the president calmed his excitement, raised his head, and spoke vigorously, hold a press conference and tell the people waiting for the news that we won. The chief of staff paused, made sure he didn't hear wrong, waved his arms vigorously, and let out a loud, uncharacteristic cheer. I'll get right on it. Mr. President, which direction should I take in this speech? Should it emphasize the country's leadership decisions, the effective coordination of the military, or should it highlight Major General Cavill? After sorting out the emotions for a few minutes, the chief of staff hesitated and asked. If they highlighted the achievements of Major General Cavill, he must be rewarded. How long has it been since the end of World War II? He was already promoted to general. Such a speed of advancement is a bit unbelievable. Of course, tell the people truthfully that Superman once again stopped the war and brought peace to all. The president thought for a moment and answered. Since he started office, he made the right decision to have a good relationship with the general. As for how to prevent Superman from having too much power, let's leave it to the next person in authority. By the way, remember to contact Major General Cavill. He will be the representative for the negotiation meeting in 2 hours. The president said. Young people love to show off. I believe Superman wouldn't be an exception. The task of negotiating with Atlantis should be fully entrusted to the Major General and SHIELD. The land world agreed to negotiate. The location is set on Liberty Island in the Hudson River. Namor held the chair with both hands, reluctantly accepting the harsh reality of losing the war. The news came from the royal city of Poseidonia. An explosion had occurred in the trench above it, burying a third of the slum area beyond the barrier. To make matters worse, the land people had even more powerful weapons that they were preparing to drop. Unless Namor led his army and returned to the city immediately to protect the castle, he might have become a fallen king. Then came a new headache, that Superman might be waiting in the Atlantic Ocean, waiting for Namor to deliver his head. After further consideration, Namor could only agree to sit down for negotiations. In any case, the war couldn't go forward for the time being. He could only go back to the city to replenish his equipment and strength and then consider protecting the castle, pushing the opposing army line, and other issues. Damned bastard! How could a mere land dweller be so strong? Namor cursed to himself. The thought of seeing Superman later made his chest ache. He originally decided to let the captain of the Hammerhead Shark tribe do the job for him, but unfortunately, the other side was a bit short of influence. It might have been at a disadvantage during the negotiations. As a suitable candidate, Mr. Shaw said he twisted his back at night when he was doing a multiplayer challenge, and it was difficult for him to take up the job. Fortunately, there was still the Continental Shelf Oscillator, for a bargaining chip, to get the golden trident back. Otherwise, the throne would be unstable. Namor made up his mind to cheer himself up. After the last bitter defeat, Superman left a deep and large shadow on his heart. Having his natural mutant ability awaken, plus the royal blood of Atlantis. With his double boost, Namor had hardly encountered any match and maintained a rare winning streak. Until he met Superman. Tragically beaten. Ending the winning streak. A spear through the chest. Even escaping. He originally sat on the throne and ruled the 4 oceans. He was at the peak of his life, but it took a sharp turn for the worse and became a complete tragedy. Let the captain bring enough soldiers with him. We are only negotiating with the land dwellers, not surrendering. The other side needs to see the power of Atlantis. Namor said in a deep voice. The scribes in the council chamber nodded their heads in agreement. Silently, they sneered in their hearts. The main base in the rear was almost overrun, but this wasn't a surrender. Binge. Patreon.com/binge translations. 170, Chapter 166 Bargaining Chip. 2 hours later, the Hudson River, Liberty Island. A giant sea dragon-like ship docked at Liberty Island. This was the exclusive ship of the King of Atlantis. The hammerhead shark core looked strong, and the royal guards looked imposing, guarding the crowned Namor as if they were the victors. There was only the Atlantic Fleet on the side of the U.S., which had withdrawn to the mainland, lined up in a row, and several shocked senior officials from the Navy Department. They had never seen such a big scene. Blue-skinned Atlanteans, riding ferocious and terrible quadruped sea animals, exhibiting a fierce presence. A giant ship as strong as a fortress cast a shadow over the sun, like a sleeping sea dragon. Where's Major General Cavill? Hasn't he arrived yet? Nimitz of the Navy Department asked in a quiet voice. At this moment, only Superman could control the scene. Probably still on the way. Another admiral replied. Land people, the great lord of the 7 seas, the ruler of the 4 seas, the king of Atlantis asks you, who are the negotiators of the land world? The shark-headed captain asked in a stern tone. The top officials of the Navy Department looked at each other, revealing that they didn't know how to answer. The negotiator is. Nimitz stepped forward. He was interrupted by a burst of commotion before he could finish his sentence. He followed the crowd's exclamation and looked in the direction of the New York Bay. A figure appeared. It was Superman. Major General Cavill, this is. Nimitz was puzzled. He saw the young general, holding a golden trident, walking on the riverbed. Wow! The water splashed aside. Like an invisible force, the rushing Hudson River was forcibly separated. A straight passage suddenly appeared. The bright sunlight cast down like a layer of golden glory draped on Luke's body. Together with this scene, it was a perfect reproduction of a biblical classic, making him seem like a god descending to earth. Every time I see Major General Cavill, I get an unusual feeling. He always creates the unexpected, surprise for everyone now and then. Admiral Nimitz shook his head and smiled. If he was a religious person and saw this scene, he might have started chanting the Bible and crossing his chest. If the miracle of the parting of the sea by Moses reappears, it would soon be published in the newspapers and will trigger a huge reaction. It could be predicted that Luke's long list of dazzling titles will probably contain more legends like God on Earth and Son of God. Superman, the title lives up to its name. Super soldier is far from enough to describe Major General Cavill's strength. The admiral next to him lamented. I heard that another super soldier, Colonel Steve Rogers, also performed brilliantly in Boston. So, gentlemen, I think it's time to put a research program on human enhancement in the agenda. It's not our job to worry about it, SHIELD is in charge of this area. An older admiral said sourly. The military was quite critical of S.H.I.E.L.D's independence from the Pentagon. Uncontrolled power could easily lead to the birth of dictators. Anyway, we are witnessing a rising young star shine. No one knows how far Major General Cavill will go. Someone in the staff group said with admiration and envy. How can we continue to call him Major General? I think we will have to change the title soon. General Cavill set a record for the fastest promotion in the history of the United States. Admiral Nimitz laughed. The White House must be preparing for the ceremony. This was a good opportunity to cement a good relationship. When the war ended, he remembered that most people in the military thought that Luke, who was still a brigadier general at that time, should be excluded from the center of power. At least sit quietly on the bench for a few minutes so as not to advance too quickly. The influence within the faction was so strong that it threatened the initial interest of the group. But no one thought that the young Major General wouldn't take refuge under any faction. Neither did he make his attitude clear to the Navy Department, nor did he make any affectionate gestures toward the Army Department. He volunteered to be in charge of S.H.I.E.L.D, which was unpopular and made Edgar Hoover, who was very powerful, humiliated. And then, he was free from the constraints of the Pentagon to form a faction of his own. What an amazing speed! Nimitz lamented, turned to invite his colleagues, and said in a deep voice, let's go over to greet Major General Cavill together. Although the relationship between the Navy Department and the War Department wasn't good, there were many problems. But the people on Liberty Island had to admit that they did feel a sense of security when they saw Luke appear. In particular, they found that the Atlantis people, who were in a dour mood and maintained their victorious posture just a moment ago, now had a depressed and angry look on their faces. The top officials of the Navy Department suddenly felt better, with smiles on their faces. On the other hand, on the side of Atlantis, Luke held the golden trident and separated the Hudson River. Their high spirits were stifled, no longer maintaining their original haughty appearance. Damn! That's my golden trident! Namer's chest was heaving with anger as if he had been robbed of his wife. Neptune's trident should have been his exclusive weapon. Now, it was held by a land dweller. I wouldn't have come to the negotiations if I'd known. Namer gritted his teeth and regretted it. He covered his chest. His injury had already healed, but he felt a dull pain. Your Majesty, this is a great humiliation for us by the land people. In tens of thousands of years, there has never been an example of a non-royal bloodline holding the trident. The captain of the Hammerhead Shark Corps was wide-eyed, and the veins on his swelled. The vast army of Atlantis looked at the tall figure riding the waves like a god from heaven. They had never heard of Exodus, nor did they know that in 1250 BC, there was a prophet named Moses who once separated the Red Sea and was regarded as a miracle. The reason for the unanimous gaze was because Luke was holding the golden Neptune's trident in his right hand. That was the symbol of Atlantis kingship. Namer glanced at the captain of the Hammerhead Sharks. Maybe the other party said this out of inner anger. But it sounded as if he was accusing him of losing the king of Atlantis' inherited sacred weapon. He spoke without emotion, "Brave captain, do you want to start a duel with Superman and get the trident back for me in a fair and just traditional way?" The Hammerhead Shark captain fell silent. Superman's strength is obvious to all. Even Namer was no match. It would only bring disgrace to oneself to challenge rashly. Although the Atlanteans still despised the land world, they did recognize the strong. Your Majesty, this is what the king should do. The corps captain said in a gruff voice. Humph. I will. The young king began to consider Sebastian Shaw's suggestion and prepared to use the continental shelf oscillator as a bargaining chip to strive for more favorable negotiation conditions. Binge. Get access to 40 advanced chapters on Pat Rayon. Visit patrayon.com/binge-translations. 171, Chapter 167. I have a statement, and please listen carefully. 20 minutes later, the conference room on Liberty Island. Negotiations on a truce were in full swing. The Atlanteans were represented by Namer and his scribe and the captain of the Hammerhead Shark tribe. The team sent by the U.S. government was a team of admirals and staff from the Navy Department. As for Luke, he didn't speak at all. Just before the negotiation meeting started, he talked with Nimitz in private. Presumably, this meant that you are free to ask for what you want, and you are free to say what you want. No need to care about Atlantis's bottom line and tolerance, take what you want, and better yet, squeeze your opponent dry to the last drop. Luke himself didn't care how much benefit he could get because no matter how much he got, it wouldn't belong to SHIELD. He would prefer to lengthen the negotiation time until S.H.I.E.L.D. had enough strength to take over all this. I remember Atlantis still has many good things. Luke's fingers tapped on the desktop, his thoughts fluctuated. Although he didn't say a word, he was always the focus of the conference room. Every time Atlantis argued and rejected the Navy Department's request, their representatives would subconsciously look toward where he was sitting. It looked as if Superman, who was worried about the land world, was dissatisfied. He would overturn the negotiating table, roll up his sleeves, and show his fist. Among all the people here, except Namer, no one could withstand a serious punch from him. Ladies and gentlemen, don't care about my opinion. Luke shrugged his shoulders and kept a kind smile. Friends who are familiar with me know that I am a pacifist and like to convince people by reasoning. The reopening of a war between Atlantis and the United States is an outcome that no one wants to see. I sincerely hope that all problems will be solved at the negotiation table instead of brutal slaughter. The Major General said pretty words and waved his hand with a sincere face, indicating, "You continue to talk, don't mind me." The representative of Atlantis nodded in a friendly manner and spoke in the same tongue-twisting tone about peace and the future. Deep down, no one believed a single punctuation mark in Luke's speech. Convince people by reasoning? If Superman put down his clenched fist, he would look like a reasonable benevolent man. After some useless nonsense from both sides, the negotiations continued. Atlantis didn't mention a word about compensation but rather discussed future development and peaceful coexistence. It could be described as a replica of the US, full of freedom and democracy, but in reality, all it did was take by force. Luke must admit that seeing the American people being so disgusted, he felt a little bit happy inside. The bottom line for the government's representatives was that they were trying to pull the wool over the people's eyes and gain some benefits. In the face of the powerful Atlantis, even if Luke said they should feel free to ask, the Navy Department didn't dare to open their mouths casually. Otherwise, when war came, their words would cause even more problems. The two teams were pulling back and forth as if they were pecking each other's vegetables under the defense tower, which was unappealing and made people bored. I have a statement to make, please listen. At a standstill, Namor, the brainless and unhappy combo, came forward. With a confident expression on his face, he greeted everyone in the room except Luke, who had his eyes closed. Luke, who was a little sleepy, opened his eyes. If Namor wanted to speak, he wasn't going to sleep. It wasn't that the Major General wanted to hear any insight from the other side. As a traveler, Luke believed he understood Namor's temperament and his life experience of lacking love since childhood and growing up without being beaten. Not only was this guy brainless, but he also had an inexplicable sense of superiority. He didn't think highly of Atlanteans, but at the same time, he also hated the humans of the land world. A king with the same beginnings, the Black Panther of Wakanda, became bigger and stronger, and the Sea King of the studio next door could mingle in the Justice League. Black Adam, who the clumsy Shazam often beat, was not afraid to take on Superman. Gorilla Grodd could conquer Africa and build a nation. On the other hand, Namor played a good set of cards poorly. He had always been unpopular due to his extremely inflated and bad personality. He was a member of the Illuminati, a terrorist organization that claimed that it wanted to solve the Earth's crisis and actually strived to create a crisis. But there was no sense of existence, except for the old rivalry against Black Panther. Basically, there was nothing. The power of the Phoenix was briefly obtained and he immediately ran to Wakanda to find trouble with the Black Panther and was finally beaten up by the Avengers and fled in disarray. Luke understood very well that when Namor said he was back in business, everyone could relax. Because he would only make things worse until it was beyond his control. Honestly, Namor always reminded Luke of an unborn president, called America's dense big brother Twitter president, New York's king, the first man to land on the sun, master of guesswork, the king of virology, the debate ghost, the savior of the United States, the king of spies, the punk businessman, the king of fast food, the SpongeBob in economics, the 45th president. As the king of Atlantis, the ruler of the 4 seas, and the master of the 7 seas, I have no reason to wage war. Sure enough, Namor opened his mouth and filled the meeting room with cheerfulness. The representatives on Atlantis' side were full of confusion. They froze and wondered why their king said this. The two sides were involved in a war. Who cares about reasons? The victor could say whatever he wanted, it made sense. Any words from a loser seemed laughable. The senior officials of the Navy Department also looked surprised, thinking that the king of Atlantis was so naive. They were all sitting at the negotiation table and wasting time talking for their own benefit. Who really cared about the reasons for waging this war or whether it was justified? Had it not been for the military might of Atlantis, the Navy Department's admirals wouldn't have minded throwing a bag of laundry detergent into the Atlantic Ocean and saying that these undersea people were hiding weapons of mass destruction and justice must be done to defend world peace. Binge. Get access to 40 privileged chapters on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/binge-translations. 172, Chapter 168. Negotiation is not the only means. Who really cared about the reasons for waging this war or whether it was justified? Had it not been for the military might of Atlantis, the Navy Department's admirals wouldn't have minded throwing a bag of laundry detergent into the Atlantic Ocean and saying that these undersea people were hiding weapons of mass destruction and justice must be done to defend world peace. The land world had caused serious damage to marine ecology for many years, which made Atlantis suffer greatly. Namor was oblivious to the change in atmosphere in the conference room. With a massive weapon such as the Continental Frame Oscillator as a bargaining chip, he felt he should be able to make a demand. And as a king, it was only right that he should show his negotiating skills. The marine life in the 4 oceans belongs to the people of Atlantis in a sense. The overexploitation of whales by the land world has affected the ecosystem. Namor spoke in a deep voice, the same thing happened to my fellow mutants, who were captured by the military, persecuted, subjected to inhumane and illegal detention, and abuse. I hope that this public negotiation would not only solve the problem of war between the land world and Atlantis but also make all of you aware of the mistakes you made. The conference room was silent, and Admiral Nimitz scratched his head, unsure if he should speak up. He wasn't impressed by Namor's sincere speech and his decision to turn over a new leaf and become an environmentalist who called to preserve marine ecology. Rather, they believe that Atlantis will sooner or later come to an end. Often, a naive-minded king may be worse and short-lived than a cruel king. I wonder if the people under the sea have the traditional habit of conducting a big revolt. Otherwise, maybe they could look forward to Namor walking toward a guillotine. His Majesty the King has a good point. Nimitz took the lead in applauding. After the sparse applause, he continued. Where were we? Oh, the specifics of the war treaty, the peace summit, and the announcement of the establishment of diplomatic relations, the clumsy Shazam often beat. Let's continue. The Atlantis representatives looked embarrassed and glanced at the young king, who was acting confidently. Then kept up with the rhythm and got the negotiations back on track. Only Namor stood alone, his face flushed. If Superman weren't here and forcing him to keep calm, the negotiation would certainly turn into a fight. I also have some words to say. At that time, Luke cleared his throat, and the noise stopped abruptly. Everyone kept their mouths shut, and their eyes turned to the head seat. Even the Atlanteans held their breaths and showed a dignified complexion. Although Luke was just a general of a country in the land world, his right to speak and his decisions would inevitably affect the follow-up of the negotiations. Seeing this, Namor looked like he had been greatly humiliated. He's the king. He was treated worse than a general. His Majesty, and the King of Atlantis, just mentioned the unfair treatment of mutants, and I should have a certain say in this. Luke smiled gently and said, first of all, the military has never persecuted or abused mutants, at least not SHIELD. On the contrary, we have always guaranteed their basic rights and personal safety. As I said before, I am a pacifist. I believe no one should doubt this. The Navy Secretary, Admiral Nimitz, sitting on the left-hand side, was the most responsive and was the first to say, it was Major General Cavill who ended World War II, liberated the free world, and resisted the Axis power. Therefore, he sincerely yearns for peace and is firmly against war. The rest of the group echoed the sentiment. The undisguised bootlicking boasted Luke as if he were the embodiment of justice and the spokesman of love and peace. The Atlantis representatives were silent, pretending that they didn't hear anything. But if His Majesty the King says so, then perhaps there's a very special case. Therefore, with the mentality of solving problems and preventing such a situation from happening in the future, I would like to have a discussion on mutants at the upcoming Peace Summit. Luke's tone was sincere, as he said so. It was like the speech of a pacifist. Namor frowned. He wondered if there was something wrong with his ear. What does this guy want to do? But Luke uttered the single most annoying word no matter when or where it appeared. Before that, I need to solve another problem. The gentle and calm tone of voice suddenly became heavy and powerful. Luke's calm eyes, without the slightest emotion, swept over the Atlantis representatives and solemnly said, as far as I know, His Majesty has a mutant named Sebastian Shaw on his side. In case you didn't know, he served the Third Reich during World War II and ran Auschwitz, the concentration camp. This man has the blood of thousands of innocent people on his hands and is a war criminal in every sense of the word. Therefore, I think Atlantis should hand over Sebastian Shaw or stop protecting him before ending this negotiation. Luke faintly said. His cold eyes, as sharp as a sword, stabbed at the silent Namor. The latter looked a bit pale, his sober consciousness struggling with the psychological suggestion imposed by the White Queen. What if I refuse? Namor squeezed this sentence out of his gritted teeth. The psychological suggestion from the White Queen still prevailed. I'm sorry about that. Peace needs to be promoted by both sides, not just talked about. Luke's voice cooled down, but his face kept smiling. Negotiation is only a means, but not the only means. Your Majesty, don't make a hasty decision. I am willing to give Atlantis some time to think about it seriously. Not as a threat, but as a kind reminder. Binge. Read 20 chapters advance on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/binge-translations. 173, Chapter 169, 170, 171 The End of the Road, Give It a Try. Namor, who had returned to the main Sea Dragon ship, leaned back in his chair in the chamber. He raised one hand to support his jaw, his expression was uncertain. The King of Atlantis, who thought he was humiliated and threatened, left Liberty Island without waiting for the negotiation to end. He already handed over the specific tasks to the representatives. Anyway, neither the land world nor the people of Atlantis seemed to take the king seriously. Instead of staying there and enduring the oppression from Superman, it was better to return to the ship. He is an ambitious man who wants to get more out of Atlantis, but he presents himself as a peacemaker. Ridiculous. Out of Superman's sights, Namor was finally able to speak out loud. He dismissed the left and right guards, vented his negative emotions, and began to face the problems that needed to be solved. Superman didn't give him much time. Within 48 hours. Either hand over Sebastian Shaw, or start the war all over again. If the outcome of the negotiations had been the latter, the self-proclaimed pacifist Major General wouldn't hesitate to use nuclear weapons to destroy the royal city of Poseidonia. On one side, was the lives of his people, and on the other was his mutant compatriots. Namor was in a dilemma. But what worried him most was that Superman mentioned the words war criminal. This was a very serious accusation. Although Namor had a pit in his head, he didn't have a soft spot for executioners and butchers even though he sometimes guest-starred in both roles himself. A villain with a low moral bottom line may not be willing to be friends with another. It's like those times when people dislike other annoying people. But when they get into trouble themselves, they still want someone to stand up for them. Therefore, human beings are complex and contradictory creatures. And Namor was even more complicated. He was a human being, an Atlantean, and a mutant. He could be called a warrior among hybrids. However, in addition to his strength, we can find other advantages. To some extent, he was a failed example of genetic inheritance. I have to talk to Mr. Shah. Namor frowned, not knowing what to do. After a loss in battle and a loss in war, many people of Atlantis had a lot to say about him. If Namor insisted on sheltering Sebastian Shaw, there would be a violent backlash. At that time, it was hard to say whether he could still sit firmly on the throne. Hypocrite! What pacifists? Nothing more than a grandiose lie. Namor felt that Superman deliberately proposed to solve the mutant problem and then ignite internal conflict in Atlantis by disposing of Sebastian Shaw. The representatives are too short-sighted and could only see the first layer of intent, not realizing Superman's sinister intentions. Namor, who thought he was on the fifth layer, became more and more frightened of Superman's mind. This was a terrible opponent. He thought so. Liberty Island, conference room. When the representatives of both sides dispersed, Luke and Admiral Nimitz sat at the oval desk. The two had a tacit understanding and stayed behind to exchange views. They knew that this negotiation was far from over. On the one hand, Namor didn't give a direct answer, on the other hand, there was a specific attitude towards the land world. Atlantis, as a marine civilization and historical civilization, had extraordinary heritage and strength. When the name was spread worldwide, all countries on land would be highly concerned and wary. Luke had heard that the Brits started to revive the Woden's Blood research project, but progress was slow. To ensure recipients' success rate and survival time, they abandoned the battleship class and developed various tank class types. Stephanie, who helped Luke before, was considering whether to bring in a lower version. For example, armored vehicle class. Super soldiers that could be mass-produced are far more cost-effective than top-tier combat power. On the other hand, the Soviet Union continued to vigorously develop its nuclear industry, burying its head in planting mushrooms in response to various external threats. The Maoist way of thinking was very simple. There was no problem a nuclear bomb can't fix. One wasn't enough? Then, two. Anyway, great strength could create miracles. This was the simple thinking of the rising Red Bear. Caliber is justice, and range is truth. Hold a peace summit? Is Major General Cavill trying to bring all the countries of the world into an allied front? Nimitz thought for a moment and asked curiously. The White House didn't reveal this intent. So this could only be interpreted as Luke's thoughts. This Major General was bold. He skipped the president and made a decision first. He didn't care who would be held accountable afterward. This was probably Superman's confidence. Atlantis is so vast that all the waters of the earth are theoretically their territory. Luke nodded his head, tapped his fingers on the table several times, and calmly said, "We won a temporary victory and a chance to sit at the negotiating table, but there is no way to expand on that victory. On one hand, destroying the city of Poseidon is the last resort. But, on the other hand, that can't solve the fundamental problem. Because Atlantis is a marine civilization, we cannot plunder resources by occupying the land. Whereas, a single country on the land world cannot exert enough pressure on the people underwater. Therefore, what we have to do is to win over more allies, such as the British, the Soviets, and SPEAR. They are also interested in Atlantis. Just waiting for an opportunity to enter, or an excuse." Nimitz was convinced. Through several contact and landing battles, he had also seen the level of technology in Atlantis. It was still necessary to reach a consensus with other countries and unite against external forces. If Namor Mackenzie, a young man who doesn't look like a king at all, is determined to shelter Sebastian Shaw? The Navy Secretary asked hesitantly. The Pentagon didn't want to see war. Especially in the face of civilization like Atlantis, which had great military strength. Don't worry, the war will hardly start up again. Luke was confident that the Atlanteans weren't going to play along with Namor's nonsense. They weren't compatriots with the mutants, so there was no need to refuse his request at the risk of starting new battles. If Namor insisted on it, it would likely cause a revolt from his people. At that time, the impure blood, the loss of the Golden Trident, and the arbitrary start of a war to drag the country into the mire, these problems would all erupt at the same time. If Atlantis had been like France, the Great Revolution would have already broken out, and Namor would be sent to guillotines. Put the peace summit and related issues of mutants on the schedule as soon as possible. As for the White House, I will explain it to the President myself. Facing Nimitz, the Navy Secretary, and an Admiral, Luke, who was slightly lower by 2 ranks, gave the orders. War criminal? No, that's a dirty accusation. It's libel and slander. Sebastian looked at the expressionless Namor in the parlor without the slightest panic. Instead, he made a sorrowful expression as he was looking back at the past. I did work for the Third Reich. This is a shadow in my life that I cannot erase. But that wasn't my intention. Germany was under the Führer's rule during World War II, and no one dared to resist the SS and the Gestapo. Namor, you know, I'm a scientist. The Führer saw my talent and ordered me to run the concentration camp. I tried to refuse, but they put a gun to my head and said they wanted me to see my brains. At that time, I hadn't awakened my mutant ability yet. So, I gave in. I often regretted that decision and was ashamed of it. Namor, who was originally skeptical, began to feel swayed inside. Sebastian Shaw's remarks were half true and half false, which made it difficult to distinguish. In addition, his eyes show guilt, sadness, regret, and other layers of complex emotions. Fooling the brainless Namor, it was perfectly natural. It could only be said that Sebastian Shaw was worthy of being the Black King of the Hellfire Club. As a good actor displayed by his mutant identity, Oscar would probably owe him several statutes if he entered Hollywoods. My hands may have been stained with the blood of some innocent people, but I have never killed or mistreated a single prisoner in the concentration camps. Sebastian raised his voice, looked calm, and shouted, I have my moral bottom line. They are unique and respectable individuals, regardless of color and race. Namor couldn't help but lower his head, seemingly apologizing for his unwarranted excessive suspicion. Your Majesty, the land people are not to be trusted. Most of the crimes they accused me of were committed by others and planted on my head. Sebastian took his time and faintly said, Imagine if I were a cold-blooded butcher and inhuman executioner. How would I still be supported by my fellow mutants? Namor was silent for a moment. Then, because of psychological suggestions, he chose to believe Mr. Shaw's defense. His mind and subconscious, tampered with and guided, will actively lean towards the side of the mutants no matter what. This was the tricky part of psychic abilities. Unless the magic resistance was extremely high, it came with psychic self-immunity. Otherwise, seeing anyone would give the White Queen and Professor X a headache. Then what should I do next, Mr. Shaw? Namor was at a loss. Sacrificing Atlantis to save mutants? If he did this, citizens who had long been dissatisfied might unite with the land world and pull him down from the throne. My thoughts remain unchanged, Your Majesty. Sebastian spoke with a deep voice, the winner of the war determines everything you get at the negotiating table. If you want peace, you must show strength first. The land world has Superman. Even though we don't want to admit it, the other party is a huge problem that can't be solved. The only way to combat this is to use the planetary weapon to destroy the land world. Make Superman lose his reason, make him step into our trap, and then bury the other side completely with the help of the Continental Shelf Oscillator. Since this weapon can destroy the deviants from the Lemuria civilization, there is no reason why Superman can't be killed. Seeing Namor's hesitation, a hint of contempt swept through Sebastian's eyes as he continued to add fuel to the fire. Your Majesty, think about it, will the Atlanteans accept a king who has repeatedly been defeated? Superman took everything from you, the trident, the symbol of kingship, the respect and glory you deserve. He was regarded as a hero and a god in the land world. But you are only an insignificant loser in his record of glorious achievements. Can you accept this ending? Namor breathed heavily for a few minutes. He listened to Sebastian's long inflammatory speech, and memories came up from deep inside him. It was as if he had returned to the days of the slums when the people, who should have treated him with respect and prostrated to him, had eyes full of distancing and indifference. The difference in skin color made Namor an outcast and rejected by others. Every Atlantean except his mother regarded him as a monster. I can only believe you, Mr. Shaw. Snuffing out the last thoughts that were struggling, Namor calmly said, I can be a failure, but I can never lose my crown and go back to my old life. Very good. To be successful, one must know how to sacrifice some people. Sebastian patted Namor on the shoulder and praised him, while Atlantis and the land world are still negotiating, let's just take out the ultimate weapon. Should I call the others? Namor asked. In the club, there are also some who are not firm enough in their stance. So to ensure the information isn't leaked, it should just be the two of us. Sebastian said quietly. Binge. Be 40 chapters ahead of regular release. Visit patrayon.com/binge-translations. 174, Chapter 171. Please knock next time, watch movies for free. After half a day of negotiation and tension, the two sides hadn't even finalized an initial intention to reach a consensus. Neither side showed any eagerness. The White House wanted to hold a peace summit. The President and Cabinet chose to agree and support Luke's proposal after seriously considering it. Atlantis was like a whale lying on the beach, temporarily incapacitated. But the strength and appetite of one person alone were unable to consume it cleanly. At this time, a group of temporary allies should be called. As for Atlantis, they had no other ideas. They just wanted to stall hard. Bad things were bound to happen, but it was better for it to be late than early. As the night deepened, the hour hand on the wall pointed to 10 o'clock. Luke, who had just finished an after-dinner workout at the Baxter Building in Manhattan, flew straight to his guest room at Ellis Island. The suite he stayed in had a wonderful view, just in front of the Immigration Museum, and he could see the Statue of Liberty standing there when he opened the curtains. Establishing diplomacy, technology exchange, and resource trade. This was the bottom line of negotiations in the White House, and is a necessary condition to be able to bring those countries to the alliance front. Luke looked out at the huge statue under the night sky. The torch he held shone like a lighthouse. It was a gift from the French to the United States for the centenary of independence and later became a New York landmark. In those years when the tide of immigration prevailed, every time a passenger ship sailed into the port on the Hudson River, someone would always see the Statue of Liberty and then shout America. Then, the whole ship erupted in cheers and boisterous voices. People pursued the so-called dream of freedom and set foot on the North American continent. But for most of them, the so-called American dream was just a lie. In America during the Great Depression, dreams were broken everywhere. Even people jumping from the rooftop had to wait in line. For example, if you chose a landmark building or a Wall Street firm, you might have to wait an hour or two for your turn. I hope Namor is more foolish than I expect and is prepared to use his planetary weapons to deliver an annihilating attack, a decision that would be enough to send Atlantis into the abyss. Luke stopped his hand just as he unbuttoned the first 2 buttons of his white shirt. Although he hasn't started to learn magic yet, he sensed the fluctuations of space with the basic attributes granted by the card. As expected, sparks of magic jumped and flickered, opening a circular passage. Ancient One, can you knock on the door when you come again next time? If I'm doing some exercise, I'm suddenly caught in the middle of it, I'm likely to be left with a trauma. Luke stared at the shiny bald head and gently reminded the other party to pay attention to basic manners. Ancient One frowned slightly, since she became a master of the arts, she hasn't walked through a door for many years. Sorry, let's start over. The Sorcerer Supreme thought carefully for a while and thought that Luke made a good point. So she turned and walked into the circular passage where the magic sparks were dancing. A few minutes later, there was a knock on the door. Luke's mouth twitched, he didn't know what to say. This Sorcerer Supreme was honest and frank. When he opened the door, it was the Ancient One outside who had changed into a proper suit with a shiny head. I have consulted with several masters, and they all said that this is more formal. With a smile, she loosened her tie and said, besides, I always make sure you are free every time I come over. So, you often peek into my private life with window on the worlds. Luke resisted his inner desire to spit and go to Kamar-Taj. He had to study magic to block out the Sorcerer Supreme's invisible stares. Otherwise, when playing in bed, he was afraid to go weak when he thought of someone watching suddenly. He didn't have a bad habit of exposing his fetishes. Major General Cavill, you don't have to worry about that. The Ancient One seemed to have guessed Luke's thoughts and explained, Sorcerer Supremes doesn't have a bad habit of peeking. So we all took the initiative to put a special spell on the window of the worlds. Even if you accidentally peek into your private life, the image will immediately become blurred. This is the request of the Trinity of Vishanti in response to the call of an unspoken being in the multidimensional world. What? They can pixelate? Luke was shocked. He could only say one thing, this is worthy of the Sorcerer Supreme. After finishing this boring topic, Luke sat on the soft sofa and smiled lightly, if I remember correctly, didn't we just meet this morning? Can't you call me if there's something wrong? He took out a bottle of red wine that he had put in the ice bucket and poured himself a glass. Then he looked up at the Ancient One. The other party shook her head, indicating that she had no habit of drinking. Even a master in the sanctuary should learn to keep pace with the times, and face-to-face communication and conversation would be abandoned by the time sooner or later. Therefore, I recommend Kamar-Taj and Temple of the Three to purchase a batch of the latest mobile phones from Skynet. Although the bad signal may be a thorny problem that's difficult to solve so soon, it should not affect the masters of the New York Sanctum. Trust me, it's a must-have item for home and travel. The Ancient One glanced at the large, bulky mobile phone on the table, but her heart didn't fluctuate. She showed little interest in Luke's unconvincing sales promotion. Generally speaking, masters prefer to keep pets such as crows, white doves, or wolf spirits to send messages. Moreover, with the sling ring, even from the other side of the world, it only took a moment to cast a spell to travel to New York. Quite convenient. One might wonder how much money they could save on air travel expenses in a year. Major General, in our view, the confidentiality aspect of electronic products may not be high enough, and the risk of compromise is high. The Ancient One explained. She was interested in novel things, such as radio and television. She often uses the window of the worlds to watch movies and operas for free, the ones that are in theaters. The development of technology could change people's lives much more than magic. What is it that warranted a visit from Master Ancient One personally? Luke, who failed in a sale, took a sip of red wine and whispered, is there something wrong with Namor? The Ancient One, wearing a suit, sat opposite the Major General. The Sorcerer Supreme tends to be neutral in appearance. After changing into modern menswear, her gender was even more indistinguishable. Probably because of his mental guidance, Namor was persuaded by Sebastian Shaw. The Ancient One said lightly. Ever since the brainless and cheerless duo had the idea of activating the continental shelf oscillator, they had been on her priority list of dangerous people to monitor. Those two were hiding in the fortress and secretly talking, thinking they could fool everyone. Unknown to anyone there, they took out the planetary weapon. But they didn't expect that the Sorcerer Supreme would note their names down. As expected of Namor. Luke clapped his hands in admiration, this guy's ability to make things worse had never disappointed. So, what should we do next? Should SHIELD intervene to stop the two madmen's plan to exterminate the world, or should we leave it to the Temple of the Three and let you handle it? The Ancient One shook her head and rejected the latter. Unless necessary, Kamar-Taj and the Temple of the Three were unwilling to reveal their existence. Major General Cavill, you don't have to pay attention to manners and humility at this time. S.H.I.E.L.D can't wait to make its debut, and you can kick Namor off the throne with momentum. The Ancient One had already read the other party's mind and laughed, everything is in your plan. Are you saying that the famed Major General is willing to give credit to the Temple of the Three? Ahem. I just habitually asked. This is basic courtesy. Luke cleared his throat and digressed, I think, Master Ancient One, you know their specific location. Please tell me straight away. Binge. Read 40 advanced chapters on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/binge-translations. 175, Chapter 172. Knowing the plot is the ultimate weapon. Major General, what are you going to do? The Ancient One picked her eyebrows and asked curiously. She sorts of understood Luke's character. This unusually young Major General wasn't the least bit merciful to his enemies. At least in the battles he had experienced, very few opponents survived. Therefore, according to the Ancient One's guess, there was a high probability that the combination of Brainless and Cheerless would be hammered to death by Superman with one punch, and future trouble wouldn't appear. No matter what happens, Sebastian Shaw must die. Luke shook his glass and found that the half-drunk red wine rose slowly and quickly returned to its original height. Unlimited refill? Sorcerer Supremes like to play this trick? Perhaps Thor, the god from Asgard, would like Doctor Strange's never-ending cup of beer. But Luke wasn't interested. This was just a simple time cycle. Drinking red wine empty, then back to the previous timeline. It looked like automatic refilling. Even if Luke kept drinking it, he wouldn't feel like he had to go to the bathroom. Because the red wine he drank had returned to the cup with the time lapse. So, he didn't drink anything. When you think about it, it's a little disgusting. Namor? Are you going to let him go? Feeling Luke's sharp eyes seeing through everything, the Ancient One was a little embarrassed and quietly withdrew the time technique that she wanted to tease her opponent with. If Sebastian Shaw is a buzzing fly, he will be annoying. Luke shook his head. He's not the Avengers. Every time they saw Namor doing something, they would put it back, after, at most, one hit. After a while, the other party would make a scene again, and then the Avengers would hit him again. This repeating cycle would make people wonder whether Namor fell in love with the feeling of being beaten and deliberately made trouble. That, Namor is a spoiled child. He may not take the initiative to do anything bad, and sometimes he can stand on the side of justice and become a positive hero-like character. If you calm down and think, you will find that he is still a victim in this storm, manipulated like a puppet and turned into a terrible king. Luke put down his glass and continued, but I hate spoiled children. Moreover, everyone who makes mistakes in the world could find reasons to defend themselves. I don't have to forgive everyone. Don't you think so, Master Ancient One? The Ancient One caught a glimpse of the cold light flashing in Luke's eyes, shook her head, and sighed, Major General, at this moment, you resemble the villain in movies. As Sorcerer Supreme, it seems I should draw a line in the sand with you. Luke ignored the Ancient One's joke. He believed that the Temple of the Three and Kamar-Taj would not have any good feelings toward Namor. How could an orderly organization guarantee peace on Earth and prevent dimensional invasion like a Chinabia who likes to go around causing trouble? This was like an otaku who collects figures. They couldn't accept a spoiled child who only knows how to demolish homes and destroy toys. If Luke was dealing with Captain America or the Avengers, the Sorcerer Supreme might have stepped in to stop it. After all, these were the key figures in the future timeline. Once they die completely, it may lead to unpredictable consequences. If it were Namor, then it would be all right. There was no sense of existence for this little character, the impact was very limited. Namor is neither a villain nor a powerhouse from the Avengers, and his own side and position were very vague. Atlantis' attitude towards this king was even more subtle. No other organization can be relied upon except for the Illuminati, which creates emergencies and causes big events. I have to say, as one of the first superheroes in the history of Marvel and the first appearance of a mutant. However, once the big three came, Namor was indeed a bit pathetic. Compared with the studio next door, the only ability that people often trolled was being able to talk to fish from the Submariner. The treatment between the two sides could be described as heaven and earth. The latter was still one of the 7 giants of Justice League, with a beautiful wife and goddess mother. But before we can fix it, we have to get rid of the continental shelf oscillator. The Ancient One had no problem with Luke punching Namor and Sebastian Shaw to death. The Sorcerer Supreme wasn't a saint that couldn't see people kill and shed blood. In fact, in her long life, destruction and death were the most common things. Give it to Kamar-Taj for safekeeping. Luke asked a tentative question. He wanted to put the Continental Shelf Oscillator in S.H.I.E.L.D. as a strategic weapon against Asgard and other alien civilizations in the future. Those people have the Rainbow Bridge and the Casket of Ancient Winters, so the Earth can't lose. That isn't a magical item, and it's too big to fit in Kamar-Taj. The Ancient One shook her head and refused. She wasn't interested in the Continental Shelf Oscillator. Because the Sorcerer Supreme herself was the ultimate walking weapon. It looks like Namor will be here soon. The Ancient One flicked her finger, and a round window suddenly appeared in the spacious room. The blurred picture gradually became clear. Then, the image is projected into the living room. Master Ancient One, you carry the window of the worlds with you. Luke was even more convinced that the bald master sitting across from him tended to peep. Ahem, never mind the details, Major General. You should focus on Namor and Sebastian Shaw. The Ancient One turned red and changed the subject. How could the Sorcerer Supreme, the sole leader of Kamar-Taj, use a magic artifact to peek into other people's lives? She only used the window of the worlds to freely watch movies and plays and for absolutely no other purpose. Luke withdrew his skeptical eyes and looked at the projected real-time image. It was the deep dark sea. Your Majesty, are you sure you didn't disclose it to others? A shuttle-shaped flying boat pushes away the current and moves steadily in the given direction. In the cockpit, there were only two people, Namor and Sebastian Shaw. The latter was a little upset, not excited about reaching the goal, but felt a twinge of panic. Outside was the deep, dark, cold ocean floor, and occasionally a huge beast from the deep swam by abruptly, causing frightening turbulence. It's like a road to the netherworld. Sebastian thought so for no apparent reason. Mr. Shaw, don't worry. Namor nodded as he piloted the boat. My people are a bunch of short-sighted, stuck in their ways people. They won't understand my intentions and painstaking efforts. So, I didn't tell anyone. It will only lead to opposition and impeachment. Hearing Namor say this, Sebastian gradually put down his worry and abandoned any unnecessary thoughts. He looked at the course on the navigator and asked, the target is approaching Ireland Island. Your Majesty, what exactly is the planetary class weapon that Atlantis possesses? Namor pondered for a moment as if he was seriously remembering. After a long time, he said with a little nostalgia, I only received a brief royal education before being taken by my mother to live in the slums. I heard my mother mention the name Continental Shelf Oscillator once inadvertently. Later, when I inherited the throne, I further confirmed its existence through ancient history books. Strictly speaking, this ultimate weapon, which successive kings regarded as taboo and not to be spoken of, was not owned by Atlantis. It comes from the ancient gods. They are the ones who caused the great shifts in the Earth's plates that destroyed us and Lemurian civilization in one fell swoop. In the eyes of many Atlanteans, it was a terrible nightmare that couldn't be forgotten. Therefore, the nobles were unwilling to communicate with the land world and even reluctant to develop science and technology. Tens of thousands of years have passed, and they are still staying as they are. They fear that when Atlantis emerges and reaches the surface, the ancient gods will come back and destroy everything we have. Sebastian laughed when he heard this. In this regard, he agreed with Namor. Everyone thought that civilization should keep the possibility of upward development instead of blindly closing the country and following tradition. That would only sacrifice the vigor and vitality of a civilization in a country. All I know is that the Continental Oscillator is huge, not a weapon, but a device of some kind, to transform the planet. Namor recovered his complex emotions and reassured himself, perhaps it is not a Pandora's box that brings destruction, but a spark for a civilization that could restart the world and nurture a new future. Sebastian didn't expose Namor's clumsy self-deceiving lies, and he had similar thoughts. Use that planetary weapon to destroy an old world dominated by human beings and create new Earth dominated by mutants. 40 minutes later, the shuttle dived down to the dark seafloor and finally reached its destination. Here it is. A trace of eagerness rose in Namor's eyes, and he muttered, that is, the ultimate weapon left behind by the ancient gods. Binge. Weekly mass release. Every 300 Power Stones equals 1 extra chapter tomorrow. Top 3 in weekly PS ranking, another extra chapter. Vote. 176, Chapter 173 A Celestial's Armor, Central Energy Institute. In front of Namor and Sebastian Shaw, there was a giant island, similar to Atlantis. There were huge buildings on it. But, unfortunately, the magnificent palace had long since collapsed into a crumbling ruin, deep in the ocean. Only a few dozen sturdy stone pillars remained standing. They were the Pillars of Hercules, which could trigger a defensive shield to defend against external enemies. After tens of thousands of years and repeated erosion by the cold sea water, the engraved metal circuits and patterns on the surface had become indistinct and unrecognizable. This used to be the largest and most magnificent city in the land world. At its peak, tens of millions of people lived on the island until the day of destruction. Its name has long been lost in history, even in ancient books, so the Atlanteans called it the Lost City. Namor walked down the lowered ramp from the cockpit, followed by Sebastian Shaw in his breathing equipment. The latter was wearing suit-like armor, and a translucent energy field was opened around it to resist the terrible water pressure from all sides. The two successfully set foot on the giant island and moved forward to the city's inner ring. In ancient Atlantis, the architectural style was very atmospheric, similar to the ancient Greek style. Most of them adopted huge stone pillars and ornate reliefs, with spacious space and good views. The architectural layout paid attention to distinct classes, like concentric circles with one layer nested on top of another. The inner circle was a temple dedicated to the gods and the circle of noble people. The outer layers were civilians and freemen. Also, due to the different classes, there were strict regulations on building height. The farther inside, the larger the ruins would be. There were towering lighthouses that had collapsed and solemn temples with gold and silver gildings. It wasn't difficult to see that Atlantis did have its peak. It was a prehistoric civilization that ruled the earth together with the Lemurian civilization. Unfortunately, before Atlantis could embark on their great journey to the stars, they didn't even make it out of the novice village before they were dealt with a devastating blow by the Celestials, a group of top-tier big boys. In the end, they had no choice but to delete the account and start over, changing from a land-based civilization to a marine civilization. What's that? As they went deeper and deeper, many large sea creatures made waves and lurked in the shadows. Sebastian was a little nervous. The deep sea wasn't his main battlefield. If they encountered an enemy, Namor might not be able to protect him. The Guardian of the Lost City. This is their territory now. We are intruders. Namor waved his hand, indicating to Sebastian that there was no need to be nervous. As the king of Atlantis, he could communicate spiritually with marine life. Namor's mouth soundlessly moved as if he were saying a mouthful of incantations. The invisible waves spread out along the sea. Guru! Guru! A few moments later, the beast in the lead exhaled a series of air bubbles as if in response. Then, they seemed to regain their calmness and retreated to their dark nests. The ultimate weapon is located in the underground corridor. The previous kings of Atlantis never thought of using it and thought it would never be used again. So, they sealed it in the Lost City and left it to be guarded by sea creatures. Namor took Sebastian to the largest ruin in the city. This was once the supreme temple dedicated to the god of the sea, now it was deserted, hadn't seen any visitors for a long time. I'm forced to do this. I hope the forefathers of Atlantis and my mother would understand. After comforting himself, Namor started the mechanism. Rumble. The ground was shaking. The ground of the highest temple slowly sank. The sound of gears clenching and machinery rotating all together turned into a booming concerto. The sea became turbid all of a sudden, and a large amount of mud and dust was stirred up, forming numerous small whirlpools. The still-standing pillar of Hercules moved its position and struck the last note. The ultimate weapon, sealed in the underground corridor and unseen for tens of thousands of years, was finally exposed to the eyes of the two men. Sebastian's eyes were wide open, holding his breath. He was shocked by this huge machine. The seamless metal shell revealed a cold, hard, solid feeling. Roughly estimated, it was about 2,000 feet, over 600 meters. If it were placed upright instead of lying on the ground, it would be half as tall as the Empire State Building in New York. A giant weapon of this size was incredible. Is this a planetary weapon? Sebastian took a deep breath. His voice seemed a little stuffy because he was wearing the breathing equipment. Yes, this is the Continental Shelf Oscillator. A terrible existence that could destroy the world. Namor nodded vigorously. Is this a planetary weapon? Luke, who was far away in Ellis Island, was shocked and rarely lost his cool. The look on his face, as if he wanted to blurt out the phrase shit out. That's because Luke knew about this thing. Or, to be more precise, he saw it in the comics before crossing. That's it. Although I didn't witness the glorious history of tens of thousands of years ago, Kamar-Taj has records of the continental shelf oscillators. It's consistent with those described in the book. The Ancient One nodded and confirmed. As an observer of the timeline, she also had limits. The Sorcerer Supreme used the Eye of Agamotto to trace back to the oldest era, at the final battle between the Dark Elves and Asgard. It was the most turbulent time in the Nine Realms, and Odin, the Allfather, the king of the gods, hadn't succeeded the throne. The leader of Asgard was his father, King Bor. The Celestials destroyed the two major civilizations, Atlantis and Lemuria, which was a special period. There were endless kinds of ancient gods. It could be described as having Allfathers everywhere. He wasn't a single cosmic dimension god, he would be embarrassed to greet people when he goes out. Even the Sorcerer Supreme had never ventured into the ancient times when the Eternals and the Deviants, the ancient gods, and the primitive humans lived together. But this is the armor of a Celestial. Luke was silent and thought to himself. The Celestials are one of the first intelligent races born in the universe and are an unknown immaterial conscious energy being with no specific shape or appearance. Therefore, they all wore giant armor made of metal. The most common image of the majestic being was a steel form over 2,000 feet tall. Luke was impressed by this, so when he saw Namor open the mechanism and take out the ultimate weapon, he immediately recognized that it was not a continental shelf oscillator at all. But when you think about it, the Atlanteans weren't wrong. It had the terrifying power to sink continents and destroy planets. After all, each celestial possesses the power that went beyond the level of the Alphather. If released, not to mention the North American continent, even the Earth would suffer. Master Ancient One, do you know how to operate the planetary class weapon? Luke couldn't help but tug at the corners of his mouth, admiring the brains of the Atlanteans for using a Celestial's armor as the ultimate weapon. Its real function should be to prevent cosmic energy from leaking out and causing unpredictable and terrible effects. In ancient times, Atlantis had a good understanding of how to use the energy of the universe. Like an encyclopedia with rich knowledge, the Ancient One casually said, they have developed a brand new energy system, which uses unknown substances similar to crystal glass to absorb solar energy. In the Lost City, you can see, there used to be a solar palace in the inner ring, which is the central energy source of Atlantis. Hearing this, Luke's eyes lit up. Absorbing solar energy? It's not a coincidence. 177, Chapter 174 The World, 9 seconds. Extra chapter. Looking at Luke with bright eyes, the Ancient One ruthlessly broke the other's fantasy. Atlantis submerged from the surface of the land for nearly 10,000 years, the center of energy source was once built and has long since been reduced to rubble and destroyed. The Sorcerer Supreme's blow didn't make Luke feel depressed. He waved his hand to show that it wasn't a big problem. If they could get specific blueprints or related technologies from Atlantis, Howard could completely duplicate one. He believed that his genius brain was enough to ignore the existence of technical barriers. So, how is Namor going to start it up? Luke frowned slightly and thought of this problem. The height of the giant armor was equivalent to that of 2 Empire State Buildings, even though it was different in materials, it couldn't be compared with reinforced concrete. But no matter how you say it, the weight wasn't far off. Namor won't be able to carry this big guy. This is why I have waited until now. The Ancient One shrugged her shoulders and frankly said, I'm curious too, so I wanted to know the answer. I thought you had everything under control, so there was no hurry. Luke subconsciously wanted to spit. Compared with the harsh and rigid image of the Sorcerer Supreme in the comics, this one seemed to be much more cheerful, somewhat informal, free, and relaxed. The Major General's attitude had changed from awe and respect at the beginning to relaxed and calmness. As a Sorcerer Supreme, I have read many books, seen many things, and experienced wonderful things that many people have never experienced in their whole lives, but I'm not an omniscient and omnipotent God. The Ancient One was very honest and confidently said, besides, knowledge is a part of life, a way of looking at everything in the world. Not an ornament for a lofty image, an arrogant reason for superiority. There is no shame in not knowing the answer to a question. Worthy of the title Sorcerer Supreme, your ideological level is different from ordinary people. Luke quipped insincerely. If it was the father and son of the Stark family, especially Iron Man, who was cursed by knowledge. They distinguished between ordinary people and geniuses by their ability to communicate normally with them. For example, when talking about nuclear submarines, Captain America expressed his confusion. According to Howard's judgment, the guy could only be classified into the primate group. This included the generals of the Department of Defense, the Pentagon's military leaders, and all the ordinary people who couldn't comprehend a bit of simple physics. As the Invisible Woman said about Mr. Fantastic, the best way to get the attention of a genius nerd was to talk to him about quantum mechanics. Then, Master Ancient One, are you going to open a portal and let me get rid of those 2 unlucky guys who think they haven't been discovered yet? Luke rubbed his hands as if he couldn't wait. That's a good idea. The Ancient One nodded in agreement. The world's disputes were left to Shield. She was merely a spectator and incidentally could join in the fun a bit. Staying in Kamar-Taj all day long in the isolated world, dealing with Dormammu from the dark dimension to collect debts, was quite boring. And the young Major General was good at giving people something interesting to watch. It's just. The Ancient One paused, looked at the giant 2,000 feet armor in the picture, and asked curiously, when Namor starts the ultimate weapon, can you dispose of it quickly? The workings of the continental shelf oscillator is probably to consume matter at an alarming rate, thus forming a giant void and releasing energy immediately afterward. According to the ancient records from Kamar-Taj, the whole process will last for 4 hours and can't be stopped. Luke raised an eyebrow, thought for a moment, and then asked, so how long is the interval from activation to operation? He seemed to understand why the Atlanteans would use a Celestial's armor as a so-called continental shelf oscillator. By creating a large-scale gravitational field to absorb matter and then releasing it violently, an unimaginable explosion was formed, and sinking the North American continent wouldn't be a hard thing to do. Moreover, the seismic reaction could create an amplification phenomenon similar to the reverberation effect, resulting in extremely serious earthquakes and tsunamis. I can imagine it being used like this. Luke's mind shifted, and he couldn't help but be impressed by the imagination and creativity of the Atlanteans. Or perhaps this was the correct way to use it. Less than 10 seconds. The Ancient One answered. With the eye of Agamotto's ability to rewind, she wasn't worried about any horrible consequences that would be difficult to put an end to. Now that Luke won the bet, he was qualified for further study in Karmitage. In addition, after this incident, Temple of the Three might have a degree of cooperation and communication with SHIELD. The Ancient One thought it was necessary to give this Major General some tests. I have a bold idea. After a moment of thought, Luke looked at the Blade Master in the suit and tie. The corners of his mouth picked up a smile. 178, Chapter 175 The World, 9 seconds. 2. Another extra chapter? WTH is going on? Do you want to switch it on right now? Namor stood in front of the so-called ultimate weapon, as small as an ant. If he hadn't known how to use it, he would have looked like Sebastian Shaw, like an ant surveying a giant whale, not being able to do anything about it. Don't be so eager. The consequences caused by the continental shelf oscillator are extremely serious. We should summon a group of righteous people in advance. Let them board Noah's Ark before cleansing the sinful world, just as God sent the flood of destruction. Sebastian rolled his eyes. His idea was to gather enough mutants to hide in a safe place. Then, with Namor's help, send a warning to the world. If the negotiation were unsuccessful, they would use the continental shelf oscillator to sink the North American continent. Having seen a fraction of the power of a planetary weapon, it was only natural for humans to feel fear. This was just like what happened with the Third Reich, which took over the European countries using Blitzkrieg, establishing the Axis as a centralized power. Sebastian thought he would do a better job than the Führer, who didn't have such a great weapon as a continental shelf oscillator at his disposal. Bring it back. Namor looked at the massive and cold weapon and pulled out a six-sided translucent crystal from his pocket. This was the key to starting the continental shelf oscillator, which could stimulate the energy system inside. After that, he would be able to pilot this ultimate weapon like a spaceship. After a few minutes, the giant armor, which was lying motionless, glowed with soft light. The energy started to flow along the circuit and was about to be successfully powered. Just when Namor was excited, a spark of magic suddenly appeared in the deep, dark depths of the sea. Zi zi zi. Zi zi zi. As if cutting through space, invisible waves ripple slightly as the circular passage slowly opens. Are you both surprised? Luke smiled as he stepped out of it, turning on his bioforce field to discharge the coming sea water. The terrifyingly powerful water pressure imposed an invisible weight on him. From all sides, it squeezed and pounded every fiber of muscle. The Major General remained calm and comfortable, not feeling the slightest bit of pressure. We finally met, Mr. Shaw. Looking at the dumbfounded Sebastian Shaw and the shocked Namor, Luke smiled kindly. Life always has its ups and downs, and a fall just before success is the worst feeling, isn't it? I didn't tell anyone. Namor's eyes were filled with confusion as he subconsciously looked at Sebastian Shaw. He couldn't figure out how Superman appeared. The other party should be in Liberty Island at this time. If there was a mole, excluding himself, it could only be Mr. Shaw. Sebastian also looked at Namor with suspicion. This guy had always been unreliable, he might have leaked information. I'm in a hurry, so I'll settle the old scores with you two later. Luke didn't bother to say much and lifted his right arm. Around his wrist was a ring of emerald green light woven into a circle. Smash the world. T-note, Luke is invoking Dio's the World, a Chinese meme from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. He shouted silently. The second the thought occurred, the flow of time stopped. Under the deep sea, on this giant island, it looked as if someone had pressed the pause button. Even the water was frozen in place, not to mention Namor and Sebastian Shaw. They stood there like realistic statues, frozen. The expressions on their faces reflected shock, confusion, and a hint of fear. Luke took a step, and the bioforce field unfolded completely. Trying to wrap the celestial armor lying across the island, covering half of the city's inner ring. It's not that wide, but it's enough. Luke stretched out both arms, propped them upward, and held the giant armor steady on his shoulders. 1. He counted down silently. Time was suspended for only 9 seconds. If Namor and Sebastian Shaw were allowed to resume their actions, they wouldn't sit idly by while celestial armor was taken away. 2. Luke's arms swelled with muscles, and his veins popped up. His tall body was like an erupting active volcano, gushing out a terrifyingly powerful force. Boom, boom, boom. Clear cracks appeared on the ground, spreading like cobwebs. 3. Luke's foothold caved in. Only the giant armor was still standing still. After the second card upgrade, his power was growing at an alarming rate every day. Before, he could only push the aircraft carrier. Now, he could lift it with one hand. This shows how fast the Superman card had grown. The scariest part was that this was far from Luke's limit. Now, he tried his best to lift this giant armor. 4. 5. 6. 7. As far as Luke was concerned, he had never felt that the flow of time would be this slow. Every muscle fiber was being squeezed out of strength, and the solar energy accumulated in his body poured out like a flood that broke the dam. The terrifying force even formed a gravitational field similar to that of a celestial body, tugging at the frozen sea water. Get up! At the 8th second, the giant armor finally moved. Due to the suspension of time, the dust wafted slowly, and the sea water around it was stirred like a semi-solidified liquid, showing a strange visual phenomenon. The magic sparks were beating, and a circular passage that was enough to accommodate the giant armor was quickly opened. With droplets of sweat pouring from his forehead, it was as if Luke was on the verge of his limit, struggling to lift the enormous armor, which was incredibly heavy. With every step, the earth wailed. 9. Time flowed again. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. The deep and dark seabed looked as if it had just experienced a terrible earthquake. The island roared, and vast ruins collapsed. A violent upwelling of dust, water stirring violently as it moved after freezing. Namor and Sebastian Shaw, who had regained their ability to think, gazed blankly at the open space in front of them. Where's the ultimate weapon? How could such a massive planetary weapon disappear? Binge. Get access to 40 privileged chapters on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/binge-translations. 179, Chapter 176. Iron-headed teammate, Namor's back breaking. What happened? On Namor's head, a series of question marks appeared. He hadn't figured out the situation yet, let alone realize that he lost 9 precious seconds in his tragic and short life. It's possible that Superman is behind this. We may all be compromised. Sebastian frowned and found that things weren't simple. The grim and nasty face showed a look of shock. He was more experienced than Namor, he quickly perceived that something was wrong. The clear picture remembered in his mind, as if a paragraph had been deleted, couldn't connect at all. At the last moment, Superman suddenly appeared and raised his right arm. The next second, the other party disappeared, and the continental shelf oscillator vanished into thin air. This was too bizarre. It's like someone stole everything that happened during this time from them. Your Majesty, let's leave as soon as possible. Sebastian was clear-headed and immediately persuaded Namor to run away. Although he didn't know where the giant planetary weapon went. But one thing was certain, even if he joined hands with Namor, he might not be able to stop Superman's attack. Especially in the deep sea, Sebastian wore a diving suit and had difficulty moving. There was no real strength to show. Once fighting broke out, Namor might not be able to protect him. Therefore, Sebastian subconsciously proposed to retreat. Anyway, preserving his own life was more important. This was his way of being secure. Just abandon the ultimate weapon of Atlantis. How could the young and energetic Namor understand Sebastian's bizarre and prudent ideas? Mr. Shaw, we can't escape anymore. It's time to summon up courage and face the threat of Superman. He is indeed the most powerful land person I have ever seen, but you are not inferior to your opponent, the Black King of the Hellfire Club, an alpha-level mutant. Together with the royal bloodline of Atlantis, a mutant who is also alpha-level, a strong combination, won't we be able to resist Superman? He is not a god. Sebastian looked at Namor, who was in the heat of the moment, and laughed a little. At this moment, his mood was extremely complicated. When confronted with Namor's questioning, Sebastian was eager to enlighten him. Last time, you held a golden trident and summoned the Kraken, but you failed to defeat Superman. Now that you are unarmed and have no other cards at hand, you want to deliver your head to the other party. Why did I choose such a muscle-brained idiot as an ally? Sebastian had a bitter feeling in his heart that he couldn't say. Currently, they were the odd couple without any tacit understanding. Clearly, one side had already said that it was necessary to go back to the city, replenish their condition and then come back to fight a latter day. But the iron-headed teammate beside him wanted to force his way through the tower in front of him, ready to take on a wave of the well-developed squad with only a few pieces of basic equipment. If he used his head a little, he would know that nothing good awaits. Your Majesty, we... Sebastian was trying to explain with a few words but saw the magic sparks jump endlessly. The Sorcerer Supreme, far away in Ellis Island, was like an excellent assistant, cutting the space and opening the passage in time. I think I heard someone mention my name behind my back. Luke returned to the lost city of Atlantis with a gentle smile on his lips. The giant armor left by the Celestials was temporarily thrown aside by him. On this planet, he was sure that no one else could move it except for him. Magneto? He was still an orphan who had just lost his parents. Captain Marvel? The Cold War hadn't even started yet. Project P.E.G.A.S.U.S hadn't even formed a shadow. Long time no see, Your Majesty. Luke looked at the angry and hot-blooded Namor. He had no intention of talking nonsense and directly extended his right hand. His palm spread out and hooked it forward. Obvious provocation. It's time to settle the score between us. Namor never had complicated thoughts. When he encounters a problem, he will lead with his fist and rush to finish it. At least he was the king of Atlantis. But, unfortunately, he wasn't as steady as Sebastian, nor could he swallow his anger. Boom! In Namor's heart, there was a burning will to fight. With a heavy stomp of his foot, gravel splashed from the densely cracked ancient island floor. A powerful punch, straight to Luke's face. For Namor, the seabed was his main battlefield. The terrible water pressure and water flow hinders movement and slows down speed. To Namor, who is the descendant of the royal family of Atlantis, they weren't burdens at all. On the other hand, Superman needed to turn on the bioforce field at all times to resist water pressure and divert water flow. Therefore, compared with the battle over the Atlantic Ocean, he had the more geographical advantage this time. Bang! Luke didn't panic, the bioforce field was in full swing. The whole person was like a small celestial body, emitting a terrifying aura. The footing collapsed and shattered, debris floated, and the dust rolled. Namor's fist hadn't approached Luke yet, it seems to have hit an iron wall. The surging recoil force spread along his arm and all over his body. Namor felt as if he had been punched by himself. His whole body felt sore. For a while, it was extremely painful. Your Majesty, how long has it been since I saw you? The gap between us seems to be getting bigger and bigger. Luke, the villain, inflicted physical damage on Namor and carried out a mental onslaught. The full-scale bioforce wrapped around Namor in a rigid state. The latter instantly felt as if he was in a sticky swamp with heavy shackles on his back. Compared to Superman's straightforward, rampage fighting style. After Luke upgraded the card, he focused on developing skills. However, he grouped the basic operation of shaving with heat vision for the time being. Boom! Luke's right leg kicked Namor's chest. Like a cruise missile was exploding. The terrifying force ripped through the dense muscles that could block bullets and crushed the steel like hard bones. Crack! The unmistakable sound of bones shattering. Namor, like a solid shell with sufficient strength, flew backward with a jerk. A few threads of crimson blood flowed in the turbulent water. Namor, whose sternum had collapsed and who was vomiting blood, crashed through the ruined buildings one after another, shaking up a huge cloud of dust. Luke cracked his neck as if he had finished warming up. Boom! There was another explosion. Luke was like a jet plane launching from a catapult, with the bioforce field to disperse the raging seawater. With just a few sprints, he approached Namor, who was struggling to get up in an instant. Those brick columns that survived from ancient times, like paper, were all smashed into rubble residue. Unlucky guy, you think Sebastian Shaw considers you as a compatriot? Luke stomped his foot down and trampled Namor, who had risen to his feet, right back down. The giant island of the lost city rumbled and shook. Huge sea animals dormant in the darkness, like frightened birds, jumped out in droves. The only thing he would ever let you do was to let you take the blame and the trouble, while the Hellfire Club and he hid behind the scenes and watched the situation unfold. Luke picked up Namor, who had been knocked to the ground by several punches with one hand, and a trace of coldness flickered in his eyes. He whispered, "You have lost the trust of your people, lost the glory of a king, and will soon lose your future." He raised the unresisting Namor with both arms and lifted his knees upwards. Bane skill card, back-breaking expert. Read 40 chapters in advance. Visit patrayon.com/binge translations. 180, Chapter 177 Avalanche, no one can save it. Crack. A harsh noise sounded. Bane's skill card, which hadn't been used for a long time, was finally applied to Namor. It can also be said that the Sea King in the Marvel world had experienced what happened to Batman from the studio next door. Ah! Namor made a terrible cry. He could feel the spinal column supporting his back breaking. It was as if his whole body was forcibly folded in half. The pain was so terrible that it instantly exploded in his brain. His chest collapsed like the wind was knocked right out of him. Namor spurted blood while suffering from the terrible pain that spread throughout his body. The fierce battle spirit originally ignited in his heart disappeared instantly as if it was splashed with cold water. Our grudge is settled. Throwing down Namor, Luke spoke without expression. At this moment, he didn't feel the need to justify his actions or say any grand words that would gain him the moral high ground. Compared to those villains and evildoers, the only difference between Luke and them was that he had a clear understanding of himself. I'm not Clark Kent, and I'm not going to be a bright lighthouse shining on the world. Because that comes at a huge cost, even a sacrifice when necessary. Luke thought silently. Expecting a passerby with Superman powers to quickly become a hero for justice like Superman was unrealistic. What's more, he was a pragmatist. He always believed that outstanding villains were always much more efficient in their work than superheroes. The latter would always encounter insurmountable dilemmas similar to the trolley problem and thus fall into the repetitive questioning of their morality. This was their greatest weakness. Why couldn't Batman beat a clown? That's just because he didn't want to lower his moral boundaries and allow himself to slip down to the same level as his archenemy. Gamblers with the same chips, equal abilities, and rules would always lose to unscrupulous speculators. Luke believed that if the clown were locked up with the Punisher, it would ensure that Gotham's Prince of Crime would be restrained a bit. So, to deal with a guy like you, sometimes you have to use someone like me. The Major General smiled lightly and looked down at Namor, who lost even worse than last time. Ho ho! I never thought I would lose to a land dweller twice. Namor hissed and fell to the ground, unable to stand up. In the Atlantean tradition, the loser's life should be left to the victor. Come on! Send me back to the embrace of the god of the sea. Perhaps the obvious stabbing pain that went deep into his bones made the young king of Atlantis gradually get rid of the Chiyuni thoughts in his brain. He tried to hold his head high and close his eyes. He is making a solemn and stirring expression, ready to die bravely and meet his death. At this time, Namor finally looked like the king of a country. The personal vendetta between us has been settled. Luke said meaningfully, as a major general of the land world, if I personally kill the king of Atlantis, wouldn't it be the same as actively causing a war between the two worlds? Namor opened his eyes and asked with some doubts, are you going to let me go? This isn't how Superman does things. After several contacts, he probably knew this major general's true face. What pacifists? What war hero? That's all propaganda. The other party carried coldness and indifference in his bones, never leaving his enemies intact. Namor Mackenzie, you are now under arrest for attempting to destroy the world, destroying the diplomatic relations between Atlantis and the land world, and attempting to launch a civil war, causing a massacre on a very large scale. Luke, like an impartial judge, counted Namor's crimes and finalized the conclusion. What awaits you will be the joint trial from Atlantis and the land world. You fucking bastard! I will not be judged. I am the king. Namor vomited a mouthful of blood and glared at Superman, who looked down on him. He was under the illusion that Luke was ready to let himself go out of respect for the lifelong arch-rival. As a result, he was instantly mercilessly beaten in the face by the other party. Bam! Bam! Luke spread out his hands and seriously said, no matter whether you fail or make mistakes, you must be punished. It makes sense, doesn't it? Ignoring Namor's resentment, he snapped his fingers and shouted into the air, Master Ancient One Master, open the door, please. When his voice fell, a spark of magic cut through space. Namor, whose spine was broken and couldn't get back up, vanished and was thrown away by the Ancient One. One done, one to go. Luke rubbed his fist, and he looked toward where Sebastian Shaw was once more. Namor was a top player with a high level of attack and hit points. So naturally, there was no room for resistance when he ran into Superman, who was a few steps ahead of him. But that Hellfire Club's Black King was different. The energy absorption, and ambient energy conversion, belonged to the tricky type that became more and more violent. In the original timeline, Magneto and Professor X joined forces and defeated him when he was unprepared. Where is he? Luke swept past with supervision but didn't find Sebastian Shaw. His gaze was like a radar, enveloping the lost city, not even missing the smallest aperture. Ran away? Master Ancient One, please open another door. Luke didn't panic, he had the strongest assistant on Earth, the Sorcerer Supreme. When the full map view was opened, no matter where Sebastian Shaw escaped, he could catch up. Hearing Luke's call and witnessing everything with the Window of the Worlds, Sorcerer Supreme opened the path quite cooperatively. I had no idea that Sebastian Shaw was also associated with her. The Ancient One, who stayed on Ellis Island, lamented. She made use of Temple of the Three's space-time control to achieve ultra-long-range spellcasting to open the door for Luke with ease. Dark Priestess, Selene. She also joined the Hellfire Club. London, England. Sebastian, who fell awkwardly on the carpet, quickly took off his heavy diving suit. At this time, he was in a villa in the metropolitan area. From the deep Atlantic Ocean to London, it was no wonder that Luke couldn't find him with his supervision. Go and inform Mr. Essex. Superman defeated Namor and will probably continue to hunt me down. Therefore, we must find a way to solve this problem. Sebastian was nervous and completely lost his usual calm demeanor. Namor had already suffered from the pain of his broken back, and he didn't want to follow in his pawn's footsteps. If not for the early opportunity to see the signs of defeat in his teammate and hasten to call for help, he would have been pushed to the ground and thrashed by Superman. Superman? How did you get in his way? A feminine voice with a hint of charm echoed in the room. The helper who saved Sebastian Shaw was an enchanting woman sitting on a high-backed chair. She had waist-length black hair and was draped in a vintage robe. The way she moved her hands exuded an amazing allure. Selene. The Black Queen of the Hellfire Club. Also, a powerful witch. Essex is too busy working on his clone technology to help you with your problem. Selene, the Black Queen, covered her mouth and smiled lightly, not afraid of angering Sebastian Shaw. By the way, Shaw. This rescue isn't free assistance, remember to pay a reasonable reward. The Essex in her mouth was none other than the mutant Mr. Sinister. At this time, still mentioning, forget it. You have no idea how serious this is, I want to talk to Essex directly. Sebastian was very annoyed. He had no sense of security now, and he was always worried that Superman would suddenly drop from the sky. Mr. Sinister must awaken the mutant god once and for all. So, he thought. Zi. Zi. Magic sparks suddenly appeared, drawing a circular passage. A cold voice came out of it. No one can save you today, Shaw. Sebastian looked horrified. He didn't expect Superman to come so soon. When the words fell, the turbulent airflow, like an explosive roar, poured out from the circular pathway. That imposing tall figure appeared in the room. Read the next 40 chapters right now. Visit patrayon.com/binge-translations. 181, Chapter 178 Black Queen, Meteorite. The tall figure descended with a bang, like an active volcano eruption with a powerful atmosphere, filling up the spacious study. Leaning back in a high-backed chair, the Black Queen, Selene, narrowed her eyes. The turbulent airflow was like a gale swept up from the ground, lifting the vintage robes and waist-length black hair. The anxious expression on Sebastian's face instantly solidified, and an uncontrollable fear appeared in his eyes. Catching up so quickly. He had some trouble believing Superman could do magic. It's a master's signature skill to use a casting medium to open a portal. Luke stepped out of the circular passage, and his sharp eyes swept over the horrified Sebastian Shaw. The two confronted each other with insight, without the classic villain's declaration or the cliched and boring pre-battle dialogue. Luke's feet were on the ground, drawing a short and straight line. His right hand made a fist, and a terrifying force gathered. Boom! The explosion was so loud that it almost overturned the roof. Sebastian's head felt like it had been hit with a heavy hammer and his feet staggered backward. The strong body suddenly appeared in an illusory shadow. This was him absorbing the terrible power Superman was releasing. The other party was like a titan beast in human skin. A punch came down, and Sebastian Shaw, who had taken a cruise missile head-on and easily absorbed the energy of the blast, was a bit overwhelmed. When he thought of him tearing up the 3 battleship classes, pushing the carriers and knocking the wind out of Namor, he couldn't help but feel a deep chill in his heart. Compared with the King of Atlantis, who suffered a broken back, Sebastian was much more sober. He didn't think he could be Superman's opponent unless he could wait until he absorbed atomic energy, became a humanoid nuclear weapon, and thoroughly strengthened himself. Otherwise, his chances of winning were very low. The legendary Superman lives up to his name. Selene, the Black Queen, licked her red lips. Her sparkling eyes, like a lake of spring water, could melt any male creature. This powerful witch has always liked strong men best. Fancying the lean, strong, steel-reinforced Superman. To be precise, I crave Luke's body. If Sebastian Shaw, who was in the way, wasn't here, she would take the initiative to offer herself up and compete for 300 rounds with the other party. Fuck. Selene, you crazy woman. At this point, can't you just put away your hormones for a while? Sebastian glanced at the Black Queen, his ally, and almost vomited blood. The thirsty eyes, the desire, were almost overflowing. Admittedly, Superman's strong physique, tall figure, and sharp outlines were very attractive to women. But it was a life-and-death battle right now. Selene's brain was full of images not suitable for children, not helping at all. This made Sebastian, who was struggling to gain support, lose his calm. It was as if the support team wasn't sitting on the sidelines quietly watching the game but also typing out on the jumbotron, "Hey, look at the other team, so powerful, so great. Shaw, pay attention to your words. I'm not one of those silly young people in the club who you easily fool." The Black Queen coldly spoke. She didn't think highly of Sebastian Shaw, who relied on organ transplants to activate mutant abilities. Selene was even more proud than her younger counterparts as a mutant who had lived a long life. The few people she would acknowledge were probably the self-proclaimed god, Apocalypse, and the other party's little follower, Mr. Sinister. The rest of the mutants? Selene wasn't deliberately targeting anyone, they were all garbage anyway. Essex. The famous Mr. Sinister won't want Apocalypse to wake up. But if I die, the mutant god will surely be awakened. Sebastian gnashed his teeth and wanted to strangle the easily swayed Black Queen. Is this a threat? I'll make a note of it, Shaw. Selene pulled back her smile and finally rose from her high-backed chair. Don't judge by this woman's body that was full of charming aura, and every move could arouse a man's desire. Like ripe, full fruit that made people drool. She was a famous witch. Calculating her age carefully, she was almost the same age as the Ancient One. And Seleni's style was bold and unrestrained. She always took pleasure in enslaving men and playing with their bodies and souls. To some extent, it could be said that there were countless toys and many more battles. Most of the men she took a fancy to didn't end well. Either they would be eaten up, and their souls absorbed. Or they would be reduced to licking dogs and playing with them to death. Because, in addition to being a witch, the Black Queen Selene was also a mutant. Her natural ability was to absorb life. Through physical contact, she could absorb vitality and strengthen one of her physical attributes. This was the real reason why Selene's face hadn't aged for thousands of years. She relied on depriving others of their life force to maintain her youth, beauty, and energy. Major General, can we sit down and talk first? Black Queen warned Sebastian Shaw. Her hands were slightly closed, slowly releasing a spell. A black mist exploded, bringing with it a dense aura of death, enveloping the imposing Superman. Slow speed, drawn strength, chaotic spirit, a high-order master. The bio-force field was in full swing. Luke wasn't affected at all, he had the powerful superhuman card. Boom! A kick struck Sebastian Shaw, who emerged as a mass of shadow figures, struggling to absorb the power exerted by Superman. Selene! Your spells won't work on him! Sebastian shouted in anger. Now he looked as if he was gorging himself on food and was approaching the limit of his appetite. Superman linked continuous hits like crazy, making the Black King feel the sense of crisis brought by death inching closer and closer. The sickle that would harvest his life came closer to his neck. Show your true ability! Sebastian raved. He could absorb various forms of energy, but he was still an ordinary person in essence. Regardless of reaction speed, or movement ability, he couldn't keep up with Superman's pace. This meant that Sebastian could only receive the beatings passively. There was no way to launch a counterattack while there was no room to dodge. Shut up! The Black Queen raised her hand and pointed. Sebastian Shaw's mouth felt like it was sewn shut, and no sound could come out. Then, the right hand moved while the black smoke lingered on her. A strong, pungent smell of sulfur filled the whole room. Pulling down a meteorite without preparation is too dangerous. Luke stopped his attack and turned his head to look at the Black Queen, who was surrounded by a circle of magic fluctuations, and a cold glint swept through his eyes. Afterward, there was a boom. The tall figure smashed through the roof. Halfway up in the air, a huge fireball smashed down. Read 40 advanced chapters on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/bingetranslations. 182, Chapter 179 I just want to kill you or be killed by you. Luke rushed into the air and looked at the huge meteorite that was the size of a house and glowed with fire. His eyes slightly focused, crimson beams of light swept up and down, left and right, cross-cutting. Zing zing zing. The hot rays that evaporated flesh and blood were like red-hot knives, chopping up the large meteorite that could cover half a block. Then, the bio-force field suddenly opened up, exerting a terrifying force that crushed the broken rocks that fell like a rainstorm into powder. Above the air, dust fluttered and went away with the wind. A crisis suddenly disappeared. Well done. I thought you would continue to fight Sebastian Shaw regardless of the damage done to others. The Ancient One suddenly appeared behind Luke. There was a look of approval on her face. She didn't seem to think that the Major General would make this surprising choice. Does it mean that the other party had the potential to become a hero hidden deep inside his heart? They can't get away anyway. Luke said calmly, indicating that the Sorcerer Supreme thought too much. As a positive character, the mainstay of the order-keeping side, the young Major General of the United States, the only beacon of light in the human world, the leader of the Howling Commandos, the first director of S.H.I.E.L.D., the female warlock pile driver. Bah! Cross out the last one. Luke thought that he should do some good deeds occasionally, of course, he had to harvest reputation. I didn't expect Sebastian Shaw to be associated with Selene, the witch. And she had joined the Hellfire Club. The Ancient One's eyebrows were slightly wrinkled. Today, she was wearing a suit and tie instead of a hooded robe. Since it wasn't an upscale suit, it didn't look well pressed, and she looked more like a bald insurance salesman who lost his hair early in life than a Wall Street elite. That woman is the Black Queen of the Hellfire Club. Luke scanned the room with his supervision and found Sebastian Shaw in the study. Selene had unexpectedly run away. The opponent had skills similar to those masters from Kamar-Taj, opening a teleportation path, which could appear anywhere. Not only that, Selene is a very powerful witch. Luke picked his eyebrows. He was a little surprised. There were very few masters who would be praised by the Sorcerer Supreme and are qualified to be worthy of her evaluation. Major General, when facing her in the future, you should be careful. The Ancient One warned seriously. Selene was born in a tribe in Central Europe. When she was still a baby in her infancy, she awakened her mutant talents. Her mother regarded it as a miracle, and didn't hesitate to sacrifice her vitality as a nutrient for her. Other elders of the tribe ordered everyone to do so, thus Selene showed great strength from childhood. Luke's heart was stunned. He didn't expect the Black Queen to have such experiences. Selene has lived a long life by drawing on the lives of others. During this time, she obtained the rune staff from Asgard, thus increasing her strength. The Ancient One stopped explaining and spoke without delay. Thousands of years ago, she went to the then rising Roman Empire, supported a down-and-out poet to become a member of the Senate, and conspired to hold a ceremony to become a god, but fortunately it was unsuccessful. Later, she established an evil sect in Brazil, calling herself a goddess. To sum up, this woman is very dangerous. Don't let her touch you, Major General. Otherwise. The Ancient One paused and took a few glances at Superman, who was physically strong and exuded a masculine aura, and seriously said, "You might get sucked dry by her." Luke's eyebrows were slightly wrinkled. He vaguely felt this sudden overwhelming opinion left embarrassing tire marks on his face, a clean hit and run. "Ancient One, are you going to make a move?" he asked curiously. As the saying goes, everyone has their specialties. A powerful witch who held the staff from Asgard and lived for thousands of years should naturally be handed over to the Sorcerer Supreme to handle. "Sorry, Kamar-Taj is a little busy. I've been away for too long, and Dormammu is ready at the door again, collecting debts." The Ancient One shook her head decisively and stopped at the end. "Then, opening a portal would be okay, right?" Luke's mouth twitched as he felt that Dormammu was perhaps the unluckiest dimensional demon god. The current Sorcerer Supreme, the Ancient One, refused to pay back her debt, just like an old scoundrel. The next Sorcerer Supreme, Strange, not only did this but also forced Dormammu to negotiate, forcing the other party to tear up the ES voluntarily. If the twists and turns of the experience were written out, it would be enough to turn into clickbait articles. Shocking! The Sorcerer Supreme has become a scoundrel. Is this a distortion of human nature or a moral degradation? 15 Secrets You Must Know About Kamar-Taj. New York doctor laid off and re-employed as a negotiator. The debt collection journey of the dimensional demon god Dormammu. The secret behind the painful and bloody history. "I'll open the portal and send the enemy straight to you," the Ancient One said quite readily with a wave of her hand. She drew a circle in the air. The magic sparks splashed and jumped. "This is the dam base in Akalai Lake." Luke paused and walked into the circular passage. Sebastian Shaw, not far away, looked at him with a puzzled face. "You?" This Black King of the Hellfire Club was inwardly shaken. He ran away to Egypt with Selene, how come he was dragged back in an instant? "This may be fate, Mr. Shaw." Luke shrugged his shoulders and strode over. The Black Queen had the appropriate magical means to evade the Sorcerer Supreme's spatial transmission. Therefore, only Sebastian Shaw, an unlucky man, was left to face Superman. Boom! The frequent explosion-like sound echoed in the tunnel of the dam base. Sebastian had a fierce look in his eyes like a hungry wolf cornered in a desperate situation. Feeling the strong wind blowing in his face, he released the terrible energy he had absorbed before. Dong! Luke looked like he had received a heavy blow from himself. His whole body fell back and smashed deeply into the solid and thick alloy wall. Hiss! "That's right, that's better." He didn't have the slightest irritation but showed an excited smile. He held the walls with both hands and pulled himself out of that humanoid dent in the wall. With a heavy step on the ground, like a catapulted jet, he instantly moved toward Sebastian Shaw. The former exerted a terrifying force, which was enough to sink a huge ship, while the latter absorbed and then released it. As soon as the two came into contact, a circle of airwaves visible to the naked eye vibrated around their bodies. "We don't have to be enemies." Sebastian overcame his fear and fought back and forth with Superman. It seemed that he had the delusion that the other party wasn't as terrible as he thought. He decisively turned his eloquent speech mode, trying to persuade Luke to turn war into friendship and avoid this senseless battle. "Major General Cavill, Namor has been dealt with by you, and Superman has stopped the war between Atlantis and the land world. You have gained both prestige and power." Sebastian's body changed into countless shadows as he absorbed energy and released it, trying his best to maintain the fragile balance. Superman seemed tireless. His fist swung faster and faster, even the air was bursting over and over, making harsh sounds as if he was breaking through the sound barrier. According to common sense, when the opponent launches a fierce attack, he would also suffer damage from the recoil caused by Sebastian's energy release. Luke seemed to have completely ignored this point and shook his fist, unmoved. For a while, the scene was as if some unknown high school student activated his invisible stand-in and sent out the crazy aura 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 aura. "I'm sorry, Mr. Shaw. I just want to kill you or be killed by you." The cold voice penetrated through the strong whines of his punches and the violent flow of air and reached Sebastian Shaw's ears. "I saw that the battlefield was the dam base, and I wanted to open the floodway so you could experience the wonderful taste of being pulverized. However, I quickly changed my mind. Compared with the flood breaking the bank, the pain of the moment, as you watch yourself approaching death, seemed to add to the sense of despair. In just a few seconds, Luke threw hundreds of punches, almost putting the tunnel into a vacuum state and almost suffocating Sebastian Shaw. I can give the Hellfire Club and the mutants too. Sebastian strived for the hope of survival, but unfortunately, Superman was a killer who couldn't understand his feelings. After a minute and 20 seconds, Luke stopped the attack. His chest stretched like a bellow, emitting heavy breaths. Sweat slowly slid down his forehead. Compared to Sabretooth and Wolverine, the two mutants with self-healing factors as his sparring partners, Sebastian Shaw, who could absorb energy and fight back, was more suitable for the job. I like to take what I want myself. Luke looked at Sebastian Shaw, who was constantly moving in multiple shadows, and smiled, "Goodbye, Mr. Shaw." He exhaled a long sigh and turned to leave. Sebastian Shaw felt desperate and tried to absorb the violent energy before releasing it. However, he couldn't do it. The fragile balance had been broken, and everything was out of control. What's the difference between you and me? Even if you become the king of Hellfire Club, you would only be a tyrant. Sebastian shouted out his emotions. Luke paused slightly and then moved on. We may all be the same kind of people, but I'm better than you, Mr. Shaw. Only the winners are qualified to speak. The heavy metal gate closed with a bang. Immediately afterward, there was a huge explosion. Read next 40 chapters on Pat Rayon right now. Visit patrayon.com/binge-translations. 183, Chapter 180. Thank you for saving the world, Miss Frost. The fascinating thing about the future is that it was unpredictable. The cruelty of reality was to be caught unprepared. For the young mutants of the Hellfire Club and the undersea people of Atlantis. Like a bolt from the blue, the shocking news was like a tornado, coming so fast that they weren't even mentally prepared. What? My king's back was broken? And he's a cold-blooded butcher who was going to destroy the world. What? My leader blew up and didn't even leave an intact corpse. The next day, in the conference room on Liberty Island, the mutants were specially invited to participate in the negotiations. There were also Atlanteans who didn't know whether to be happy or angry. The two looked at each other. Intense sadness surged up in their hearts. After just one night, how come it felt like the whole world had changed? As expected, there were surprises and unexpected outcomes, and you never know which one would come first. Mr. Major General, what are you going to do with Namor? The representative group from Atlantis reacted faster than the mutants whose minds were shaken. Ultimately, these undersea people were no different from politicians in the land world, accustomed to seeing where the wind was blowing. After learning of Namor's broken back, they automatically omitted even the honorific title of His Majesty the King and called him by his first name instead. The crimes committed by Namor Mackenzie are not only against the land world but also Atlantis. Luke, who directly flew back to Liberty Island, tapped his fingers on the table, but his face didn't show any emotions. He was ready to launch the ultimate weapon that could destroy Atlantis and sink the entire North American continent. Do you know how many people would die in this disaster? In addition to the destruction of the land world, the sinking of the continents, the tsunamis and earthquakes would destroy the stable ecology of the marine world. Namor Mackenzie claims that all those marine creatures are his people. Why would a king slaughter his people? The Navy Secretary Nimitz, sitting next to him, hissed and drew a breath of cold air. Killing people and then destroying their hearts. As expected of Major General Cavill. Once the above remarks are sunk in, Namor would be nailed to the column of shame, associated with all the kings of Atlantis before him. The possibility of trying to turn around was slim to none. I saw early on that Namor wouldn't make a good king. This statement was delivered after the fact. That's right. How can a king with impure blood lead the people of Atlantis? This was a supporter of the lineage argument. Fortunately, Major General has prevented this terrible crisis. Otherwise, the good reputation of Atlantis would probably be destroyed by Namor. This was someone who jumped on the bandwagon with no moral integrity. To sum up, after Namor lost power, the top leaders of Atlantis decisively abandoned him. From this point of view, the blue-skinned underwater people have something in common with the French. That was, they don't like their own king. If necessary, they would rather send the other party to the gallows. Now that we have reached a preliminary consensus on the disposal of Namor, Luke cleared his throat and made a final decision, then we will wait until the negotiations are over and leave it to the court and jury of Atlantis and the land world to decide. After exchanging opinions for a while, the Atlantis delegation nodded and agreed. They didn't have the courage and qualifications to refuse. Luke often mentioned the ultimate weapon from Atlantis in between his words. After Namor's defeat, the continental shelf oscillator from the ancient gods naturally became a trophy for the land world. Thinking about this, the representatives from Atlantis were even more depressed. They can't help but scold Namor from the bottom of their hearts. As for Sebastian Shaw, I said he was a remnant of the Third Reich, a conspirator trying to subvert the rule of the free world, a traitor among the mutants. Nobody would object, would they? After talking about Namor, who had fallen from grace and suffered a broken back, Luke swept his eyes back to the Hellfire Club. The main representatives of the opposing side were the White Queen, who was still dumbfounded, and the younger mutant. Major General Cavill, I have something to say. As a mutant in the club, second only to the Black King Sebastian Shaw, the White Queen now took the lead. She lifted her right hand and placed it near her temple. The psychic ability extended out silently like a tidal wave. Superman was indeed very powerful, but an invulnerable body may not be the same as an invulnerable mind. Oh, Miss Frost, what do you want to say? Luke looked at the young White Queen with a smile at the corner of his mouth. The two of them looked at each other, and the moment they met, their eyes closed. Bang! The unstoppable psychic ability seemed to hit a brick wall. There was neither thought reading nor mind control. The invisible and insubstantial psychic fluctuations were completely blocked back. That hurts. Emma, the White Queen, only felt dizzy. Her eyes went dark and almost fell on the table on the spot. How is this possible? She didn't want to believe it, and she couldn't possibly believe it. She had failed. The main reason why Sebastian Shaw could shield him from her psychic ability was because of the metal helmet made of unknown material. But what was the Major General sitting in front of her, with a smile on his face, relying on? He obviously didn't do anything to protect himself. Miss Frost, are you all right? Luke's tone was slightly concerned as if he had a close relationship with the White Queen. Immediately afterward, he swept over the rest of the Hellfire Club and continued, Miss Frost, I would like to thank you for speaking. If it weren't for your initiative to provide information to SHIELD and expose Sebastian Shaw's plot to destroy the world, I'm afraid I'd still be in the dark. If they succeed in activating the Continental Shelf Oscillator, it will cause unpredictable casualties and losses to the land world, as well as Atlantis. It's no exaggeration to say that you saved the world. The Major General was sincere and full of emotion, there was no hint of falsehood. With that, he stood up and gave a military salute. Pa pa pa. Pa pa pa. Seeing Superman take the lead, the rest of the group joined in, applauded, and looked at the White Queen with grateful, admiring eyes. Only Emma, who was the target, showed a bewildered look. I didn't. I'm not. In a dizzy state, the White Queen's head was full of buzzing noises. The whole person was like a crashing computer with a burnt-out processor. It wasn't until the applause died down and the negotiations returned to normal that she reacted to what had happened. When did I ever inform you about Sebastian Shaw? Facing the huge honor of saving the world. The White Queen's eyes were dull as if she had lost her ability to think. Get access to 40 advanced chapters on Pat Rayon. Visit patrayon.com/binge-translations. 184, Chapter 181. Who is the traitor, and who is the leader? I didn't do anything, how could I be appointed as a hero to save the world? The White Queen's mind was full of question marks, and her face looked baffled. In particular, the senior officials from the Navy Department surrounded her with enthusiastic applause and endless praise. It was as if she really did what Luke said she did and saved the planet from a terrible disaster. What the hell is this? The White Queen subconsciously looked at Luke, who was smiling gently. The young Major General's eyes were unusually calm, like an observer watching a play. When she thought of the sincere speech he had just made, which was as honest as if it had actually happened, she seemed to understand something. He did it on purpose. Her brain felt like a basin of cold water had been poured over it, and she instantly came to her senses. The White Queen tried her best to break free from the dizziness and suddenly found that the compatriots from the Hellfire Club looked at her strangely. After settling down, those complicated emotions turned into sharp sword-like screams of rebuke. Traitor. Snitch. For a psychic, interpreting the emotions and thoughts of others was a fundamental skill. Obviously, at this time, she had become a traitor in the eyes of her compatriots. No, they misunderstood. The White Queen's red lips were slightly open as if she wanted to defend herself. Even though she didn't like what Sebastian Shaw did. She even resisted his intention to use the Continental Shelf Oscillator as an important bargaining chip to threaten the human world. Not only would it harm humans, but it wouldn't do any good for the mutants either. Even so, the White Queen never wanted to betray the Hellfire Club, and the king brought her into the organization. The cohesiveness within the mutant community had been strong because most of them have had tragic experiences involving persecution. Similar experiences, unique natural abilities, and external exclusion and discrimination forced them to gather together. So, when Sebastian Shaw ascended to the top, and after showing great strength, he easily gathered a group of compatriots. Later, Magneto was able to lead the Brotherhood for the same reason. To put it bluntly, it was the external pressure that forced the mutants to unite internally. Therefore, as a part of the rejected members of normal society, the White Queen would never voluntarily choose to leave the Hellfire Club or the mutant community. That would eliminate the last place she had to stay, the last community she could fit into. The consequences of being abandoned by the collective were much more frightening than ordinary discrimination and oppression. That's why Sebastian Shaw didn't directly rule out the unstable factors when he learned that the other party was in personal contact with her sister in S.H.I.E.L.D. and at the same time contradicted his plan. Because the White Queen has nowhere to go. Staying in the Hellfire Club, she was a proud and powerful mutant, a beautiful and noble queen. If she lost this and returned to the human world, she would only become a freak and a monster in the eyes of others. Miss Frost, I heard that you and Agent Kayla of S.H.I.E.L.D. are sisters. Luke casually mentioned this matter and smiled lightly, in view of the unfair treatment of mutants and the future development. S.H.I.E.L.D. will soon hold a peace summit in Paris, at which time all countries will participate. You must attend as a representative, so the whole world would know the terrible situation that mutants are facing. The Major General looked at the White Queen, who was lost in thought and went to her side, reaching out to squeeze her shoulder. Miss Frost, you wouldn't refuse this offer, would you? The White Queen shrank back and nodded heavily after a long pause. The diamond-like hard sparkling appearance still couldn't cover up her fragile heart. In the face of Superman, who could resist? Why are you doing this? As the night deepened, the White Queen broke into Luke's suite and asked angrily. She hasn't been with Sebastian Shaw long enough, and she was far from mature enough to hide her emotions. Good evening, Miss Frost. Luke seemed to know that the other party would come and specially prepared an extra cup. Red wine or whiskey? He asked. Please answer my question, Major General. The White Queen's face was as frosty, the corners of her eyes and eyebrows carried a dense fury. Psychic energy swept through the living room like a storm. Unfortunately, Luke, who was in the middle of it, was unmoved and had a smile on his lips. The reason is very simple and very complicated. I need a spokesperson for the mutant side. You're perfect for it, Miss Frost. The White Queen was slightly stunned, and her fierce temper suddenly weakened. Spokesperson? Me? Do you want to be the new leader of the Hellfire Club? The White Queen frowned and quickly figured out what Luke was really thinking. Use her to control the Hellfire Club. Then go one step further and gather the mutant population. My compatriots don't trust humans. Major General, you're expecting too much. After clearing her mind, the White Queen sneered. And thanks to that honor you bestowed, many in the club now see me as a traitor. Are you humans willing to accept snitches? Betrayal is an unwelcome and disgusting thing in any group. Luke poured himself a glass of whiskey. The sound of ice hitting the cup wall was crisp and sweet. He sat back on the sofa, glanced at the White Queen with his arms on his chest, and slowly said, It's not as bad as you think, Miss Frost. First of all, trust can be built gradually, just as Rome wasn't built in a day. Secondly, the so-called snitches and traitors are only based on the fact that Sebastian Shaw was still the leader of the Hellfire Club. How many loyalists can there be now that he has exploded into a ketchup-like mass of unidentified paste? With the king dead, treason is no issue. Luke beckoned to the White Queen, who kept her distance and alert, to sit down obediently. People with psychic abilities were sought after wherever they were. Especially Emma Frost, the White Queen. She was an alpha mutant, just like Professor X. Although her ability was slightly inferior, other aspects weren't so bad. The diamond form that could block one's mind, coupled with the leadership position in the Hellfire Club, could categorize her as a rare purple card. Whether mutants or humans, the nature of living beings is to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. Luke swirled his glass and quietly said, As I said, SHIELD is ready to hold a peace summit and announce the existence of mutants to the world at the same time. The persecution and rejection you have suffered in the past are partly due to your extraordinary abilities, the direction and influence of public opinion. The White Queen stared at the amber liquid in the glass. Her attitude gradually changed from contempt to listening carefully. But if someone speaks up for you, changes the image of mutants, and gets the federal government to stand up for you, everything will change. Luke painted a grand picture, depicting a bright future. He could do this, but the process wouldn't be so simple or easy. The existence of mutants means that human beings became a lower class. This was the key problem that was truly difficult to solve. Binge. Weekly mass release. Extra chapter tomorrow for every 300 power stones. Join Patreon to get access to all translated chapters. Patreon.com/binge-translations. 185, Chapter 182 The New King, the Old Queen. You humans can always tell the best and most beautiful lies in the world, and at the same time, kill your fellow human beings without mercy, without even a hint of compassion. The White Queen said, half sarcastically, half seriously. Major General, how can I be sure that you are saying this from the heart and not from the promises of politicians, the conscience of a businessman, the sweet words of a man, which are neither credible nor reliable? Luke was satisfied with the conversation getting back on track. He didn't want to work with an emotional creature who was overly sentimental and had trouble thinking rationally. Sometimes it's better to sit down and discuss the benefits openly. It was far more practical and effective than talking about sentimental dreams. A verbal guarantee may have no credibility, and black and white letters written in a contract may not be binding enough. Luke said lightly. Sincerity depends on actions. The White Queen nodded and agreed with this view. Her hands subconsciously let go, no longer keeping the defensive posture of crossing her arms in front of her. This proves that her original vigilance towards Luke was loosening. Aware of this, the Major General smiled more and more gently and slowly said, with all due respect, Miss Frost, what you said earlier doesn't only apply to humans, but the instinct of any living being. Future history books may include the massacre of Native Americans by colonists on the North American continent, the burning of witches by medieval churches, and the extermination of Jews by the Third Reich, all of them. But this isn't proof that humans are born with a passion for killing and a brutal, tyrannical nature, it's a warning to future generations about the terrible effects that greed, ignorance, and ambition can have on the world. Any species with intelligence and the ability to think are complex. If we simply use the binary concept of good and evil to judge and measure, we could only form the inherent concept of self-righteousness and prejudice. The White Queen sat with her legs tilted, and her beautiful curves, instead of remaining tense, were gradually relaxing. To tell you the truth, Major General, you remind me of my college teacher. She said. Luke smiled faintly. The White Queen, born into a wealthy Boston family, had an obvious teacher's influence on her. As far as he knows in the timeline, Emma Frost came close to becoming a teacher with the support of her parents. After that, she also had brief cooperation with Professor X. Joined Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters and served as the principal for a while. Later on, there were several changes of sides and positions, mostly as a teacher and leader of the younger generation of mutants. Therefore, people with psychic abilities are probably well suited for education. I just hope he's not a bald guy who likes to take advantage of young schoolgirls, that would be a shock. Luke shrugged his shoulders and spoke in a humorous tone. The atmosphere in the living room gradually eased. No. He's as young as you, handsome, especially when talking, confident and infectious. Luke keenly caught the dull light in the White Queen's eyes and guessed that she had been in a not-so-fulfilling teacher-student relationship. Then he's a lucky guy to have an admirer like Miss Frost. He continued to cut into the topic as if making small talk. When I was young, I didn't understand. The White Queen shook her head. She really had a crush on that teacher. It's a pity that the ignorant first love that hasn't bloomed yet died a tragic death because of her mutant identity. This was one of the reasons that prompted her to leave Boston. The White Queen was discriminated against and ostracized as if being a mutant was a disgusting infectious disease. She could only gather with her compatriots to gain a small sense of security and identity. Let's get back to business, Major General. How can we build trust between the Hellfire Club and S.H.I.E.L.D? The White Queen dismisses her distractions and realizes that she let her guard down too easily in front of Luke, which wasn't normal for a psychic. In most cases, she should have been the dominant speaker. When the Peace Summit is held, SHIELD will recommend that the White House promote a bill to improve the treatment for mutants. Luke spoke with absolute certainty. At that time, Miss Frost will be able to see my sincerity. His words moved the White Queen. She wasn't an ambitious person like Sebastian Shaw, who only wanted to use the mutants as tools to win enough power and status for herself. If S.H.I.E.L.D could really make this happen, the Hellfire Club could change sides. But, there are actually quite a few people in the club who are loyal followers of Shaw. After thinking for a moment, the White Queen felt a little hesitant. If she agrees to do so, she would be accused of being a traitor and a snitch. As I said, it is in the nature of any living being to seek advancement and avoid disadvantages. Luke spoke in a relaxed tone. Sebastian Shaw was no match for him when he was alive. Now that he's dead, what else could he do? The Major General restrained his smile and calmly said, the hatred and resentment of mutants towards humans mostly comes from the tragic experience of persecution and abuse. But, Miss Frost, you probably don't know that Sebastian Shaw, the late Black King of the Hellfire Club, once selected 431 people in Auschwitz, all of whom were prisoners between the ages of 16 and 30. Miss Frost, do you know what he did to them? Feeling Luke's calm tone, the White Queen felt palpitations in her heart and subconsciously asked, what did Shaw do? Like livestock, they were herded into steam chambers, subjected to an intense heat that made them dehydrate and faint. Then, throw them into barrels of ice to soak. In addition to this, there was continuous electroshock torture, hours-long beatings, floggings, and even sleep deprivation. All kinds of torture were exerted on these people until they died. The White Queen felt chills crawl down her spine when she heard this. Though Luke described it with a calm expression, she felt as if she witnessed those brutal scenes with her own eyes. She couldn't help but ask, why? Why did Shaw do those things? As a later member of the Hellfire Club, Emma Frost became the queen not because of her qualifications but because of her personal ability. Therefore, she knew nothing about Sebastian Shaw's past. Why did he do that? Luke sarcastically chuckled, because he was trying to find the hidden code in the mutant X gene that would open the door to evolution. Sebastian Shaw was a graduate of Oxford University's Academy of Biological Sciences. He has the recessive X gene but hadn't awakened to his natural abilities during adolescence. But this guy was smart enough to discover that the X gene responds easily to external stimuli, especially violent fluctuations in emotion which can result in intriguing alterations that resemble chemical effects. The torture used was just to find out the laws of genetic changes, to master the method of manufacturing mutants. White Queen's red lips slightly open, seemingly in shock. She didn't expect that the Black King of the Hellfire Club, who said he would fight for better rights and higher status for his compatriots, had such a dark history behind him. Is this all true? The White Queen had some difficulty in believing that. She once saw Sebastian Shaw as the savior of the mutants, a great and trustworthy teacher. S.H.I.E.L.D has detailed files inside. If you have any doubts, you can check them yourself. Of course, documents can be falsified, but the crimes committed always leave traces. There are several survivors of the concentration camps in Poland. They are very familiar with the king's crimes. Luke looked at the dubious White Queen and said, as a person with psychic abilities, there should be very few people in this world who could lie to you. I believe that when the time comes, you will be able to make the right decision. Miss Frost, as long as you reveal Sebastian Shaw's ugly side, you will change from being a traitor and a snitch to being the first hero to discover the truth and take action to save your compatriots. Luke spread his hands and stated the perfect ending. Anyway, dead people don't talk. So, put all the blame on Sebastian Shaw's head. The mutants of the Hellfire Club would gradually change their opinion of the White Queen. The White Queen stared straight at Luke and sighed with emotion after a long while. Major General, you are more of a mind-altering, thought-manipulating powerhouse than I am. It's just a matter of taking advantage of the nature of living beings. Miss Frost, can I call you Emma? I think the Hellfire Club would be happy to accept a new king and a new queen. Luke lifted his glass, handed it to the White Queen, and smiled. Emma, let's drink to a better future for mutants. The latter was silent for a moment and then accepted the glass of whiskey on the rocks. The glasses clinked with a crisp, clear sound. This conversation, which was originally a question, turned into a discussion about the leaders of Hellfire Club and the future of mutants. Even the White Queen herself didn't know how. Everything seemed to be following a written script and was executed accurately. The Black King has died. Major General, are you going to become the White King of the Hellfire Club? The White Queen took a sip of the cold liquid. Her heart felt like it had broken free from its heavy shackles and was no longer affected by the opinions of her compatriots. She had to admit that if Luke did what he said, mutants would have a better future. The thought of being able to save fellow suffering compatriots and become a hero. Emma couldn't help but feel excited. What's the problem? The club already has a queen, so of course, it needs a king. Luke put down his glass and stood up. I think I'm a good fit, don't you? The White Queen also left the sofa and tilted her head slightly, looking at the tall young general with a slight smile at the corner of her lips. I think so too. 186, Chapter 183 The Other President's Daughter, A Patriotic Heart. After successfully persuading the White Queen, Luke then focused on the peace summit attended by every country. Naturally, the White House had no problem with it. In this war of civilizations against Atlantis, both S.H.I.E.L.D. and Superman fully demonstrated their abilities. There was no doubt that this young star named Luke Cavill. Since he pierced the sky with his dazzling light, it had become an important existence that no one could ignore. According to the news from Colonel Phillips, the president recently began to beat about the bush and asked Major General Cavill if he had any idea of getting married or falling in love. That's because he happened to have a young daughter of the same age. Luke said he wasn't particularly interested in becoming the president's son-in-law. If he wanted to choose, it wouldn't be Truman's turn. There were 5 major political families widely recognized in the future of American politics. They are Adams, Roosevelt, Kennedy, Bush, and Clinton. Adams ranked first, flourished at the founding of the country. Samuel Adams was known as a founding father, and his cousin John Adams was one of the drafters of the Declaration of Independence. Moreover, he served as the first vice president and the second president. His eldest brother's son won the election and became the 6th president. It can be said that his family's education was profound. Compared to Adams, Roosevelt wasn't bad either. Many people only knew that Franklin D. Roosevelt was re-elected for 4 terms and brought his family to the pinnacle of power. Few remember that Theodore Roosevelt took office as president in 1901, and the author of the famous Speak Softly, and Carry a Big Stick foreign policy. Compared to the two above, Luke was more familiar with Kennedy, who hadn't yet made his mark yet. They were of Irish immigrant descent and had strong ties to the Irish mob that Uncle Frank joined. Kennedy's grandfather was born with a business sense and made his first fortune from a pub in those days. He then sent Kennedy's father to Harvard and successfully married the daughter of the mayor of Boston, leaping high society. After that, Kennedy's father made a fortune from prohibition and had a great eye for investment, funding Roosevelt's presidential campaign on all fronts. From there, after the repeal of the prohibition, he reaped rich rewards. He securely sat as the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission chairman, accumulating a large amount of wealth. After Luke received his commendation as a major general, the young Kennedy, who was still only a lieutenant in the Navy, took the initiative to invite himself to several family gatherings through Uncle Frank's relationship and spoke about the core members of the Kennedy family. So, he knew the future president, who spent only 3 years in the White House before being shot in public as a casual acquaintance. After the private contact, Luke realized that the other party's lifestyle was extremely chaotic. Perhaps it was because when young John Kennedy was 19 years old, his first girlfriend was pried away by a best-selling author, which broke the heart of a young man who believed in true love. Since then, this guy had become a playboy whose biggest hobby was partying and had invited Luke a few times. The attendees were young second-generation politicians and businessmen, as well as big Hollywood stars and beautiful actresses. Kennedy's habit was to look at a woman, talk for a few minutes, and then disappear for about half an hour. Basically, at every party, you could see this guy suddenly disappear and then reappear with weak legs. Moreover, he also packed a long-term suite in the Waldorf Astoria, which was especially used for holding multiplayer matches. Through the long list of people who had affairs with John F. Kennedy, the most memorable one was Marilyn Monroe. The then sex symbol was a natural beauty. She actually had an affair with both Kennedy brothers. It could be said to be a realistic example of brothers in arms. The most interesting thing was that after John Kennedy was assassinated, his wife Jacqueline and his brother, Bobby Kennedy, went into hiding. Comparing the memory in his mind with the present reality, Luke finally concluded that the presidential family's circle was chaotic. Many people believe in the democracy and freedom advertised by this country of liberty, but take a look at the history of the presidents, sort out the relationships behind them. It wasn't difficult to find that each family had a background, connections, and had known and dealt with each other for a long time. To put it bluntly, the transfer of power was always in the circle of a handful of people at the top of the pyramid, it wouldn't flow into the hands of outsiders. Statistics show that more than 17% of the members of Congress came from political families. Like Harrison, Hamilton, Rockefeller. These surnames have accompanied the history of the United States for 200 years and never left the historical stage. If Luke had the idea of running for president in the future, he would certainly be invested in and courted by the political families and then pulled into the so-called political elite. This was the truth behind so-called freedom and democracy. I have little interest in being a justice-oriented president and even less in being the president's son-in-law. Luke hung up the call from the White House and silently thought, if it was the 45th president's daughter they were talking about, I might have been tempted. After all, everyone has a patriotic heart. After thinking for a while, he dialed the encrypted number for SHIELD, a private number known only to the director and the commander. The password was Wabawabop. Translator, it's Crazy Dave language from Plants vs. Zombies. Only when the answer was correct could one successfully switch to the relevant channel. How's the peace summit in Paris going? After getting rid of Neymar and Sebastian Shaw, the Atlantis delegates were inclined towards peace talks. As a result of Luke's proposal, the Congress, which used to spend all day on trivial matters, approved the proposal in a rather rare and efficient manner. It was a rare moment of unanimity among legislators eager to make dramatic statements and gain attention. The attitude displayed by the rest of the world was even more evident. Each one wanted to gain access and capture the benefits quickly. Don't blame them for being excited. There were great benefits to be gained from the initial decision on diplomatic relations and trade with Atlantis alone. The rich resources of the deep ocean, the mining of veins, and so on could bring important changes to the development of their country. They are very eager though pretending to be calm. Right now, the countries that have ideas and are qualified to participate in the Peace Summit and receive a ticket to the event are the same ones from the Yalta Conference. Carter turned over the document and replied, oil and gas resources, marine-derived pharmaceuticals, metal veins, and Atlantean technology are all heavyweight chips. Except for S.P.E.A.R., who are indifferent and only asked to participate in the Peace Summit without actively mentioning the allocation of resources, all other countries have a strong desire to take a piece of this big cake. Luke wasn't surprised by the reactions from various countries. Except for China, which had S.P.E.A.R., the others were a bunch of people who hadn't seen the world. The former was far more profound than S.H.I.E.L.D, Hydra, or Leviathan. One of the predecessors of these organizations, Brotherhood of the Shield, was named Zhang Heng. That's right, the astronomer who appeared in the history books and invented the water-powered armillary sphere and the first seismograph. His notable personal achievement was to fool a female celestial in 114 AD by only talking. The latter wanted to find a suitable star to be the cradle of her offspring. Zhang Heng cleverly persuaded the other party to give up the Earth and Moon and choose the Sun instead. Therefore, if Luke wanted to go to the Sun and sleep for thousands of years, he would have to steal the position from an infant celestial. It's normal, SPEAR isn't interested in Atlantis technology, they have better things. Luke chuckled lightly. The shield of Imhotep in the west had changed over the years, much of history had been lost long ago. But the spear of Imhotep in the east had been handed down and never cut off. As early as the Eastern Han Dynasty, people could make things similar to the first ever machine, even travel back in time and space. Even sorcerer supremes had to be polite when they met. So how can they value things from Atlantis? Participation in the peace summit was more symbolic attendance and a bit of capitalistic tit for tat. The British can't wait, and the Soviets are demanding it, so let them show their good faith. Luke said lightly. SHIELD is responsible for issuing admission invites. If you want a share of the cake, you have to pay the price. Carter was well aware of the director's thoughts. Luke had vaguely revealed a long time ago that he intended to establish a large international organization called the World Security Council. Dedicated to providing funds and authority, that means foolish investors that have a lot of money. The purpose was to enable SHIELD to develop more rapidly and effectively. I'll actively negotiate towards this. Carter made a mental note. 187, Chapter 184. You know me, Team America, and Uncle Wolf. Luke had been a little busy recently. On the one hand, as a negotiator, we should quickly reach a preliminary agreement with Atlantis and the Hellfire Club to prepare for the peace summit later. Otherwise, when the time came, if there was no agreement and someone directly flipped the table, wouldn't it be embarrassing? The former was easy to say since Namor, the hapless child, was badly broken. The Marine people were inclined to peace talks, and their willingness to fight was weak. The sudden catastrophe that occurred tens of thousands of years ago had left an undeniable trauma on the Atlanteans. The original martial and heroic character had turned conservative and closed-minded. If Namor hadn't lost his mind and listened to Sebastian Shaw's advice, there wouldn't have been this inexplicable war between civilizations. For 10,000 years, Atlantis had never even wanted to set foot on land, let alone have in-depth contact and communication. Therefore, Luke specially formulated a series of measures called the Cultural Integration Plan. Although the land people and the marine people had different skin colors, other biological organs, and different levels of civilization. But for entertainment culture, Atlantis was still in a very backward stage of development. Their biggest leisure and entertainment activity in the whole country was to go to the arena to watch gladiatorial fights. These were the leftovers of the Roman Empire many years ago. Poor Atlanteans. To promote mutual friendship and cultural exchange between the two civilizations, Luke decided to have SHIELD prepare several cultural products to be exported in future cooperation. For example, Nintendo, song collections, Hollywood action movies, variety shows. Anyway, things that could attract the public were packed and sent to Atlantis. He believed that those undersea people who had no leisure life and had to endure the exploitation of the noble class, besides physical sports and watching gladiator fights every day, would be interested in these items. Even the terrorist leaders who hate American imperialists and plan various suicide attacks, the leaders of Al-Qaeda, still played Final Fantasy VII and watched Tom and Jerry. Therefore, positions and ways of thinking didn't conflict with personal hobbies. Luke always thought that the only thing that people on Earth may have had a lead in from other cosmic civilizations was probably the entertainment industry. After all, games, movies, and the soda industry were moneymakers. Star-Lord, the son of a Celestial, is a loyal fan of the classic golden oldies, plus the king of awkward dancing. One of the 5 gods, the daughter of Galactus, has a special liking for fried chicken, hamburgers, and soda. Thor, the prince of Asgard, indulged in Fortnite and eventually degenerated into a slob. Thus, when it came to eating, drinking, and having fun, people on Earth were quite competitive. Are you sure you want to put these plans into the file? Carter, who was sitting across the table, did the secretarial work. As Luke spoke, she took quick notes. However, could this so-called cultural integration really work? The female commander of S.H.I.E.L.D. expressed her doubts. Believe me, sometimes some seemingly insignificant entertainment is no worse than a tank or a cannon. Luke nodded his head and turned the people of Atlantis into loyal supporters of land-world culture. From time to time, some illicit goods would be included, showing the strongest means from the country of liberty to promote the universal value of freedom and democracy. If the French Revolution and Marxist principles were exported to Atlantis, there might be hope for an unprecedented democratic and affirmative action campaign for the undersea people. Luke's mind was made up. He intended to use Atlantis as a huge gold mine. It would be better to let SHIELD jump over the constraints of each country and hold the trade exchange between the two sides to become a dominant middleman. However, the conservatism in Atlantis was too strong. The establishment of preliminary diplomacy and superficial trade was as close as they could get after repeated negotiations. If you can't get anything from the negotiation table, you can use other means. Luke said. What about Hellfire Club? Carter thought about it but chose to remain skeptical. She couldn't understand the amazing functions that common leisure items and recreational activities could play. Emma Frost accepted my suggestion and decided to become a hero and save her compatriots from the mire. Luke's lips picked up a smile and lightheartedly said, working with SHIELD is the most suitable way out for mutants. The White Queen should be able to grasp this opportunity. But wasn't she hostile to humans before? Carter stopped writing and looked up at Luke with a questioning look. What kind of bewitchment did the director put in her head so that an alpha-level mutant could easily put aside her prejudices and risk becoming a mutant traitor to work with SHIELD? Especially since she's the one with psychic manipulation and mind control abilities. Luke's smug expression froze instantly as he asked tentatively, "What have you heard?" Carter shook her head and sneered, "All I know is that the White Queen of the Hellfire Club knocked on the door of the director's room after the negotiation meeting at Liberty Island. Honestly, I'm a little curious, what did you talk about that lasted for over an hour?" Luke was a little embarrassed and coughed lightly, "Just discussing the development of a mutant program. Peggy, you know me. If I wanted to do something, it would never be just 1 hour." Carter froze. For a moment, she couldn't refute it. After thinking about it, she felt that Luke's arguments made sense and were simply impeccable. This wasn't enough for the tireless and insatiable demands of the director on that particular battlefield. "What should we do about the Hellfire Club?" Carter skipped that personal subject and continued, "Emma Frost, she may not be able to convince people." Luke wasn't worried about this. There weren't many alpha-level mutants, especially when the White Queen had a rare psychic ability. She had the strength to compete with almost anyone. Many people had misgivings about the White Queen, considering her to be a traitor and a snitch even among the Hellfire Club members. But when Sebastian Shaw's dark history was exposed, their voices became much smaller. Those opposing views didn't make much of a splash. Luke said confidently. He was well versed in the future of the entertainment industry. To eliminate the scandals on a person, it wasn't necessary to whitewash their past, making the opponent look worse was more than enough. People always compare things. When news on Sebastian Shaw, who originally led the mutants, came out that he was a cold-blooded butcher who persecuted his fellow countrymen, the White Queen's information was a traitor, and a snitch was no longer important. "Well, anyway, if there is any problem, you can always find a solution." Carter closed the document and whispered, "The proposal for the peace summit has been approved. The place is set at the Palace of Versailles at 3:20 in the afternoon. The President asked you to attend as a representative, in the capacity of a Lieutenant General in the Army and S.H.I.E.L.D.'s director." Luke raised an eyebrow, somewhat apathetically. In less than a year, he reached the peak of his career development. How boring. Wanting to continue to win the 5-star general, as a general of the army, would be impossible. Under the current rank system, the highest permanent rank was only lieutenant general. For example, 4-star general and 5-star general are temporary ranks awarded only in wartime. Therefore, Luke's rise to the top was considered a short one. "Then remember to help me write my speech." Luke chuckled. "By the way, Steve? Why haven't I seen him?" Carter covered her forehead with a helpless expression. "Colonel Rogers and the 2 wild things under your command don't like each other very much, they fought yesterday." Luke was surprised. Captain America had always been a good-natured old man. He fought with people? Wait. Was it Sabretooth and Wolverine? That's all right. The mutant brothers were the kind of people to get irritated easily. Wolverine Logan was a little better, he could still maintain his sanity. Even though Luke had been ruthlessly educating him, his brother Sabretooth Victor still had the bloodthirsty nature in his bones. When they met Captain America, a good man in the traditional sense, there would be some conflicts. After all, the former couldn't even accept swearing. Iron Man Tony Stark only said shit and was lectured. "Okay, I'll deal with it." Luke stood up and returned to Washington, D.C. He had a long list of work to complete. "It's time to find myself a secretary and free up some time." Read next 40 chapters right now on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/binge-translations. 188, Chapter 185 Bucky's Whereabouts, Touching Feelings. Turn the clock back to 1 day ago. Rogers strode in with his shield in the underground training room of SHIELD. Wearing his star-spangled banner uniform and 2 flamboyant pectoral muscles, he instantly became the audience's focus. The SHIELD, agents in the rest area, and the mutants of Task Force X all looked at the famous Captain America. Although the appearance of Superman led to the loss of the original glory of Captain America on this timeline, it even made him wonder if his super soldier serum might be a watered-down version. Otherwise, how could there be such an amazing difference between him and Luke? Even if Rogers was later transformed into a battleship class, able to destroy aircraft carriers with energy waves from both eyes and resist tanks with his body, he was still no match for Luke. He had already demonstrated this in many warm-up exercises and free sparring sessions. Every time he felt sore and exhausted, it looked like his body was hollowed out. So much so that Rogers' girlfriend, Marjorie, even wondered if her boyfriend had someone else out there. On the other hand, after the spar, Luke was still as fierce as a tiger, without any fatigue, and could still say I can do this all day. It could be seen that the combat effectiveness and durability of the two men weren't at the same level. That's Captain America. Have you ever seen any of his comics? Young agents in the rest area were whispering to each other. Of course. I bought the whole set as a gift for my little nephew, he loves it. Someone said. Although Captain America's honor in the military wasn't as famous as that of later generations because he was still alive. However, his sales were somewhat higher than Superman's. With comics and toys, he harvested a large number of fans like Coulson. Related comics, Star-Spangled Banner uniforms, and SHIELD toys have flowed into every household in New York during the Bond sales. After the end of the war, various manufacturers have been actively expanding their markets to dozens of states. So much so that Luke also made a special trip to Senator Brandt to help Rogers get the right to use the image of Captain America and the surrounding development back. Brandt was unaware of this aspect, so he signed a paper contract, almost a sale contract, and didn't get any share of the proceeds. Otherwise, Rogers wouldn't afford to renovate the old house in Brooklyn and live a comfortable life. He was now sitting at home, doing nothing and getting paid handsomely in royalties. Those publishers, comic book companies, and Hollywood film companies all came to contact Rogers to use Captain America's image. After all, his appearance was excellent, and with the aura of a war hero and a colonel's rank, if one could become his agent, one would hold on to this cash cow. Making several action films such as War Against the Third Reich and Bringing Down the Evil German Hand, and produce several best-selling books such as World War II memoirs and the story behind Captain America. Basically, he didn't have to worry about making a living all his life. Unfortunately, all of these suggestions were rejected by Captain America. Because, at that time, he just wanted to live a quiet life. He wasn't interested in becoming a celebrity. Get out of my way. Hearing the whisperings, Rogers couldn't help but pick up his pace, he didn't like being the center of attention. However, when he walked to the training room, a tall figure bumped into him. The other person had a cigar in his mouth, his beard was like steel wool, and his body exuded a sense of wildness. Rogers was a good-natured man, so he stopped and stepped aside. Captain America. Logan took the cigar out and puffed out some smoke. He heard the young agents talking and seemed to feel some disdain. I've seen your films and your antics, a guy with a costume like you could be a hero. Regarding Captain America, Logan's knowledge was still stuck in the period of selling bonds. What about you, with a pair of claws, you see yourself like a beast? Rogers retorted defiantly. In the face of Wolverine's aggressive provocation, Captain America wasn't very nice either. He was a good man but not a coward. In the face of jerks looking for a fight, he would always fight back. Well, I'm not in a good mood today. Logan narrowed his eyes, a fierce glint flashed. At this time, Wolverine hadn't experienced the tragedy of his wife's death and his claws being broken. He never received psychological counseling from Professor X and let go of his heart's wild, tyrannical side. Essentially the same as Victor. They both belong to the cranky old man category. In layman's terms, he would ask others, "What are you looking at?" If the other replied, "What are you looking at?" his fist would happily swing. Sorry, I'm in a good mood today. After joining SHIELD, Rogers learned a lot of people skills from Howard. That's a shame. Your good mood ends here. I love teaching self-righteous bastards like you. As expected, Logan was a powder keg that would explode at the drop of a hat. He flicked off the cigar with his hand, spattering a few sparks. Then he clenched his fists and revealed his bone claws. Naturally, Captain America didn't hesitate to raise his shield to smack away the thick cigar flying at him. For a while, weapons were drawn, and the atmosphere became heavy. At this time, if someone came forward and said, "Don't fight again," Rogers may just turn his head and walk away. And Logan, considering the rules set by the SHIELD director, would also choose to leave things as they are. Unfortunately, the young agents around didn't stop them but ate popcorn. This was a match between Captain America and Wolverine. Who didn't want to see it? If tickets were sold, it would be a full house. Half of the people in New York would come running. Back to the present. Luke took the elevator to the underground training in SHIELD. The sweaty Captain America, wearing a compression undershirt, was unleashing his energy on a huge sandbag. He suffered some injuries on his face. He had a bruise on his left eye and a hemostatic bandage wrapped around his abdomen. It's refreshing to see a little guy from Brooklyn learning how to fight people. Luke made fun of him. The fight that shook S.H.I.E.L.D. yesterday ended in a lose-lose situation. Captain America was almost cut open by Wolverine's bone claws. Unfortunately, to recover fully, the latter right arm was also vaporized by a high-temperature distortion halo, and it looked like he needed 2 to 3 days to recover fully. Fortunately, Carter stepped in to calm the situation. Otherwise, the gang from Howling Commandos, and Howard, would probably have clashed with Sabretooth, who was looking for revenge. The massive SHIELD had started to form a trend of creating factions. That's a beast, Luke. Only people like you could tame them. Rogers touched the dark circles under his eyes, stopped moving his hands, and said, but I have to admit, sometimes fighting does provide a way to let off some steam. Blowing off steam? Are you feeling unhappy lately? Luke showed a surprised look and whispered, this time, you succeeded in rescuing Boston and stopping Atlantis' army from landing. So the president is ready to commend you personally. You got more credit than you would have otherwise. Aren't you satisfied? Rogers shook his head, a hint of gloom in his steely eyes. I just occasionally wonder where Bucky went? When you get an award, there should be someone with who you could share it. Bucky is our friend. He would have been happy to see this. Captain America said. Luke drifted off with an odd smile. Rogers was worthy of being a friend, always thinking about Bucky, who had been missing for a long time. I happen to want to talk to you about this. Luke patted the other on the shoulder and whispered, according to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s multiple investigations, it has been confirmed that Bucky was taken away by one of Hydra's leaders, Baron Strucker. They are hiding in the other wing of the World Camp, the Red Empire in Siberia. Rogers, who was depressed, was immediately energized as if he had been injected with a stimulant. He looked at Luke, his eyes shining with excitement, and quietly asked, you found out where Bucky is? Not yet. Luke shook his head heartlessly, shattering Rogers' illusions. Then, he changed his tone and said, but I am prepared to send agents to investigate the secret collaboration between Hydra and Leviathan, and by the way, search for Bucky's trail. If you are interested in. Good. I'll call Marjorie later and tell her I'm going to be out of town. Rogers didn't even think about it and nodded in agreement. Luke froze for a moment, and the odd expression on his face deepened. He kindly reminded me, promise me, Steve. Try not to mention Bucky's name in front of Marjorie so much. I wonder if Captain America's girlfriend would feel a sense of crisis when she heard that her boyfriend had traveled thousands of miles just to find his best friend. Binge. Please do not join Pat Rayon in the next 2 days, the month is about to end. 189, Chapter 186 Romance, Because of Love. When Captain America learned that Bucky might be in Moscow, he was energized, motivated and excited about carrying out the rescue operation. In regards to his best friend, Rogers always had an inexplicable obsession. Probably because the two grew up together in Brooklyn, they had deep feelings and formed a special bond. Squinty-eyed smile. Steve, you still have to be careful. The agents in Leviathan's Red Room are even worse than MI6 in Britain and the FBI. They all received the strictest training in the world, are good at camouflage and infiltration, and proficient in all kinds of assassination techniques. Luke specifically warned. The moment you enter Moscow, anyone you meet could be a spy or an assassin sent by them. So, put away your extra kindness and mercy. I don't want to see you brought back in a coffin, draped with the flag. In response to his friend's advice, Rogers nodded solemnly, expressing his understanding of the consequences of letting down his guard. Infiltrating into the enemy's camp alone naturally involved taking great risks. If he slacked off for even a moment, he would probably be torn to pieces by those enemies lurking in the shadows. This wasn't a frontal collision on the battlefield but a secret confrontation. Rest assured, I'll be fine. Rogers silently planted the death flag for himself. Forget it, and I'll leave the Howling Commandos to you. Then, in case of any danger, there would be someone to send the news back. Luke shook his head. He had no confidence in Captain America's promise. Superheroes always had problems of one kind or another. When villains use hostages as threats, they would hesitate, indecisive, and even sacrifice themselves for the safety of others. This was something worthy of admiration. But most of the time, it was a fatal weakness. The reality wasn't like the comic books, where the hero would turn a dangerous situation into victory and survive to walk into the sunset. In other words, even if they were as tough as Superman and as innovative as Batman, they were often faced with the downside publishing demands. Anyway, you don't want to trap yourself in Moscow. The political situation is very tense right now, especially with the formation of a bipolar world. Luke said in a deep voice. If you really had an accident and caused a public uproar, SHIELD can't interfere. In fact, he wasn't worried about Captain America getting caught. With the battleship-class soldier's powerful ability, Rogers would have no problem fighting his way through a group of soldiers. Even if the Soviet Union discovered him, he could still withstand a siege and wait for rescue. But this was the Marvel Universe, where the basic procedure was for superheroes to be controlled, brainwashed, and then change sides. As steadfast as he was, Captain America also had a dark history of being controlled by Hydra. I'm afraid only God if Leviathan had similar technology. I won't cause you trouble, Director. I promise to finish the mission and bring Bucky back safely. Rogers made a rare joke. By the way, why don't you come over for dinner later? Marjorie is learning to cook these days. Luke's mouth twitched. He saw right through Captain America's scheme. He stretched out his hand and pointed and spoke with contempt, Steve, I didn't expect you to learn how to use others to achieve your goals. At this time, please eat by yourself. But, when I think about it, I know that your purpose isn't so simple. On the one hand, he was trying to share the horrors of eating unpalatable food. On the other hand, as the director, Luke could naturally ask Rogers to go on a business trip for SHIELD. Come on, I've been so busy with work that I've neglected Malena. I need to make up for it. Luke waved his hand and refused without any loyalty to his friend, I'm going to book a high-end restaurant tonight, and then. I have no time anyway. Next time. But, how could I? Rogers looked bitter. It's a bit strange to tell his girlfriend that he was ready to end the white picket fence life and go to the Soviet Union to save his boyfriend. But he wasn't very good at lying. I'll give you a tip. Luke's mouth curled up, and he whispered, go home early today, throw a candlelight dinner, and sprinkle the sheets with flower petals, and give Marjorie a surprise. Rogers listened attentively and wrote it down in his heart. In terms of emotion, Howard and Luke were his predecessors. And then, over dinner, bring up the matter of going to the Soviet Union. He asked. Of course not. This requires an appropriate time. For example, after enjoying the romantic and beautiful candlelight dinner, you can sit on the sofa and chat. Then, when the mood is right, do some pleasant after-dinner exercise, then you can say it. Emphasize what Bucky means to you and the good times you had before. Luke started to teach him seriously. But why? Rogers was puzzled. Because, no matter if it's men or women, it's always easier to agree to some unreasonable requests when you are physically and mentally comfortable. Luke, like an experienced person, sighed and added. For example, if Marjorie said she wanted to get a high-end car, you'd probably consider whether it was necessary. But when you're in bed and you're looking at your girlfriend, who's all naked and charming, would you even hesitate to get a new car? Rogers thought about it for a long time, then nodded in agreement. At that time, he really wouldn't be able to think properly. Because it wasn't the brain that made the first decision, it was the lower half of the body. Understood. I'll get ready right away. Watching Captain America leave in a hurry, Luke showed a mischievous smile. Hopefully, Rogers wouldn't get kicked out of bed. What woman would be happy to hear her boyfriend mention another person's name when she was affectionate? Besides, it's another man. Lake Alkali, Dambase. An hour after leaving SHIELD headquarters, Luke arrived here. He walked into the laboratory and saw Dr. Bolivar Trask, who stood out as the only short one in the crowd. I heard you guys got something. Luke asked. Trask, who is in charge of the mutants, volunteered to host the event, smiled, and said, the mutant genetic map is a huge project, which can't be achieved so soon at the moment, but we are making progress, in other areas. Before, SHIELD proposed a Weapon X project, which was intended to create an indestructible killing machine. We had our eye on Logan and Victor. They have extremely powerful self-healing abilities and can overcome most of the accidents that occur during the transformation process. Luke frowned slightly. SHIELD did have this plan inside. The originator was William Stryker, who had a fondness for Logan and was bent on transforming him into the perfect weapon. Dr. Trask, as I said, this transformation experiment is voluntary. Luke wasn't a shameless politician who made empty promises, he wouldn't easily change what he promised. Since they decided to gather mutants, improve their living environment, change the current mainstream public opinion, and strive for the integration between the two populations, it would be done. If he said he would treat mutants kindly but secretly sent them to the operating table. Such a despicable and underhanded thing wasn't in line with his style of doing things. Major General sir, you misunderstood. Trask was quick to explain, Logan volunteered. After Victor saw him sign up, he also took part in it, which is why this project started. Luke picked his eyebrows, surprised. In the original timeline, Wolverine was transformed and injected with adamantium because Stryker deceived him. During this period, he experienced the tragedy of losing his lover and the tragic defeat against Sabretooth. After joining S.H.I.E.L.D., neither Bolivar Trask nor William Stryker could threaten the mutants. Why did Logan take the initiative and agreed to it? Because of love. Trask revealed a bit of a cynical smile and the resentment of still being a bachelor. 190, Chapter 187 Creating Wolverine, Adamantium. Because of love. So, he won't be moody. Luke subconsciously thought about responding. He hadn't paid much attention to the mutant brothers recently, and he was busy dealing with Atlantis negotiations and the upcoming peace summit. What's this all about? The Major General showed a curious look. What made Wolverine accept the transformation experiment with the extremely painful process and high probability of failure, willingly? He didn't sign a slave contract with S.H.I.E.L.D. Task Force X prevented Atlanteans from landing in Philadelphia before, and they completed the mission, but the team members were also injured. Trask laughed like a villain who had succeeded in his treacherous plan. Silver Fox, Kayla. Luke seemed to understand something. Logan was willing to accept the transformation, and Trask probably said something to convince him even further. In most cases, Wolverine was the type of person who didn't like to use his brain and dealt with any problem he encountered when he encountered them. He originally had a crush on Kayla, Silver Fox. However, because the other party was injured, it stimulated his emotions, thus making him want to be stronger. That's right. Trask nodded his head. That surprised Luke a little. Although Logan was a tough guy with big eyebrows and big eyes on the surface. Behind the scenes, there wasn't much difference with Howard Stark, who claimed to be a Casanova. As the saying goes, flirtatious men had lovers wherever they went, and a sleazy man broke hearts wherever they went. Logan was both types. Tread through beds, as much as he treads through hearts. No one knew how many women he'd slept with, a bulldozer among mutants. The reason for this was partly due to his long life. This made the wild Wolverine doomed never to be able to spend his life with the woman he loved. Therefore, he could only have short encounters, exercise his lower limb muscles and promote blood circulation. For example, in Days of Future Past, Logan opened his eyes and found himself lying on a waterbed with a girl. The other part was because he had a cranky older brother who always instilled the strange concept of brothers before hoes. So, for a long time in his adult life, Logan kept to the principle of only using his body, not his heart. That classic quote could be applied to Wolverine. Although I smoke cigars, drink hard liquor, pick up girls and fight, I know I am a good man devoted to love. No matter how tough a man is, there will be a tender side. As a bachelor, Dr. Trask tried to pose as an emotional guru in front of Luke, and the latter just wanted to laugh. Logan is a reckless man with a brain full of muscles and impulsive emotions, but he is also a perfect warrior. The self-healing gene gave the beast endless energy and a near-immortal ability to recover. But, even beasts crave warmth. In S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Task Force X, there's a psychic with the code name Silver Fox, and Logan has some interest in her. Luke glanced at Trask with suspicious eyes. He wasn't surprised that Wolverine and Silver Fox might have a relationship. In the original timeline, they were lovers, and it was normal to hang out together. But why would Trask know? Perhaps you don't have enough work on your plate. This dwarf scientist still had time to pay attention to Wolverine's emotional development. I wonder why you, Dr. Trask, know anything about Logan's personal life? Luke teased and asked. Ahem, I'm interested in every aspect of the mutants, it's a job requirement. Trask realized that it seemed strange to pay attention to another big, well-built man as a scientist. He hastened to explain a few words and said, For me, science is my only true love, and the search for truth is my lifelong ambition. Luke nodded perfunctorily, indicating that he believed it. Most of the private lives of celebrities around the world weren't normal. Therefore, Trask's identity as a scientist wasn't a convincing fact. You know, Madame Curie was called the Polish slut by the French. Albert Einstein loved his cousin and had 10 lovers in his life, including a secretary, a Jewish widow, and a florist. Schrödinger, the cat owner that no one knew was alive or dead, has had more lovers than he could count on both hands. The most interesting thing was that once, Schrödinger had a crush on a woman and then invited her husband to be his assistant to take advantage of the situation. Later, he also publicly cohabitated with his wife and lover, resulting in his inability to get along at Oxford University and Princeton, for which someone even quipped, is it more difficult to have a wave-particle duality or a wife-lover duality? The father of neutron physics, Enrico Fermi, visited the red light district to investigate the local customs of each city he visited. Scientists have always had strange and incomprehensible interests. I wouldn't discriminate against you for that, Dr. Trask. Luke waved his hand to show that he wasn't a narrow-minded person. Immediately after, he didn't give Trask a chance to explain and said, Since Logan is willing to transform with the experiment, then I have nothing to say. Do you have any specific ideas? Yes, thanks to William. It can be seen from the address that Trask had a good relationship with Stryker. He discovered a strange metal in the tropical rainforest of Africa. It's a perfect match for Logan. As Trask spoke, he led Luke to the inner room of the lab. The temperature inside was very high, almost like a sauna. The hot air was steaming, stimulating sweat. This is the liquid metal extracted from adamantium ore, which must be kept in a high-temperature liquid state at all times. Once it cools down, its shape will be permanent and can never be changed. Trask said excitedly. I heard that the shield used by Captain America, your comrade in arms, is also mixed with some alloy refined from adamantium ore. Luke followed the other's line of sight and looked towards a square-shaped melting furnace. Inside was a hot, gurgling, mercury-like liquid. Luke, as a world traverser, had certainly heard of adamantium. It was a special kind of ore, it became the world's hardest metal alloy after smelting and melting. However, when broken down, there were several types. For example, the original adamantium. The kind that was injected into Wolverine's body was completely indestructible and extremely precious. Even Thor's Mjolnir could only cause minor damage. In World War, Hulk, in his World Breaker Hulk state, bluntly said he couldn't kill Wolverine. Because to achieve this goal, it was necessary to destroy all Wolverine's body tissues, and he was unable to destroy the adamantium incorporated into the cells. This shows how strong it was. The secondary adamantium was also easier to manufacture but not as tough as the original version. How did you find it in Africa? Luke wasn't very interested in adamantium. After becoming S.H.I.E.L.D.S director, he saw things in a similar way to the Pentagon generals. Mass production was the first goal. But, overly precious weapons were never meant to be a product of an assembly line. 191, Chapter 188 Brothers Fight, a Passerby. Before the Peace Summit, the dam base on Lake Alkali took the lead in launching the X-Weapons project. Two people participated in the experiment, Logan and his grumpy brother Victor. The former did it for love and wanted to better protect the woman beside him. The latter was because of brotherly feelings. Sabretooth couldn't tolerate losing to his stupid brother, so he was willing to participate. Trask and Stryker, these two guys, could be said to have accurately grasped the thoughts of the two mutant brothers. Luke had nothing to say about this. Everyone had to pay for the choices they made, and the pain was one of them. Besides, it wasn't all bad. Logan, who was injected with adamantium, was able to go from a tough second or third tier soldier to a first tier warrior. Apart from Omega mutants, there was also a natural nemesis like Magneto and the almost unsolvable mind control from Professor X. Other opponents were just a little more effort on his part. The simple explanation was that he was more resistant to beatings. Major General, even though I have minimized the risk, there's still the possibility of accidents during the transformation process. Trask took precautions. He didn't want to be blamed by his boss if he failed. Although the Weapon X project concept had been proposed a long time ago, it had been repeatedly refined and the data model measured. But, as Murphy's Law says, no matter how unlikely it was, anything that could go wrong would go wrong. Who are you more optimistic about? Luke asked quietly. Within his sight, Wolverine and Sabretooth, the two brothers, were stripped naked. Several female researchers, trying to keep an Elsa's working attitude, traced their surgical lines. Before long, the injection syringe controlled by the robot arm would be inserted through these areas. Those red-hot needles would pierce Wolverine and Sabretooth bodies and then inject the extremely hot liquid. Logan. Trask looked at Stryker, who was standing behind him excitedly, and smiled. You think so too, William? Stryker nodded and agreed. Victor is more like a beast. He is crazier and more cold-blooded. He can slaughter his enemies without changing his face, whether they are old people, children, or weak people who have no resistance. From this point, he is more in line with the requirements of the military and the definition of weapon. Trask was convinced. He looked at Sabretooth, with his bearded face and manic, fierce eyes, as if he were admiring a top-quality product. Then why is Logan the most suitable candidate in your mind? Luke stood on the second floor with the busy researchers below him and the mutant brothers lying on the cold metal table with his hands on the railing. Logan kept a clear head. Although he's also a fierce beast, he isn't as crazy as Victor. Major General Cavill, sometimes calmness is more important than cruelty. Trask leads the researchers, ready to start the experiment. Adamantium requires a high temperature of 1500 degrees Fahrenheit to melt into a liquid state. Once cooled and formed, it could no longer be destroyed. Then, according to Trask's idea, the adamantium melted at high temperature would be injected into Wolverine and Sabretooth to form an indestructible steel skeleton. They had extremely powerful self-healing abilities to recover from the severe damage caused to their bodies during the transformation experiment. This was the key reason why Trask chose the two. If a normal person underwent such a transformation, he or she wouldn't survive the final stage. It's starting. Major General Cavill, do you have anything to say? At this time, Trask didn't forget to please his immediate superior. Luke waved his hand. He wasn't a latter-day leader. People that like to speak in crowded places to build up their image. What are the chances of success for both according to the experimental model you constructed with the data? Luke saw the iron frame sink into the water. Wolverine and Sabretooth looked at each other, seemingly cheering each other on. Then, the robotic arms connected to the many pipes began to operate. Logan is 60%, and Victor is about 40%. Trask replied. To be honest, the success rate wasn't low. The William Stryker-led Weapon X program probably wouldn't reach 40% in the original timeline. Except for Logan, his older brother Victor wasn't even eligible to participate. Once successful, the period when they first wake up, it's possible that they may fall into a state of insanity because of the painful memories left in their brains. Major General Cavill, would you like to avoid it later? Trask habitually identified Luke with that group of Pentagon generals. After that, he realized how stupid he was. This was the Superman who fought Namor and beat Atlantis. Even if Wolverine and Sabretooth completed the transformation experiment, they still wouldn't be Luke's opponents. No need for that. Sure enough, Luke refused the offer. What are you going to do? I don't see any mention in the report about what will be done after the transformation experiment is completed. Brainwashing. Victor is fine. Logan's self-awareness is too strong to be a weapon. Trask hesitated to answer. Is this with my permission, Doctor? Luke looked at the dwarf scientist calmly. There was no emotion on his face. Sorry. I just thought, it was better for SHIELD. The gaze from the top of his head, like a sharp sword, caused Trask's body to tremble and filled his heart with fear. He knew that the young Major General didn't like it when people made their own decisions. This isn't an exception. A few long seconds later, Luke's voice came out. Trask, whose legs were weak with fear, relaxed, leaving a cold sweat on his back. There's no need to brainwash. I want a soldier, not a machine. Logan and Victor will be sharp knives in the field team for S.H.I.E.L.D. in the future. Obedient puppets are of no use to me. Luke emphasized a few words and continued to focus on the transformation experiment. Trask, apart from being a scientist, wanted to transition into a businessman like Howard Stark. Therefore, he would always consider the various needs of the Pentagon. The usefulness of mutants was more on the level of tools and weapons. Let's start. Luke said faintly. 5 minutes later. The transformation experiment started. The researchers stood in front of the console. The rows of long steel needles radiated cold light. The rotating noise, like a drill bit, echoed in people's ears. The red-hot needle pierced the skin and went deep into the skull. The viscous and boiling adamantium liquid was slowly injected into the body along the tube. The terrible pain destroyed Logan's mental defenses almost instantly. He tried to throw his head back and scream, but the respirator was stuck to his mouth, and he could only exhale a series of air bubbles. His eyes were filled with ferocious tension, just like a wild beast being provoked to fury. His muscles were tight, and thick blood vessels appeared on his skin. Fortunately, Trask was ready. Before the experiment began, Logan and Victor were bound in metal shackles. In case they got out of control, breaking away from the iron frame and interrupting the process. Doctor, their heartbeats are starting to rise, and their body temperatures are rising. The researcher nervously reported. The vital signs shown on the screen were close to crashing. For ordinary people, they would crash as early as the moment adamantium was injected. Cell rejection, the tissue dissolving, the blood evaporating, and the patient would die that instant. But Logan was different. He had an extremely powerful self-healing ability. Therefore, he had to endure not only the extreme pain of having his body destroyed, but he also had to take the restoration process over and over again. This was terrifying torture. If they didn't have a strong mind, they wouldn't be able to withstand it. Victor, on the other side, wasn't much better. His sharp nails scratched the iron frame lying beneath him to vent his inner rage. Due to the painful process of the transformation experiment and their ability to heal themselves, the anesthetics were ineffective. Keep injecting. Trask was unmoved. The transformation experiment was only at 20%. The boiling hot adamantium fluid had only just covered their skulls. Then there was the torso and extremities. Heart rate 190, it just reached 200. Blood pressure is rising. As the vital signs were reported, the expression on Trask's face became more and more serious. He underestimated the pain caused by the transformation process. Unfortunately, it seems that Logan and Victor may not be able to withstand it. Major General Cavill, you see. Trask raised his head and looked at Luke, who said nothing. Go on, this is far from their limit. Luke was calmer than everyone else. He used his supervision to scan Wolverine and Sabretooth bodies through the surface of their skin like an X-ray. The adamantium fluid could quickly destroy tissue cells, evaporate blood, and cause great damage to the body. At the same time, it was being integrated into the body and was constantly being repaired, covering the bones and becoming a part of it. Are you sure? Their heart rate has reached 300, and their body temperature is rising. If they continue like this, they will probably have a genetic breakdown and die. Trask hesitated. He still wanted to keep Logan and Victor alive as long as possible or keep one. In this way, more data could be collected to facilitate the next step of the transformation project. I thought you would have more confidence in them, Doctor. Luke whispered. Don't give up when you are one step away from success. Trask's face looked heavy. His boss said so, what else could he do? Another 5 minutes passed. The adamantium fluid had covered their torso. The progress of the transformation experiment had been pushed to 50%. The vital signs of the two weren't curves that normal people could understand at all. Heartbeat, temperature, blood pressure. The data fluctuated at an incredible pace. Stop Victor's transformation. Continue Logan's. Luke took over Trask's authority and began to give orders. Although the heartbeat line on the screen fell rapidly like the stock market, it dramatically rose back up. Logan still had room for transformation, but his cranky older brother was indeed at his limit. Victor's injection was stopped, and the iron frame was slowly lifted out of the water. He had a lot of steam rising from his body, caused by his excessive body temperature. The adamantium liquid began to solidify and form in his body. Since then, Sabretooth has had a hard skull and an indestructible torso. Unfortunately, they were unable to continue with his limbs. 10 minutes later, the injection was completed. Logan had turned into a true Wolverine. It's just that his heartbeat completely stopped and flatlined. Major General Cavill, there's no way. Trask tried to say a few words of comfort, but all he got was, shut up. Luke stared at Logan intently, and the whole lab was silent. Everyone held their breath, and no one dared to breathe loudly. Pib. The straight red line fluctuated slightly. Then it turned into a green curve. The heartbeat, which represented his life force, started to make a vigorous sound again. Trask and Stryker, who were standing at the back, looked at each other's eyes. Both had excited faces. Hee. Logan, who was soaked in water, opened his eyes and grew a pair of alloy claws at the joints of his hands. He chewed the respirator stuck in his mouth and let out a furious growl, just like a wolf king who was provoked. The conscious Logan's mind was filled with manic emotions due to pain and agitation. He directly stood up from the pool used for cooling, exposing his tall, strong body to Luke without any cover. Tisk, really charming. Luke turned his head. He wasn't interested in male nudity. Have the researchers retreat and close the access doors on the ground floor. Trask did as he was told, with a look of excitement in his eyes. The killing machine he wanted was halfway there. Don't be happy. If you stand in front of Logan, the first thing he'll do is chop your head off. Luke poured cold water on Trask's inner excitement. Wake Victor up and let the two brothers fight. At this time, it was useless for anyone to reason with Logan. The painful experience that remained in his brain fueled him and completely triggered his inner rage and bloodlust. The best way to eliminate all of that was to fight. The semi-finished adamantium version of Sabretooth versus the complete form of Wolverine. It looks like a really good show. Like a cranky old man, Sabretooth's first thought when he opened his eyes wasn't who am I, where am I, what am I doing, but rather shit, that hurts. The second thought was even simpler, who is this naked man in front of me? Then there was whoever it is, kill him first. The thoughts of the two brothers were, surprisingly, the same. Without even saying a word, he directly pounced. Swing, swish, swish. The adamantium claws glinted with a cold light. They are slashing Sabretooth's chest. The latter, without fear, held his head high and pushed forward. Bang! Two adamantium skulls collided. Logan staggered back, shook off his dizziness, and wrestled with his older brother. It was boring to see two mutants with self-healing abilities fight, not at all enjoyable. Because they weren't afraid of injury, they would only attack, not defend. You keep fighting. What are you looking at me for? The fight lasted less than a minute when the two beasts suddenly stopped fighting and looked at Luke on the second floor. The latter looked innocent and shrugged his shoulders, indicating that he was just a watching passerby. Wolverine and Sabretooth looked at each other as if they had reached some kind of consensus. Each roared and pounced on all fours to the second floor. 192, Chapter 189. Since you want to pursue excitement, you should pursue it to the end. The mutant brothers, out of their animal instincts, set their sights on Luke outside the battlefield. Perhaps the remaining sanity told them they should get rid of the outsider first before considering continuing to fight. With just a little eye contact, Victor and Logan made a decision. The former landed on all fours, like a tiger going up the mountain. His claws cut into the wall and pierced firmly into the concrete. He used both hands and feet to run up and reach the second floor within a few seconds. The rugged face, covered with a beard, was filled with a fierce and violent look. Sabretooth, infused with adamantium, became faster and more sensitive than before. I just admire you, iron-headed kids. Luke said something to himself. Trask and all the researchers had already evacuated under his orders. After injecting adamantium, conventional firepower did not affect these two brothers. Especially Wolverine, this guy could survive the shockwave of an atomic bomb. Unless Luke was cruel enough to destroy the whole damn base and bury these two crazy beasts under reinforced concrete with incalculable weight. Of course, that's only if he didn't want to make a move. It wasn't difficult to wake up the mad Wolverine and Sabretooth with Superman's strength. Consider this a warm-up exercise. Boom. Luke, who identified himself as a passerby, didn't wait for Sabretooth to pounce on him. A high-speed whip kick that explodes the air was thrown directly at his opponent's body. The hard skull injected with adamantium exploded like a watermelon bursting. The scene was quite bloody. The skin tissue on the outside looked like a mass of the pasty substance. The terrifying force stripped away flesh and blood and exposed the silvery white skull. At first glance, it looked a bit like the Ghost Rider, without the flame effects. Hiss. It's really hard. Luke took a deep breath. Adamantium, as expected, his foot didn't even leave a scratch. If it were the previous Victor, his whole head would have exploded. Boom. Victor, who rushed to the second floor, flew out faster than when he came and smashed deeply into the concrete floor. Although, he was now a genuine hard-headed guy, relying on adamantium's hardness. He didn't get his head blown away by Luke's kick. But the powerful force, like a 10,000-ton hammer on the head, knocked the beast unconscious. Logan, who had fallen into a frenzy, saw his brother's tragic fate and came to his senses as if a pot of cold water had been poured over him. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? The ultimate 3 questions of life suddenly come to mind. Won't you come up and give it a try? Luke asked, smiling with his hands on the railing. Logan glanced at Victor, who was unconscious and quickly shook his head. As the former sparring partner, he didn't feel like fighting with Luke again. The feeling of being hollowed out and sore was just too awful. In that case, wear some clothes. I don't want to see 2 men naked. Luke turned around and disappeared into the lab. He decided to find Malena for the night and wash his eyes properly. Logan stood still, staring blankly at the pair of silvery white alloy claws. He felt that his life was changing. I've gotten stronger. He thought so. Evening, 7:20 p.m. A black car stopped at a fine restaurant in New York, and Luke stepped out. Tonight, he took off his crisp military uniform and put on a tailor-made 3-piece suit, like a young upper-class gentleman. Come on, take my hand. Luke held out his hand and held Malena in a gentlemanly manner. This Sicilian beauty, wearing a red backless evening dress, was gorgeous. Like a glowing ruby, it attracted the attention of people passing by. Aren't you supposed to be busy these days? Malena took Luke's arm and asked in a low voice. I heard Peggy say that there is a lot of work for SHIELD to handle. Luke raised an eyebrow, catching a crucial word. Peggy? Are you guys close? He asked curiously. That's a secret. Malena didn't answer but smiled softly. Alessandro has wanted to meet you, he has a lot of ideas about the business in Las Vegas. Luke frowned slightly and shook his head. Let him talk to the Irish mob about this kind of thing. Las Vegas is a gold mine now, it's just that no one has found it yet. The Irish mob has recently made a fortune, and with the support of the Kennedy family, they're making a fortune. Tell Casa to go to Uncle Frank, get several leaders to buy shares, and grow this business together. I don't even need to be there for something as trivial as that. Malena was only responsible for passing on the message, she couldn't do such things as coaxing him to do something. The two stepped into a famous high-end restaurant in Manhattan. The manager had been waiting for them for a long time and led them to a private room on the second floor with a big smile. Luke chose the window seat and helped Malena pull out a chair. Then, he snapped his fingers, signaling the waiter to bring the reserved bottle of high-end red wine. Try the seafood pasta here, it often reminds me of the hostel in Sicily. Luke suggested. He took off his coat and handed the menu to Malena. There was a night view of the Hudson River outside the window, with cruise ships and passenger boats drifting by slowly. The skyscrapers were lit up and reflected in the river, giving it a dreamy atmosphere. Why did you bring me outside today? Malena asked as she looked at the menu. When he found out you were Italian, that John Kidd introduced this restaurant to me. I wanted to come here a few weeks earlier, but so many things happened. After a while, I'll be flying to Paris again to prepare for the peace summit. I might not have much time to accompany you. Luke smiled softly. Most of the time, he was a perfect lover. John? Is that the young man from the Kennedy family? I don't like him. Malena raised her fingers and tapped her lips as if thinking of the other party's identity. Why? Did he hit on you? Luke narrowed his eyes with a hint of anger. Although he connected with the Irish mob, his relationship with the Kennedy family wasn't bad. It was impossible to care about anything else when it came to the problem that men couldn't tolerate most. He didn't. In the whole of New York, who dares to think about Major General Cavill's woman? Malena was half teasing and half serious. After following Luke to New York, she gained the respect she never had before. The Major General sitting across from her, with his unbelievably rapid rise through the ranks, had given herself an extraordinarily dignified and enviable life of comfort. I just don't like the way Kennedy Jr. treats women. Malena sighed and whispered, it would remind me of those days in Sicily. It's all in the past, forget about that. Luke ended the unpleasant conversation by raising his glass. Before long, the seafood pasta was served. As it turns out, John F. Kennedy Jr. knew a thing or two about dining and drinking. This restaurant was very pleasing. It was just a simple seafood pasta, but the ingredients were high quality. King crab legs, king prawns, squid, clams, and mussels, delicious seafood garnished with pasta in a rich sauce. Luke rolled the pasta twice with a fork and found it to be a soft, fine Italian angel pasta that retained a certain amount of firmness and very good texture. The sweet and sour tomato sauce, along with the sumptuous seafood, would make you want to devour it. After 2 glasses of red wine, Malena's face was flushed. Under the orange light, it was breathtaking. Luke wiped the corners of his mouth after dinner. The waiter was instructed to take all the plates away, leaving only the third of the high-end red wine left. This is a tip. He held a large bill between his fingers and handed it to the waiter. The smile on his face suddenly twitched, and his expression became a bit odd. Do you need anything, General Cavill? The waiter gratefully took the tip and asked enthusiastically. No, nothing. I want to enjoy the night view here, please don't let others come and disturb me. Luke resumed his calm demeanor, and when the waiter left, he reached out and grabbed the naughty leg under the table. Malena, you are a little drunk. In other words, this Sicilian beauty wouldn't have done such a reckless and daring act. I remember you used to say you liked the pursuit of excitement. Malena, who was slightly drunk, was in a good mood, and her red lips fluttered. There was a charming elegance in the twinkling of her eyes. Are you sure you want to do that here? Luke leaned forward, the corners of his mouth slightly curled. Will you refuse me, Major General? Malena asked with a wink. Well, I like this after-dinner course. Luke puts aside his pretentious side and reveals the true nature of a man. Malena, who received the answer, took a sip from her goblet and crouched down under the table with the mouth full of red wine. Hiss! The Major General drew in a breath of cold air. Just as he said to Rogers, once in a while, romance often paid off handsomely. Weekly mass release. 300 Power Stones 1 extra chapter tomorrow. 600 Power Stones 3 extra chapters tomorrow. 900 Power Stones 5 extra chapters tomorrow. New novel launched on Patreon. Most unique Naruto fanfic you will ever read. Visit patreon.com/binge-translation. 193, Chapter 190 on how to relieve fatigue from driving, and the standard manual for novice drivers. Most of the time, sensory stimulation comes not only from the body but also from psychological enjoyment and experience. It's like the old driver who often drove, from reversing into the garage initially to smoothly drifting through the corner after, integrating all kinds of skills. Gradually becoming familiar with controlling the speed and throttle. Knowing when to speed up and when to slow down. Gradually, the driver would develop a sense of fatigue. It's hard to find the special excitement when he first touched the headlights softly and held the round steering wheel. If the car was of extremely high grade, it might have been possible to delay the situation. Super sports cars like Pagani, Ferrari, and Lamborghini. Just playing with the delicate lines, the voluptuous headlights, and the round and full body of the car was enough to make people feel satisfied. However, the family class ordinary car would inevitably get boring after driving for too long. At this time, it was often necessary to develop some new gestures, new techniques. From there, you could find the excitement of the past and awaken the passion inside. In this way, Luke had a pleasant evening. Looking out at the night view of the Hudson River, he experienced the thrill of both heaven and earth. It's a wonderful evening. Very memorable. The next morning, Luke opened his eyes, got up, and sat on the bed. Looking at the messy battlefield and the clothes flung everywhere. He couldn't help smiling at the thought of last night's indulgence in ecstasy. I've never thought of developing a new way to play before. Luke regretted that he was still too young and only confined the battlefield to his bed. Gently pulling out his right hand, resting behind Malena's head, he walked into the washroom, naked. A few minutes later, clad in a robe, he sat on the sofa. His body dispensed heat and evaporated the water traces. He picked up the mirror and started shaving with heat vision, completely unscientific and amazing. After a quick clean-up, Luke recalled the schedule in his mind. Some of the more important events included a trip to the White House for an award ceremony and meeting with the mutants of the Hellfire Club at SHIELD. I have a full schedule today. He muttered. From now on, he would be a lieutenant general in the army. This promotion speed had set a new record in the history of the United States, and it seemed that no one else would be able to break it. Howard hadn't shown up since he came back from piloting the Nautilus himself. Luke ordered breakfast through room service. Thinking that Malena might have to sleep for a while, he didn't wake her up. After all, last night was a fierce battle and quite physically demanding. Unfortunately, I haven't found a strong opponent to match me evenly. Luke lamented as he brushed the toast with jam. Adequate variety of positions would give people a fresh feeling. But it's a pity that he couldn't try the true fierce impact of the rushing waves. He spent a few minutes enjoying a simple breakfast. Luke changed into his lieutenant general's uniform for the ceremony and went to the wide balcony. I'll go to Howard's house first and see what he's up to. With his legs bent, he leaped. Superman shot into the sky. Howard had purchased several real estate properties in New York, Washington, D.C., and elsewhere. According to Luke's understanding of him, he would stay in his villa in Long Island, New York. The guy had bragged more than once that he had a winery in western Long Island. And he also said that he would invite Rogers and Luke over for Thanksgiving next year. Boom! The sturdy figure flying at high speed broke through the sound barrier. In almost no time at all, Luke arrived in western Long Island. It was surrounded by the sea on 3 sides, with a humid climate and many forests and hills. Future generations recognized it as one of the most suitable areas for people to live in the world. As a result, Long Island quickly became a gathering place for wealthy New Yorkers. A variety of townhouses had been developed and established with various supporting facilities. Howard, who was keen on enjoying life, bought an estate a long time ago. Every summer and winter, he would come here for a vacation and experience the boring life of a rich man. Boom! Luke landed accurately in Howard's yard, sending up a cloud of dust. As he deliberately made no effort to restrain his power, the movement was so great that it rattled the windows. "I told you, can't you knock? It's like a bomber dropping bombs every time, scaring me half to death." Howard, whose hair was messy like a bird's nest, snapped open the window and loudly complained. He was draped in a flashy burgundy nightgown with heavy dark circles under his eyes. He looked like he hadn't slept for several days and nights and was on the verge of dying so suddenly, like an internet-addicted teen. "That's why you should build a landing pad in your backyard. It makes it easier for me to visit." Luke ignored Howard's complaints and continued, "Peggy said you haven't clocked in at SHIELD for 4 days. Although you're only a science advisor by title, and there are no set hours, the work on the nuclear reactor model improvements and the Tesseract testing project all require you to utilize that brilliantly mindfully." Do you know how I've been spending the last few days?" Howard's face showed a trace of pride, and he said, "I got inspiration from the Nautilus nuclear reactor and started to design a more effective and powerful energy system. It's the key to the future. I haven't slept for a week because of this." Luke was somewhat dubious, frowned, and asked, "Can't you finish the design of the new energy system by staying in S.H.I.E.L.D? I can. But after I came back from the Atlantic Ocean, I was excited that night. I spent over 30 hours in the underground laboratory and worked out the first version of the design." Howard scratched his head and awkwardly said, "You know, when a scientist's inspiration breaks out, he can't take care of anything else. So, I forgot about SHIELD and whatever work there was. Besides, compared with being absent from S.H.I.E.L.D for 4 days, I haven't set foot in Stark Industry for almost half a month. The last time my secretary came over to make sure her boss was still alive and hadn't been secretly murdered and buried in the yard." After listening to Howard's cold humor, Luke couldn't help but feel that the Stark father and son had similarities in many ways. This was also the case when Tony developed the series of armors. He just wanted to praise with a few words when he vaguely heard a charming female voice in Howard's room. A few seconds later, a slender arm rested on the guy's shoulder. Half of the young face peeked out, the corners of her eyes and eyebrows still had a hint of blush. It looks like this wasn't long after his morning workout. "Oh, is this what you call an inspirational outburst, an exploration of science?" Luke showed a look of contempt. He really shouldn't have any unrealistic delusions about Howard. He thought that the chicken coop head and the heavy dark circles under his eyes were all from researching the arc reactor. Unexpectedly, it was just overindulgence and the after effects of sex. When Einstein finished his paper on general relativity, he had a little bit of fun in his office with his female secretary. "As scientists, we're only releasing our inner joy and excitement this way, not just indulging in women," Howard said convincingly. He simply pushed away from the unknown woman who was hugging him and scampered downstairs. After being frightened by Luke, he had entered the sage-like thinking mode, completely immune to the temptation of women. Come on. Let me show you my latest research results." Howard couldn't wait to show Luke the key to the future. 194, Chapter 191 Arc Reactor, Initial Design. Extra Chapter. "Before that, can you put on your clothes first?" Seeing Howard's eager appearance, Luke glanced at his open robe, wide open and almost unobstructed. "Malena needs to wash my eyes again tonight," he thought to himself. "It's not important. Einstein could teach at MIT even though he was wearing pajamas. The light of wisdom is far more important than the cloth that covers the flesh." Howard was very excited. Not sure if it was because he had just finished his morning workout or because he couldn't wait to show Luke his latest results. "I finally know why the French literati like to visit brothels. You just slept with a woman, and even your words become poetic. If you sleep a few times more, wouldn't you become Shakespeare?" Luke grinned, but he didn't refuse Howard's invitation. At the west of Long Island, this vacation estate had a basic underground laboratory because he often came here. Howard didn't lack money anyway. When this guy was inspired or eager to do some research, it would always come in handy. Moreover, according to him, sometimes his mind went blank, and he would just bring women here. Looking at those complicated formulas while doing some intense workouts, it was easier to stimulate thinking and generate sparks. Luke expressed his disbelief in such a nasty statement, not even a punctuation mark. Haven't you ever thought of tidying up? He asked as he walked into the underground lab. Compared to his son's futuristic high-tech private lab, Iron Man's father's workplace was much more modest. A long metal oval table was in a mess, with all kinds of research papers and all sorts of tools. 4 leftover pizza boxes, 5 or 6 cups of soda water, and lots of coffee. From the smell of the garbage, you can tell that Howard probably wasn't lying. These days, he was staying in the lab. Only in this messy state could I find the tools I needed to use. If I cleaned up and put them away, I might not be able to work properly. Howard waved his hand. This is a personal habit, the butler Jarvis, who occasionally came to look after him, had long been used to it. Behind him, there were 2 simple stretchable whiteboards, which were densely packed with a large number of formulas written on them, and the knowledge in them was enough to make people dizzy. Luke scanned it and asked curiously, "You plan to use palladium as the energy core?" "You got it." "Well, that's not surprising. Anything unthinkable that happens to Superman seems so normal." Howard spoke with a dramatic expression, then continued, "I was involved in the Manhattan Project before. Oppenheimer was studying nuclear fission, using chain reactions to release terrifying amounts of energy. Although I am an arms dealer, I am not interested in uncontrollable weapons of mass destruction. And, there are enough talented people in that field that there's no need to squeeze one more in. So, you set your eyes on nuclear fusion." Luke picked up the conversation and casually picked up a piece of design sketch. In terms of the idea, the prototype of the tokamak thermonuclear fusion reactor was already in place. In appearance, it was a bit like the big guy that was later placed in Stark's Industries Weapons Research and Development Department. Tony Stark, the Iron Man, was inspired by it to develop a smaller version of the arc reactor. That's right. The fuel used for fusion energy is deuterium and tritium, which are found in abundance in seawater. There's 1 deuterium atom in every 6,500 hydrogen atoms, and the total deuterium in seawater is about 45 trillion tons. Howard snapped his fingers. It was the best thing in the world to have someone who could understand what he said. The deuterium contained in each liter of seawater is completely fused, and the fusion energy released is equivalent to the energy of 300 liters of gasoline. According to the energy consumed by the world, the fusion energy of deuterium in seawater can be used for tens of billions of years. Therefore, as long as I solve the problem of nuclear fusion, I will solve the world's energy problem." Luke, who was keeping pace, nodded and chuckled. Even the Atlanteans, who are an ocean civilization, hadn't overcome the technical difficulties yet. "Where did your confidence come from?" The technology and technical requirements for nuclear fusion technology were very high, and control over nuclear fusion was even more troublesome. Of course, this was only for the real world that Luke used to live in. There was no scientific barrier in the Marvel universe at all. As long as a genius was inspired, he would soon develop a finished product close to revolutionary. One of the representatives was Mr. Reed Richards. "Because I'm a genius of the Stark family." Howard touched his mustache and said proudly. "Speak seriously." Luke gave the other a blank stare. Narcissism and genius were the Stark family's legacy. "Well, after I returned to New York from the Atlantic Ocean after flying the Nautilus, I began to experiment with various energy-releasing cores." Howard coughed twice and solemnly said, "Perhaps finding palladium was a revelation from the heavens. It's the 46th chemical element, monometallic, with excellent catalytic properties. I used palladium to electrolyze heavy water and observed unusually high energy production, and measured neutron and tritium production. What does this mean? If I use palladium as the energy core, make a large annular vacuum chamber, wind a coil around it, push it with electric current, generate a huge spiral magnetic field inside it, and then heat the plasma in it to a high temperature, the effect of nuclear fusion could be achieved." Howard was so excited that he danced around. It was an amazing discovery for him and exciting breakthrough research for the world. Details need to be considered. For example, stability, energy loss, and how to apply. These are problems that can't be ignored. Luke pondered for a moment and gave a reply. Howard was indeed a real genius. He easily overcame a major hurdle across the ages. "You're right, I just made a general framework. There is still a lot of information to fill in." Howard, who was excited, finally recovered his calm thoughts. Didn't the United States military have Operation Paperclip? SHIELD has recruited so many German scientists. Look for a few people related to nuclear physics to form a team, what do you think? This is fine. However, the Soviet Union vigorously developed its nuclear industry and took away a group of people before. You may not find value in the remaining elites. Luke shrugged his shoulders. He knew Howard was very demanding of his researchers. Wait, I have a good candidate. I met a scientist from the Soviet Union, the last time we had a reception at the Atomic Energy Commission. Howard frowned and tried to recall. His name is Anton Vanko. I heard that he defected from the Soviet Union and had presided over important projects. We talked about the research on nuclear fission and fusion, and he's barely a junior member of the Genius Club, so that he might be a good helper. Luke blinked. Was this the beginning of the family feud between Stark and Anton? Okay, I'll go to the Atomic Energy Commission and ask for them. He nodded and agreed, paused, and asked meaningfully, Howard, have you ever thought of shrinking the reactor to serve as the core energy source for some kind of weapon? Like what? Like powerful armor. Vote for another extra chapter tomorrow. Read 40 advanced chapters and exclusive access to new book. Visit patrayon.com/binge-translations. 195, Chapter 192 Iron Man's Father, Real Technology. Power Armor. Howard frowned slightly, not understanding the meaning. At this time, the science fiction master Robert Heinlein's Starship Troopers wasn't yet published, and powered armor was a relatively unknown concept. The best-selling, Hugo Award-winning science fiction book about the war was later adapted into the classic movie Starship Troopers, in which soldiers wore military gear similar to a powered exoskeleton. Many games, films, and television works of later generations had adopted this concept and carried it forward. Is similar to my Superman suit. Luke explained in simple terms. He had always been interested in making Howard Stark the first Iron Man. Why did he have to wait for a few decades to let Tony face journalists and say the classic line "I am Iron Man"? In terms of brains, Howard was no worse than his son. Anyway, the timeline had been messed up, and even the Ancient One had a headache. Then ignore the original story. The advantage of foresight was no longer important to Luke. He had long since completed the original build-up and entered the development stage of explosive growth. Superman suit? I've always wondered how Hydra's people worked out that thing. It needs nanomolecular technology, which is impossible to realize right now. A look of incomprehension emerged in Howard's eyes. Before the major innovations in microscope technology, we knew very little about the world of atoms and molecules. And your cool battle suit belongs to the mature application of nanotechnology. To be honest, I do not believe that the scientists of Hydra mastered the cutting-edge technology to control single atoms, molecules, and explore the microscopic world. Luke picked his eyebrows. Trying to fool a genius wasn't easy. Their heads were always full of all kinds of strange questions, and it was easy to find those unreasonable points. It's not important. Luke cleared his throat and said, there are many unknown things in the world, just like the Tesseract. Does it matter to you that it's a product of this era? Howard was speechless. After a moment of contemplation, he seemed to feel that it made sense and put away his suspicious eyes. So, you're saying that I should make a similar suit and use the reactor as the core energy source? As Iron Man's father, Howard quickly understood Luke's idea and began to consider the feasibility. Let me think about it. That's a very high-tech suit you've got there. It's soft, tough, and malleable, and has strong applicability. The nanomolecular technology allows the surface to be freely assembled and modified. You have resisted a tank's main gun and ended up unharmed. The suit was not damaged in any way, which proves that it absorbs intense heat, energy, and, for further consideration, probably radiation. If I were to design it, I would definitely arrange atoms and molecules in a specific way, make something similar to artificial muscle fibers, and then program the coating, which could be developed for a variety of uses. For example, surface hardening, like an upgraded version of body armor. It can resist machine guns and artillery. And absorbs the refracted light from the surrounding area, completing the double invisibility of the naked eye and the instruments. As an arms dealer, Howard was a natural at brainstorming, speaking of technical research and specific applications. By the way, I remember the generals at the Pentagon, who wanted you to hand in your battlesuit and study the technology. Why did they stop talking afterward? He paused and looked at Luke, who listened carefully. To be honest, Howard was also very interested in Superman's battlesuit. But considering that Luke may not agree and that it felt strange to study people's intimate garments, he then gave up on the idea. That's right. Luke nodded his head. Colonel Phillips tested my reaction and said that the Pentagon and the White House were ready to have a questioning session. Later, Namor appeared from Atlantis and damaged 2 aircraft carriers of the Atlantic Fleet. After I pushed them back, no one ever mentioned it. I'm very talkative. I don't mind working with the Pentagon and the White House to hold a question-and-answer session. Howard rolled his eyes, automatically ignoring the implausible answer, and returned to the dining room on the first floor in his robe. Jarvis, the butler, wasn't here today. He was usually only responsible for the care of Howard's New York mansion and only came here occasionally. It was said that the competent butler, who was in his 30s, was quite an English gentleman. He served in the British Air Force and was the champion boxer for 3 consecutive years after his discharge. His skills were extraordinary, but also very good at his job. Howard's best friend and reliable helper. Thinking of Alfred, the butler in the studio next door had the amazing record of beating Superman. Every time Luke greeted Jarvis, he would subconsciously be politer. After all, in the superhero world, if you could do a good job as a butler, you must have some hidden skills. You have a very interesting proposal, but the actual implementation is a bit of a problem. Howard said while eating a sandwich with his cheeks bulging, let's put the energy system aside for the time being. The first thing we have to deal with is the materials. Ordinary alloy steel is not enough. For the protection of one's own body, as well the defense against heavy weapons and shock absorption, these all need to be considered. Secondly, I don't have inhuman power like you. To improve the power of the power armor, I need to carry all kinds of weapons, such as machine guns, micro-missiles, propellers, and so on. I've just thought about it. If I were to make the actual thing, it would be a small giant, 3 or 4 meters high, which may be very bulky to operate and could only be used as a kind of mobile fortress to attract firepower. I don't think it's very useful. I'd prefer it to be closer to a normal human form, preferably eye-catching. Being strong isn't a trivial matter, but looking cool is important. Howard swallowed his last sandwich bite and took a sip of his hot milk. Hearing Luke's suggestion, he was excited. But as a scientist pursuing truth and pragmatism, Howard thought carefully and found that the feasibility wasn't high. On the one hand, he was limited by the times. On the other hand, it involved many technical problems. Nothing could be achieved unless a great deal of energy and time was put into it. As Lenin said, there will be bread, and there will be milk. As long as there's a will, there's a way. Atlantis could solve technical problems. As for materials, I can send you a surprise gift package when the time comes. Luke had a mysterious look on his face, somehow resembling the old man with the white beard who stuffs presents into stockings at Christmas. But that's for later. Now get your ass in the shower, fix your mustache and messy hair, and get to Washington, D.C. Today is my award ceremony. Hearing Luke's orders, Howard subconsciously smelled his pajamas and found an unpleasant odor of stale food. He obeyed the instructions rather obediently. Gee, the youngest lieutenant general in the history of the United States, what an enviable guy. Before leaving, he took a sip of the lemon slice from his fruit plate and spoke sourly. White House, South Lawn. Not long ago, the president added a balcony to the South Colonnade, and in the process, conducted a thorough inspection of the country's highest-ranking official residence. As a result, it was found that the problem was too serious and there were many safety hazards, so it was decided to start a major renovation. Now, the president's family had moved across Pennsylvania Avenue to Blair House. The press conference was held today to honor Major General Cavill and was scheduled to be held here. Otherwise, it would be difficult to see the president and cabinet members gathered in the White House. Major, oh no, should call you Lieutenant General. The president, who hadn't given his speech on stage yet, faced the reporters and affectionately shook Luke's right hand. It seemed that he hadn't given up on the idea of introducing his daughter to the other party. I just did my duty and carried out what I should have done to keep the world peaceful, it's nothing big. Luke, as always, spoke pretty words that even he didn't believe. He met the president's daughter, although the other party showed great enthusiasm and initiative. However, Luke's interest was lacking, and he couldn't muster the motivation. The last time they met, he merely showed his attitude by returning a polite smile and maintaining basic manners. It's time to think about starting a family, General. The president was still reluctant to give up and actively said, I talked to your uncle, Frank. He would love to see you get married and have children and live a happy, quiet life. Luke curled his lips. Playing the relationship card. He didn't want to enter that marriage grave so early. It would only trip him up. How could he give up the ambitious goal of seeing the sea of stars? Playing house would only delay him. With all due respect, Mr. President, I'm not as good as the papers and the journalists make me out to be. Luke showed a serious expression and continued, if you know anything about it, you should know about my private life. That's not a problem. The president acted as if he was a generous person, saying that he had been there and understood everything. It's normal to like a beautiful girl. Look at Kennedy Jr., he plays with such reckless abandon, but that doesn't stop him from being a promising young man. I have heard a bit about the general's private life. Apart from that Sicilian woman, there is also Ms. Carter from SHIELD, right? You see, only 2. This has nothing to do with being sexually active, it can be said to be clean and disciplined, a model among young people. Luke's mouth was slightly open, somewhat unresponsive. The trend in the upper class has been opening up to this extent? Having 2 lovers still didn't earn him the title of a playboy? He was about to be promoted to lieutenant general but inexplicably felt belittled. It isn't easy for a young man in a high position like you to keep his heart and restrain his desire. The president loosened his hand, tidied up his suit, and prepared to give a speech on stage. After the honoring ceremony, I'm going to have a family dinner. Mr. Lieutenant General, you must come over. After our last meeting, my daughter Mary admired you and chanted your name every day. Luke was once again shocked to learn that there was such a thing as a father who would forcefully sell his daughter. If he could do it, the president couldn't wait to force him to comply. Luke, who felt a sense of crisis, anxiously racked his brain to find a solution. Wait. He looked at Howard in the back, and an idea came to mind. It's time for this self-proclaimed playboy to demonstrate his true skills. Vote. 196, Chapter 194. Is that all right, General? Last chapter got uploaded twice, so here's an extra chapter. The breeze was soothing, and the sky was clear. The spacious lawn, known as the Presidential Garden, was filled with hedges of bushes and shady trees, making for an excellent view. There was also a pond in the center. The fountain was pouring, several feet high and crystal clear. The press conference was held at the South Gate, and all the major newspapers from New York sent their reporters to gather here with long and short lenses. Of course, these were officially recognized media. Just now, the president, who was still selling his daughter, walked up to the stage with great poise and eloquence. In a calm and vibrant tone, he looked back on the past of the United States and imagined a bright future. 40 minutes later, when the lengthy and tedious official speech was over, the reporters were able to refresh themselves and stop the urge to doze off. The camera was aimed at the young Major General, the Lieutenant General now. Any newspaper in New York would know that Superman was a walking news headliner. The industry's brightest beacon of light could boost newspaper sales with a casual photo and a little gossip. The only pity was that Luke usually traveled, either took a car from the Pentagon or flew directly over. This made it difficult for paparazzi to track, and almost no one in the industry has ever taken a candid picture of Superman, let alone unearthed a scandalous story. Apart from some anonymous photographs of him flying in mid-air, overlooking Berlin and pushing an aircraft carrier, the two photos, hailed by millions of people, were taken by different people. I don't know how they did it. The reporter offstage lamented. Was it that guy Walter Jameson, the young reporter for the Bugle? Luke started reading from his written speech and casually scanned the members of the newspapers at the bottom and found a guy who was almost a familiar face. According to the Age, the clever young man may be the editor-in-chief of the Daily Bugle and the father of Jonah Jameson, Spider-Man's #1 anti-fan. Frankly speaking, the whole ceremony was boring. It was nothing more than a huge positive energy pep talk, reviewing the hard times America had before and emphasizing the nation's spirit of freedom and democracy. Then, a few humorous jokes were inserted to liven up the atmosphere. Finally, in a high, intense tone, make a summary end. In essence, it's the same routine as those awards parties where the winning stars thank the Academy, Mom and Dad, and all the people who supported me. Luke's speech was short, and it would end in 20 minutes. Then there was the President's Award. They shook hands and took a group photo. On the surface, it was bland. When it was published in the newspaper in a few hours, it would cause a heated discussion. Superman's popularity, which was gradually fading, might be popular again. It was said that the Red Light District of New York, some time ago, also launched a special service of female warlock dress-up play, specifically for those loyal fans who worship Superman. Luke wasn't surprised by this. The erotic industry in the free country had always been the most popular. When superhero movies exploded, all kinds of Iron Man vs. Mystique, Hulk vs. Black Widow, Thor vs. Loki, and so on, would it be strange? Even during a certain presidential campaign, a publisher released the Blu-ray disc of Trump vs. Hillary. This must be Clinton's trauma. Mr. President, I have a meeting with the mutants of the Hellfire Club later. As for the family dinner, I'll be there on time. After stepping down, Luke exchanged pleasantries casually and then left. Before attending the meeting, he went to Howard's side and whispered a few words in his ear. The other party's expression changed from reluctance to swaying and rejection until it was readily accepted in less than 10 seconds. I believe that with your charm, there wouldn't be any problems. Luke patted Howard on the shoulder and encouraged him. Not long after, he appeared in a small reception room in the White House Red Room. Where are the others? Luke, who quietly left the press conference, looked at the White Queen standing at the window. Still under inspection by the Pentagon. This is the White House, the most important center of power in the country. No mutant has ever stepped into this place with a straight face. The White Queen's tone was complicated, and her mood was even more nuanced. Looking out at the lively scene not far away, she thought she would lead the mutants and formally appear in front of the whole world. This was a bold and unprecedented attempt and an important moment to change the future. Emma, when you take this step, you will face tremendous pressure and heavy responsibilities. Luke walked over. The Hellfire Club, which had lost Sebastian Shaw, could be said to be leaderless. There were still a few people who were dissatisfied with the White Queen's ascendancy. They were all loyal followers of Shaw and radical stalwarts. Therefore, Luke was going to hold a consultation meeting to have a friendly exchange with those people. This would also facilitate SHIELD to develop relevant cooperation. It's the first time for me to have this feeling of insecurity. The White Queen crossed her arms to her chest, and a trace of bewilderment surfaced on her cold, arrogant, delicate face. It was unrealistic to expect a young girl in her 20s to bear the expectations of her compatriots in the goal of uplifting the mutant population. Even if it was Professor X, of the same age, he might not be able to perform better than the White Queen. Responsibility could be said to be the heaviest word in the world. It took enough courage and perseverance to shoulder. General Cavill, you know what? I used to be a very self-conscious person because I didn't get any care from my family. The White Queen, feeling something, shrank her shoulders and her voice became lower. My father was the perfect example of a ruthless businessman, my mother has abused drugs and was addicted to alcohol every day, my brother is gay. My sister, Kayla, liked to show the best to outsiders, but she was actually not that kind of person, and occasionally has very bad moments. After awakening my ability, I listened to their voices and felt their truest emotions. It was a nightmare. When you find out that your parents hate each other to death, and each has a secret to hide, it's devastating. Sounds like a tough life. Fortunately, it's all behind you, and it's worth celebrating. Luke leaned against the table and handed her a glass of bourbon. And then what? He tried his best and acted as a serious listener. I chose a boarding school. By using my natural ability to cheat, I changed the fact that my grades weren't good and became the most popular girl in school. The White Queen took the glass, took a sip, and revealed a self-deprecating smile. After graduation, I would probably become a teacher. Because everyone thought that I had special communication skills, and I could always understand everyone's personality, habits, and become friends with them. But it didn't take long for me to get tired of listening to people's hearts. Lieutenant General, can you understand my feelings? Everyone seems to be transparent, and their worst, most disgusting, dirtiest, and truest side appears in my eyes without any disguise. I've never dated any boys at school because every time, I could read the dirty thoughts in their minds. I don't have a good friend in the true sense. Their superficial enthusiasm couldn't hide the cruel fact that they would call me bitch and little slut behind my back. Luke smiled and acted as a spiritual teacher promptly. Ironically, someone with psychic ability had a lot of problems in her own mind. You have to learn to relax, Emma. There is no place in the world where there's a pure and beautiful heart, even an innocent child would use hot water to destroy an ant's nest and release their malice. Luke said softly as he slowed his tone. Restrain the urge to listen so that life becomes exciting. Lieutenant General, every time I chat with you, I always relax. After finishing the glass of bourbon, the White Queen collected her superfluous expression, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. It's probably because I can't guess what you are going to say. To me, lies are even rarer than truth. A slender finger was gently placed on Luke's chest. Like scratching an itch, it flicked back and forth. Another long, straight leg rubbed against his trouser leg. If you're a regular person, you may want to be wary. Because the White Queen could turn into a diamond, it could easily cut through the skin and tear flesh. A seemingly beautiful temptation may be a life-threatening move. But Luke's face remained unchanged, and his tone was faint. Is this seduction? No, General, this is cooperation. The White Queen's tightly knitted brow, stretched, the exquisite ice-like face, smiled sweetly. As you said before, verbal promises can't be trusted, paper contracts can also be torn. In this case, I think that instead of building trust slowly and reducing the efficiency of cooperation, we should use more in-depth ways to increase mutual understanding. What do you think? Glancing down at the stunning snow-white skin, Luke shook his head and said, this isn't a suitable battlefield. General, look at the group of people out there. They include the President, cabinet officials, and Pentagon generals, all of whom stand at the top of the pyramid of power. The White Queen's smile grew stronger, as if she had thrown off some kind of restraint and let herself go. Don't you think it's more exciting to be in a formal setting like this? Luke breathed deeply, suppressing his inner impulse. Most of the time, he kept his cool and avoided being influenced by impulsive emotions. I like being proactive, Emma. Luke held the finger that was fiddling with his chest and emphasized, I don't like being led around. Even if we need to have an in-depth exchange, it's up to me to decide when and where. The White Queen seemed disappointed and withdrew her provocative finger. Before Luke could breathe a sigh of relief, she leaned back and half-slumped on the white desk. Now, the White House. Is that all right, General? Read next 40 chapters and exclusive access to upcoming book only on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/binge-translations. 197, Chapter 195. Don't say it, the Iceman has feelings. West Wing of the White House, peripheral buildings. This is a trap. How can humans accept us? Shaw makes a good point. Genetics is the only criterion for determining the rank of species, and mutants are better, which is why they rejected us. Pyro, dressed like a hippie, played with a DuPont lighter in his hand while creating loud noises and unsettling panic. Don't let your guard down, Regan. They're probably next door discussing how to lure mutants onto the operating table so they could perform those evil and cruel scientific experiments. Leaning back on the couch, quietly reading the National Geographic magazine, Iceman Regan shook his head and asked, "Where did you hear all this from?" Miss Frost wouldn't tolerate such a thing. The reason she is willing to work with humanity is to create a better future for her fellow compatriots, not to take us to hell. That's what Corey said. Pyro shrugged his shoulders and pouted, "The government is bad, big companies are bad, scientists are bad. Only small people like us can save the world. Besides, Regan, that Miss Frost you're talking about is a snitch. Can the club trust a person who betrayed their compatriots?" Hearing that last sentence, Iceman Regan seemed to get irritated. He abruptly stopped turning the pages of the book, his face flushed red as if he had been insulted. He stared at his friend, who kept opening and closing the lighter, and spoke in a cold voice, "Shut up, Pyro. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that I won't knock your two front teeth out with my fists." Wow. Good old Regan is angry and wants to get into a fight? Is it because I told the truth and ruined your idea of a perfect goddess? Pyro spoke in an exaggerated tone that drew the attention of the others. In this spacious reception room, there were over 20 members of the Hellfire Club. Most of them were young people who were once loyal supporters of Sebastian Shaw and staunch radicals. A few people sat on the other side of the sofa, the barely moderate party. There was a clear distinction between the two sides. There had never been any unity within the mutant population, especially regarding integration into society and attitudes toward human beings. "Drake, I'm warning you. Speak carefully. Miss Frost is no traitor or snitch. She saved the mutants at the club, and without her, we would still be in the hands of Sebastian Shaw, the war criminal, and cold-blooded butcher." Regan, the Iceman, glared at the other side fiercely, his tone hid a little anger. It was as if his hidden thoughts were exposed, annoyed, like angry. Not long ago, the White Queen went to Poland and brought conclusive evidence of the atrocities committed by Sebastian Shaw in Auschwitz before the members of the club. As Luke said, to whitewash someone, all you needed to do was discredit his or her counterparts in any era, it's all about who was worse than whom. Not to mention, Sebastian Shaw's dark history was numerous, they didn't need to forge anything. This guy was able to fool young people who weren't well educated during World War II when information circulation was slow. If the internet had been developed like the 21st century, he would have been eliminated. Who knows if it's true? Anyway, Shaw can't come forward to explain. Pyro said contemptuously. He used to be a big fan of Sebastian Shaw, and so was Regan, the Iceman. However, with Shaw's dark history coming out, they directly turned from being fans to hating and becoming a supporter of the White Queen. And Pyro still chose to believe those extreme statements, which were similar to the racial theories from the Third Reich. "Regan, I suggest you come to your senses." Pyro, who was already a pain in the ass, turned the National Geographic magazine on the table to the page with a picture of a green prairie and hinted, "The White Queen and Major General Superman have a special relationship. I heard that during the talks on Liberty Island, she knocked on someone's door late at night and stayed for over an hour. And now, we've all waited almost 2 hours and still haven't seen the White Queen or Major General Superman yet." When Regan heard this, he was so angry that he turned blue. He clenched his fist, he could almost imagine it. The look of sadness and anger, like a good student who found out that the goddess he was secretly in love with might be having an affair with a delinquent from another school. At this moment, only a classic heartbreaking violin song could accurately reflect Regan's complex mood. This young man in his 20s did admire the White Queen. After all, who didn't like a woman with white skin, beautiful temperament, cold appearance, and long legs when they were young? Crack crack. Due to the emotional turmoil, the cup of coffee Regan was holding froze in his hand. These two young mutants possessed the same natural abilities as the later generations Iceman and Pyro. Both common nature element abilities. But Iceman Regan's rank wasn't as high as the other one. He was a beta-level mutant, the third level in the pyramid. There was far less room for growth than the other Iceman. The other had an omega-level potential, and the degree of control at the molecular level was only limited by imagination and talent and hasn't been demonstrated. Of course, on the bright side, the White Queen may not have done it of her own volition. Pyro's eyes turned, and his attitude changed. Shaw died in the hands of that Major General Superman. He was an alpha-level mutant, and even if he lost, I'm sure the Hellfire Club wouldn't be able to stand up to him. To save our compatriots, your goddess is forced to submit to Major General Superman's lustful authority. Does that make you feel better? The Iceman, Regan, who had loosened his palm, clenched it again. The picture in his mind became clearer. Listening to Pyro's words, he simply felt humiliated by that powerful man face to face. The sense of empathy was too strong. You bastard! A combination of intense anger, inexplicable excitement, and relief that even he didn't notice prompted Regan to throw his fists at Pyro, who was sitting across from him. If it was really like that, maybe I'll feel better. Regan, the Iceman, threw his fist. A subtle thought flashed through his mind. What are you two doing? This is the White House. If people saw it, it would be a disgrace to me. Just as Iceman and Pyro were fighting, the door to the parlor was thrown open. When the White Queen saw the two entangled on the sofa, her eyes flashed with a trace of disgust. She coldly said, "Remember, you are representing the Hellfire Club now, so pay attention to your image." When the goddess spoke, Regan quickly released his hands from the chokehold and distanced himself from Pyro's, out of breath. "Miss Frost, we were just fooling around because we had waited too long and got a little bored." Regan scratched his head and explained awkwardly. "Yeah. I thought the inspection process wouldn't take long, but who knew we had to wait for the press conference to end? 2 hours have almost passed. How did your talk with Major General Superman go?" Pyro asked while giving Regan a wink. He hadn't forgotten the joke he made earlier. "Not much, just an exchange of ideas." The White Queen's beautiful eyes flashed, then she changed the subject. "Besides, Luke has been promoted to Lieutenant General, so you should be more careful with how you address him. Follow me. The Lieutenant General will meet you in the Red Room." Regan, the Iceman, walked ahead. He watched the graceful figure from behind and couldn't help wondering. Miss Frost's dress, why does it look a little wrinkled? Read 40 advanced chapters on Pat Rayon. Visit patrayon.com/binge-translations. Also, there's a trial read of future novel available exclusive for patrons. 198, Chapter 196 To be free and to be democratic. Regan, the Iceman, took the lead in entering the Red Room where the brownish-red oak table, which had been the scene of a fierce battle, had been cleaned up. The pens, ink bottles, and landlines were back in place. The documents that were scattered on the carpet were also neatly categorized and placed on the table. The windows with excellent views were open, mainly for air circulation and dissipating the strong smell of hormones. In short, unless you are a veteran player with a lot of experience and a keen sense of observation, it was impossible to realize that there had been a brutal slaughter involving hundreds of millions of elite soldiers. "Sit down, please. Make yourself at home and try to relax." Luke sat behind the oak square table with his hands on the table. When speaking, his breath was steady, his tone light, and he didn't look like he had just finished any kind of workout. However, the White Queen's physique was slightly better than Malena's. In addition, the genetic enhancement of a mutant provided a bonus in endurance and flexibility. But for Superman, at most, it was just at the level of a warm-up. The legendary war hero turned out to be so young. Regan had a comparative mind, but after seeing the Lieutenant General Superman, it was like a pot of cold water splashed on his face, and the idea of defying the competition was instantly extinguished. The other party looked taller and stronger than in the newspaper photos, and his cold temperament was unmistakable. It gave people the strange feeling that this was a great man. By contrast, Regan, who was obviously a few years older, looked younger and immature instead. This was just the first meeting, he felt completely defeated. In his heart, the tiny violin sounded again as if snowflakes were falling on his shoulders. They are the younger generation of the club and mutants with abilities around the beta level. The White Queen stood in front of the table and briefly introduced them. Although Sebastian Shaw's racial theory is useless for the future development of mutants. But he did one thing well. It was to recruit club members according to their mutant ability level. Beta-level mutants like Regan and Pyro belonged to the type with limited growth and slightly insufficient potential. To become HSPs of the Hellfire Club, you need at least an alpha-level ability. For example, the White Queen. Speaking of which, the alpha-level mutants in the Hellfire Club were almost all in Luke's hands. Azazel, Colossus, Riptide. Either they were thrown in jail, beaten to death, or strung up like crayfish. Few people survived. This also resulted in the Hellfire Club, currently excluding the White Queen, having no decent, reliable combat power. Emma mentioned the club's situation and that you have been following Sebastian Shaw for a while and may have broken some laws. Luke gently tapped his fingers on the table, his sharp eyes scanning over. The originally spacious reception room, which had over 20 people suddenly coming in, no doubt felt a bit crowded. Iceman and Pyro were standing in front, surrounded by a group of young people no older than 27 or 28 years old. Many of them were dressed in the rebellious style of this era's hippies, with exaggerated hairstyles, colorful hair colors, earrings, nose rings, leather clothes, tattoos, metal chains, and so on. Dressed like this, not to mention being mutants, even a normal person walking outside would be discriminated against. People would fear and avoid them. Somewhat like a self-incurred burden. A collection of unorthodox people. It's techno-goth all over again. Luke's face was quiet. There was a trace of disgust in his eyes. How can you expect to be accepted by the outside world when you don't even do the basic PR image? But, you don't have to worry. Emma specifically raised this issue during the Liberty Island meeting. After some serious discussions, SHIELD decided to give up the right to pursue the matter as a goodwill gesture. Glancing at the calm White Queen, Luke threw the credit to the other party. The first thing he needed to do was to alleviate the people. Using authority and firmness indiscriminately wasn't recommended. Sure enough, some of them showed ease and gratitude. Even the Iceman subconsciously exhaled a sigh of relief, his tense shoulders couldn't help but relax. There was a threshold for recruiting members to the Hellfire Club, and those who weren't even chess pieces had to demonstrate their skills if they wanted to be recognized by Sebastian Shaw. Reagan once froze a small sea area, creating an opportunity for other compatriots to plunder a British cargo ship. And Pyro was an arsonist who used fire alarms to burglarize homes. Most members of the Hellfire Club have had similar criminal experiences. They lacked support from their families and had no financial resources, so they had to rely on illegal ways to get money. Even today's arrogant and cold White Queen had a dark history of working in casinos as a sexy dealer, dealing cards and cheating gamblers with money. In addition, I hope that we can put down our guard and form an initial foundation of trust to facilitate more in-depth cooperation in the future. Luke took out Constantine's signature skill, he couldn't help it. Constantine's ability to fool people was too good. To be honest, I have a certain degree of understanding about mutants. The fact that you have been excluded, discriminated against, and even bullied, oppressed in the past is indeed irrefutable. He paused for a moment, sweeping past the young faces, and continued, but that's why it's important to fight for an equal and free voice actively. A better future, a happier life, a brighter future, should not depend on the charity of humankind. Because the power obtained in this way is nothing but a kind of political correctness, a kind of hidden discrimination. The White Queen was convinced that her partnership with Luke was more than just greed for the other's body and skills. They share similar views and opinions about the future of mutants and their plans. Therefore, it didn't matter if there was no emotional foundation. Their respective interests weren't in conflict, and they could complement each other well, which was the key. Of course, the physical strength and skills that the Lieutenant General possessed also fell into the category of additional bonuses. Lieutenant General Cavill, about that. What do you think we should do to fight for our rights? Protest? A march? Or should we form a union, choose our representatives, and negotiate with the government? Pyro was the first to ask. He himself was a sarcastic person, habitually causing embarrassment and annoyance to others. Changing your image should be the first step. Luke replied flatly as if he was responding to a press interview. I can understand that young people like to use exaggerated clothes and shocking language to show that they're different from others. However, the ignorance of opposing the mainstream and doing something unconventional or unorthodox will only arouse public resentment, wouldn't help with the emergence of mutants on the world stage. Pyro was stunned. He didn't think that the first thing he needed to do was comb his hair to look like an adult and put on a proper suit. This is the trend. Lieutenant General. Suppose people have a bad opinion about me because of what I wear. In that case, I can only say that unfortunately, they aren't free enough, not democratic enough, and have no understanding of the greatness of this country at all. Pyro's rhetoric was just like that of some intellectuals on the future generation's internet, who talk about freedom and democracy. The fragrance of freedom and democracy was in the air they breathed. Freedom, democracy, tell me by the way, I don't know your name yet. Luke raised an eyebrow and interlocked his fingers, intending to give this guy a lesson in the toxic beatings of society. Drake, everyone calls me Pyro. Drake himself didn't even realize a big danger sign on top of his head, still immersed in the proud mood. Oh, Drake, let me tell you about freedom and democracy. Luke releases the bio-force field and enables 30% of its power. The air seemed to freeze suddenly, and the invisible pressure spread all over the room, making people feel stifled. Drake, in particular, took the brunt of the impact and was hit the hardest. The freckled face turned red, and a heaving sound came out of his throat, but he couldn't say anything. See, Drake, this is the freedom and democracy you want. You can speak freely, but I also have the right to choke your throat. And even further, break your neck. Luke got up slowly, his tall body like a lofty mountain, full of unspeakable power. Now, do you still need them? Binge. Read next 40 chapters on Pat Rayon. Visit patrayon.com/binge-translations. 199, Chapter 197 Debut as a celebrity and create an international superstar. A few minutes later. These are the points I want to make. Who is for it, who is against it? Luke had his hands on the table and a calm smile on the corners of his mouth. In the Red Room parlor, there was silence, and no one made a sound. After Drake's previous experience, no one wanted to be the first to stand up, and it was extremely foolish to come forward and express an opposing view. Reagan, the Iceman, glanced sympathetically at Drake, who remained silent and had a dull look on his face. Deep in his heart, a big tragic word emerged. As an activist who liked to gain attention and make his presence known. Although Drake was a playful person, he was always concerned about his face and dignity. This kind of seemingly illusory thing may be more important to him than life. Unfortunately, all those cherished things were destroyed by Superman just now. Drake couldn't bear the heavy pressure exerted by the bio-force field. He thought he was a vigorous young man but felt difficulty breathing, which caused various physical discomforts. After a few seconds, his legs started to get weak. He couldn't hold up and fell to his knees on the floor. As Luke didn't make any aggressive moves, all this from an outsider's point of view was probably Superman releasing a strong aura. The timid Drake couldn't resist, his mind was shaken, and he bowed to it. Poor guy. Reagan figured that in the future, the Hellfire Club would begin to gossip about the humiliating story of Pyro being scared to death and falling to his knees. In a way, this was already a social death within the mutant community. Since everyone agrees with my opinion, then sort out your image as soon as possible and prepare to attend the Peace Summit in Paris. Luke nodded his head quite satisfactorily. The young people of the Hellfire Club still knew how to listen to advice and learn from lessons. When they walked out of the parlor one after another, the White Queen finally dropped her cold pretense. With her legs crossed, she leaned back on the sofa in a rather provocative position. Luke didn't look away. After a workout and 2 tumbling events, he was already at peace with himself. I thought you would create a personable and approachable image that would better draw the club members together. Emma lifted her head, her shoulder-length blonde hair streaming down. Luke, sitting in his seat, shook his head. He wasn't Sebastian Shaw, bent on being a mutant leader. Of course, you should be the good guy. The Lieutenant General smiled strangely and added, I should play the role of a cold and ruthless villain with a tough attitude. The more I do, the more members of the club will recognize you and move closer to you. At this moment, they may be thinking that you are fighting for the rights of your fellow compatriots and bending over backward to submit to my coercion. Luke's tone was loaded with meaning, and his super listening skills had already caught the conversation between Iceman and Pyro. He could only say that most people had a colorful imagination in perverted stories. Is that why I'm the approachable leader? The White Queen's eyes flashed, seeming to agree with this statement. However, she felt that Luke's words had something in them as if there was another meaning. The last sentence obviously carried other meanings. Changing their image is the first step, but what happens after that? The White Queen didn't think too deeply about it and moved on to the next topic. She didn't know that rumors about her had been spreading in the club. Most of the stories were from the 18 series, covering keywords such as humiliation, forced, and abuse. Of course, making them into celebrities. Luke spoke solemnly. Celebrities. A series of questions popped up in the White Queen's head. If we want to eliminate prejudice and change public opinion, we have to make the public accept the good image of mutants first. Luke spoke eloquently and seemed to be getting an idea. A celebrity is a person who is worshipped and sought after. Most of the club members are young people. You can pick a few that have good appearances, for example, Iceman and Pyro are very suitable. The duo could be called Iceman and Fireboy, or the Hellfire Duo, and so on, cooperate with the federal government as superheroes. For example, the simplest arrangement would be for Reagan to work with the New York Fire Department to put out several fires, and for newspapers and reporters to focus on publicity and steering public opinion in the right direction. Trust me, Emma. At that time, young people in New York would change their minds and think that mutants are cool and worthy of being sought after. Luke thought clearly. He was ready to learn the methods of a certain parallel world. Make use of the special status of S.H.I.E.L.D. as a link between the government and the superheroes. The mutant, a seemingly restless time bomb, will be recruited as a spin-off brand to develop value. Are you sure this would work? The White Queen's tone seemed hesitant, and a bit overwhelmed. After all, at this point in time, Elvis Presley hadn't even made his debut yet, leading rock and roll and becoming a pioneering figure. And the latter, Bob Dylan, should be playing house with a runny nose in Minnesota. It was hard for people nowadays to imagine the amusing ourselves to death, National Idol, and fan circle economy that would take place in the future would become a real thing. There won't be any problem. It just takes time. Building a good and positive public image is a long process. Luke was quite sure that if superheroes were considered pop culture, mutants could become a branch product of this huge label. When the internet era comes, give them each a personal blog and attract a group of loyal fans. S.H.I.E.L.D. has become the largest entertainment brokerage company in the world. Specializing in training superheroes, developing the things surrounding their brand, and selling products. It was even possible to sign a contract with the federal government. They would be assigned to a city each and be the face of that city. As we all know, most superheroes in the Marvel world are always concentrated in New York, which is detrimental to the development of businesses in other cities. Like the studio next door, every hero had their territory. Batman stayed in Gotham, Superman belongs to Metropolis. The Flash was the hero of Midtown, and the Green Lantern had to protect the cosmic sector and Coast City. The public always follows popular opinion. When the government exhibits vigilance against mutants and the upper class displays rejection of mutants, it's only natural that the lower class would follow the trend. Luke stood up, looked out at the lawn outside the window, and smiled. To change this, we only need to reduce our threat, let them relax their vigilance, and accept mutants into society for a while. The White Queen stretched out her finger and tapped her red lips. Then, nodding, she said, then do as you wish. Binge. Read next 40 chapters by becoming a patron. Also, visit my profile for a surprise. 200, Chapter 198. We're best friends, why would I lie to you? How was the talk? Howard, who was about to leave the luncheon, saw Luke slip in at some point. Not bad. The mutants of the Hellfire Club are very good at listening to opinions. We had a friendly exchange. It can be said that both sides enjoyed themselves, and both sides were quite satisfied. The Lieutenant General was talking nonsense with a serious face. By the way, are you ready? I'm going to the President's family dinner, so I can't lose the momentum. Howard held his head high, stroked his mustache, and puffed out his chest. Go out and ask around. Who doesn't know the reputation of Howard Stark, the prodigal son, the romantic tycoon, dating expert, heartbreaker, and the dream man of all of New York's women. When dealing with women, as long as I'm there, I'm sure I'll get 9 out of 10 and never miss. Luke couldn't help feeling relieved when he saw Iron Man's father was full of confidence and remembered his son's impressive record. Howard, after all, was also a master of living among thousands of beauties. Picking up hot women was his specialized skill, not inferior to scientific research and business mind. Wait, Luke, you said you would take me to that place. To experience a new feeling, to find the excitement in life, it's not a lie, right? Howard, who thought he would need to pay a certain price, hooked the other party's shoulder and lowered his voice like a novice player waiting to hit the road in the red light district. We're best friends, why would I lie to you? Luke waved his hand, he did agree to some not to be uttered conditions in exchange for Howard's help. You can also go out and ask around, who does not know Superman, the female warlock pile driver? I'm not going to lie to you, my ancestors were actually demon hunters, my grandfather's name is Gerald, nicknamed White Wolf, Butcher of Blavington, and always had a good relationship with those sultry, flirtatious female warlocks. And I do have some stories with a few people. This time, Luke decided to take out the rumors in the community about himself as background. Bullshit. You. By the way, what's Blavington? Howard got the reply but couldn't help the flash in his eyes, showing an eager look. As a scientist with an inquisitive spirit, he simply wanted to meet those ladies in robes and hot, passionate warlocks. It would be great if they could also exchange insights on life and explore biology. Blavington, you don't need to know. Anyway, when the time comes, your satisfaction is guaranteed. I would never lie to my friends. Luke looked upright and swore, patting his chest and assuring. As he said earlier, most of the time, men are controlled by their lower bodies. Even geniuses like Howard could hardly think normally when they were reduced to a pervert. Just think about it a little bit, none of those rumors had credibility. What female warlock pile driver? What sexy demon temptation? All just unscrupulous advertising for those booksellers, selling identical stories. Luke, you are the envy of the world, you have such a legendary ancestor. Howard was very interested in the story of Gerald, the White Wolf, especially the romantic love with Yennefer, Triss, and all kinds of female demons, succubus, and female centaurs. Lust is terrible, turning a world-class genius into a weak-minded man. Luke glanced at Howard, who believed him deeply and shook his head. Even Iron Man's father couldn't resist the warmth of snow-white breasts. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Lieutenant General Cavill, welcome. You didn't need to bring any gifts. Across Pennsylvania Avenue at Blair House, the president opened the door with a smile on his face. He accepted the high-quality red wine tied with a bow and invited the other party to enter. Hey? Stark, why are you here? However, seeing Howard behind Luke, the president's smile froze, and a subconscious look of disgust came over him. This was a family dinner, a very special occasion. Their relationship wasn't close enough to even qualify him as someone who could enter the door. The president invited Luke for the purpose of drawing affection and selling his daughter. And Howard, what was this guy doing at the door? Ha ha ha, Mr. President, Luke and I were busy with work, so we were delayed. Howard said, I heard earlier that the president's wife's Texas T-bone steak was one of the best in the world, so I thought I'd take the opportunity to try it. Taste, my foot. You have money, why don't you go to a fancy restaurant? Even though the president wanted to curse, he couldn't outwardly show it. Welcome to, the T-bone steak is indeed Bess's specialty. His tone was slightly stiff and did not sound sincere. Howard didn't care about the details and went down the steps. He followed Luke through the foyer and sat down on the sofa in the living room. Is this Lieutenant General Cavill? He's so young and talented. Why is there another one? Harry, didn't you say you only invited one guest? The president's wife was busy in the kitchen, but she came out wearing an apron after hearing the noise. Her reaction was similar to that of her husband. The first time she saw Luke, her heart was full of joy. But then glanced at Howard, who was wearing a suit and had meticulously combed hair. The smile on her face instantly disappeared. This is Howard Stark, a famous scientist, a successful entrepreneur, and a world-class genius. The president barely managed to squeeze out a normal expression as he introduced the obnoxious guy who had dropped by for dinner. Oh. It turned out to be Mr. Stark. How rude of me. The president's wife looked at Howard and felt a bit of pity. Apart from being a little older, this mustached gentleman was otherwise quite good. However, it depended on who the reference was. When the young lieutenant general, sitting straight without slanting his eyes, stood next to Howard, his charm fell off a cliff. I'll call Mary to come out. The president's wife exchanged pleasantries and called her daughter, who was staying in her room, into the living room. To be fair, the president's daughter was also a young girl with an elegant appearance and outstanding temperament. It was said that she loved mystery and also tried to create her own stories, and publishers repeatedly favored her manuscripts. It's your turn. Luke bumped Howard with his shoulder, and after greeting the young girl named Mary, he asked, Mr. President, I had a discussion with the mutants from the Hellfire Club today, and there are some things I need to report. The president, who was not in a very happy mood, was slightly stunned. He had intended to leave time for Luke and his daughter to create some private space for the two of them. Lieutenant General Cavill, I never bring my work home. He smiled and refused. It's very important news, related to the Soviet Union. Luke emphasized. The president was shocked when he heard this. The foreshadowing of the Cold War had already appeared. The rise of the Red Bear couldn't be ignored. Let's go to the study and discuss it in detail. The president looked solemn and nodded. Luke, who achieved his goal, winked at Howard. The latter got the message. It's time to show some true skills. Read next 40 chapters on Pat Rayon. Visit right now. patrayon.com/binge translations